there is hot competition for the prettiest circuit in the UK. But here, Oulton Park has to be a contender. We are here today at BMW Live. It's BMW Live because not only is it a car show, but we also have racing around us. We have the BMW Car Club racing here with us. We also have the ultimate BMW race later, which is open to basically anyone who's got a car that is eligible to race. Basically, if it's safe enough, you can join the race. But this year is a very special year for BMW Live and the Car Club event because we are celebrating probably one of the biggest anniversaries in BMW's history, because it is their core model is celebrating 50 years. So right at the front of the show, we have an E21, a very early, the first 3 Series and a very early version of it. So this is the genesis of, I suppose, what is basically the core to BMW's entire range, really, and really what gives, I suppose, BMW its reputation for small sporting saloons is, what this car is based on. There was the 2002 or the 2002 before it, but really, and this 3 Series was the spiritual successor to that. But this is the first 3 Series. So 1976. Or 75 was when it was launched. This is, a 76 car, so it's about as early as it possibly can be. And this is the template for all 3 Series that have come since. Although they have grown in size, they've become M cars, they've become racing cars, they've become all sorts of things that the 3 Series has been. But it all starts here. The proper sort of shark nose. We've got 4 headlights up front. It is an iconic looking car, and it is absolutely, in this condition, completely immaculate and the perfect representation of where BMW has started with the 3 Series generation. So it's wonderful to have it here. We will go and check out all of the 3 Series generations a little bit later as well, because there's a display of every single version, every single generation, and this is the place, if you want to see basically every possible 3 Series, this is the place to be, all in one space. But it's not just about 3 Series today. We've also, of course, because it is the annual, BMW's Car Club show, we have a huge range of all sorts of BMWs coming in. Just as we've been speaking here, a whole host of different cars are coming in. We've got a Z3M just that's come in there. We've had all sorts of XM cars. We've got Alpinas. There's M2s. I saw a brand new M2 as well. We've the collection of immaculate, sparkling, pristine and rare, wonderful cars is going to be quite varied today, all within BMWs, but everything within that brand is going to be represented today, so we're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Well, Beaumont down there outside the Checkers restaurant where the cars were arriving for BMW Live. And a very good morning to you from Ian Soman here in the commentary box, where we'll be bringing you commentary on all of the race action here today at this 750 Motor Club organised race meeting featuring BMW Live, organised by the BMW Car Club. And you can see there on the infield that huge collection of BMWs that has assembled here, and lots of attractions that we'll tell you about in just a moment. So yes, here at Oulton Park this weekend for this one-day race meeting featuring 11 races. You're going to hear from myself and Johnny Palmer as well. We'll talk to Johnny in a moment and get his perspective on what we're going to see today. And we're on the full international circuit, 2.6 miles in length. So that includes the loop that goes all the way down through the left-hand island bend to the right-handed Shell hairpin, climbing back up over Hilltop and dropping down to the Hizzies and Knickerbrook chicane and back round through the woods to end the lap. So a long lap here at Oulton Park. And the weather, well, I can tell you at the moment it's cloudy. There's a bit of concern that there might be some rain coming in. I think it depends which app that you look at, really, but it's mild, 17 or 18 degrees, and it should be a good day in the main. Hopefully that rain will keep away. So as I say, 11 races that we have for you on the circuit with a definite BMW theme. We're going to be bringing you some of the qualifying action shortly. We've got the BMW Car Club Race Challenge, we've got the 116 Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. Both of those categories have double headers during the course of the day. Plus, to end proceedings, we have the ultimate BMW race, where it's really an all-comers competition for any BMW that wants to enter within pretty much any reason. We've got support action too, coming from various other 750 Motor Club categories, including the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series as well. So lots to look forward to on track, but lots going on off the circuit as well, and the focus of attention today is really down at the Fogarty Moss Centre on the infield there, where you can visit the BMW Car Club desk. There's merchandise available there and raffle tickets with some great prizes up for grabs, but get your tickets early because the draw takes place at 3 o'clock. You can also, down there at the Fogarty Moss Centre, if you've got a BMW, register for parade lap passes. The idea is that there'll be a parade of BMWs at the end of the day, time permitting. If there's no delays in the racing, there'll be time for some parade laps at around about 6 o'clock. So head down to the Fogarty Moss Centre to register your interest in that. There's also a chance to drive around Oulton Park, race around Oulton Park yourself, but only on a simulator, not quite in real life today. There's the chance to gun for the fastest lap and get your name at the top of the leaderboard there. There's also Oulton Park recreated in Scale X trick form as well. Lots of things for kids to do as well, crafts and face painting. There's the BMW lounge as well over at the Fogarty Moss Centre, and of course that display of 3 Series BMWs and others as well, including a brand new M5 courtesy of Lucas BMW and a 328 from the historic club as well. At 11:30 there's a presentation in the 3 Series display area, and so perhaps that's a good time to head down there. One thing to look out for throughout the day, it's just got underway about 10 minutes ago, is the drifting. There's the drift taxi ride, so you cannot just watch these drifting cars going around, you can get inside one as well and be taken around on the taxi ride of a lifetime, and you can pay an additional charge for that, and the BMW Car Club GB members receive a discount if you show your member card. So head over there and register for that and have a ride in the drift taxis. There's also the crazy carts opposite the Checkers restaurant as well. There you can have a look at those. There's the Sporting Bears. They're the national motor club that raises money for children's charities. They're attending BMW Live to offer dream rides, and they're raising funds for Zoe's Place Baby Hospice on this occasion. The Trade Village as well. We've got an exciting flypast coming up a little bit later on too. So there's lots going on the infield as well as on track. But I know that Will Beaumont has been down in the thick of the action, and he's been finding someone else to talk to.
Here at BMW Live, there isn't just the opportunity to see static cars or racing cars, there's an opportunity to be in cars and be in them while driving. We're here with Sporting Bears, who do dream rides for people to come around and sort of have a go in these cars. So, first of all, this is Lisa from Sporting Bears. Tell us, Lisa, what is Sporting Bears and what does it actually do?
So, Sporting Bears is a motor club. We're a national motor club. We have about 1,300 members across the country. All of our members have interesting cars, so that can mean anything. And they turn up at events like BMW Live, and we offer Dream Rides, which is a 10-mile ride on the open roads for a donation to our nominated charity of the day. And that's it.
Fantastic. So, what sort of cars? Today we've got it looks like 3 BMWs. Yeah. But what sort of cars generally do you have in the club?
We've got an amazing. We used to have a noddy car. So when I say interesting cars, I just mean interesting. Yeah. So lots of classics. We've got E-Types and Healey's and stuff like that. We've got Lamborghinis. We've got a lovely McLaren just here. Porsches, you name it, we've got it.
Fantastic. So what you're raising money for? Which charities do you raise money for specifically? Which is your big charity?
Well, the charities vary from event to event. We nominate the charity per event. Obviously, we're Northwest here, so we try and keep our charities locally based. Today is Zoe's Baby Hospice in Liverpool.
Fantastic. So you're out on the 10-mile trip. How many people get in the car together? Is it just one person, or do you take families around? Obviously, it depends on how many seats you've got in the car, I suppose.
That's what I was just about to say. Kind of depends on the number of seats, yeah, and how long your legs are.
Fantastic stuff. So how many people do you think you'll be taking out today? How many people will passing through these cars?
Hopefully we get fully booked.
Yeah.
So 5 cars, and we're doing Dream Rise till 4:30. So I don't know, if we can take out 100 people, that would be great.
Excellent stuff. That's fantastic. So, and the 3 cars, the 3 BMWs. Let's focus on those today, because we are obviously BMW focused a little bit today. You know, I'm sure the Porsche and the McLaren are lovely. I mean, I know they are, but we're going to ignore them slightly. So let's give me a quick run through about the cars that we've got here today. So you've got an i8 first of all.
We have. So that can take 3 passengers, which is great because it's such a phenomenal car. And again, you know, it's just that lovely. It is such a new addition to the BMW family that it's still quite interesting for people to want to go in it.
Yeah, they are exceptional, aren't they? They look exceptional, but they are a very different car to be in. It's quite a unique experience. But we've also, from a unique experience to probably quite a familiar experience for lots of people, but still a lovely one, we have this E30.
Yes, indeed. Once again, passenger-wise, we can definitely get 3, maybe 4 passengers in there. And it's just a classic experience. You know, it's a step back in time to one of the BMW classics.
Excellent stuff. And then finally, although it's not here because I think it's gone out on a sighting laps around the roads here to show the drivers where to go. But we've also got an M5, an F90 M5.
Yes, we have, which can take lots of passengers.
Fantastic stuff. Excellent stuff. Much faster possibly than the rest of it, but of course all within the speed limit.
Absolutely, that is the name of the game.
Yes, it's not necessarily a thrill ride, but it is just an experience.
Yeah, absolutely, not at all. All the drivers stick to the speed limits, and it doesn't really matter. We raise lots of pounds and lots of smiles, and that's the name of the game.
That's what it's all about. Fantastic stuff. Well, hopefully, maybe I'll get to have a little go out later on if I got time.
You can negotiate that.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's absolutely wonderful.
Thank you very much, Will Beaumont down there speaking to Sporting Bears, who do such great money do such great work raising money for children's charities. We've got qualifying underway here at Oulton Park at the moment, and on track at the moment it's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series cars for their qualifying session. It's the penultimate qualifying session of the day, and I can tell you that at the moment Richard Verheyden is fastest, but you can see that one car has stopped off Old Hall Corner. That is the number 14 car, which is that of Ben Mile, that has stopped out on circuit on the exit of Old Hall Corner. So as we say, lots going on as far as BMW Live is concerned. Don't forget also we've got the grid walk at lunchtime to around about 1:45. It's worth making your way over towards the podium area at the sort of far end of the pit lane from the commentary box, if that helps you, because you'll be able to get onto the circuit there and during the course of the grid walk get close up to the cars and chat to some of the drivers as well. Kieran Mogg is going to be down there for us, and he will be interviewing people on the grid. He might even interview you, you never know. He might grab you for a chat. Another car has stopped out on circuit in this 750 Formula qualifying session. Tim Mile this time has stopped out on circuit. But yeah, grid walk at 12:45. Watch out for that. It's a good chance to actually step onto the hallowed Oulton Park tarmac here. It's probably about time that we said good morning to my co-commentator for the day, Johnny Palmer. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Ian.
Good to have you back with us on one of your occasional appearances at a 750 Motor Club event. But not only is it a 750 Motor Club event today, it's something much bigger than that. It's BMW Live, and it's very exciting to see so many BMWs arriving here this morning.
Yeah, well, the queue was stretching back beyond the sort of confines of the circuit boundary within the country lane, so you advised me to get here nice and early. I clearly ignored all of those instructions, but at least I was here for a 10 o'clock start-ish. Yeah, 11 races. Some of those, or quite a lot of them, are repeat categories, but I think either in part or exclusively involve BMW. So 7 of the 11 races rather, will have BMWs in some description, including the final race of the day, which is this mini enduro for the ultimate BMW race for 40 minutes. So with the weather maybe going to play ball, I think if we get to about 1 o'clock and it's not rained, we might be okay for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay.
That's put the kibosh on it now, hasn't it? I think a high of 20, maybe 21 degrees. That's the thing. At the moment, having had a wonderful May, where it was wall-to-wall sunshine, we've now got this weird juxtaposition of heat and some wet weather as
Yeah.
well. So it's almost sort of stormy type weather, but clear at the moment. But I do think, you know, for those longer distance races, if we get a bit of rain splashing down at about 5:10, that could be very interesting.
Good. I must admit, I thought we'd booked Johnny Palm, not John Ketley, but you know, a man of many talents.
I have many strings to my bow, Ian.
Absolutely.
I can do travel news as well if you go back
I
long enough.
remember. I remember. Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, there was a bit of that at the start of my little piece then about
Yeah,
how
was.
busy it was. So
Absolutely.
I'm mixing up all of my various histories.
Yeah, absolutely right. Anyway, we've got Historic 750 Formulas on track. They've got about 5 more minutes in their qualifying session at the moment. The car that you're looking at now is the car that is fastest. That's the number 31 car of Greg Catton in his Dyson Type 64. Historic 750 Formula really looks back to the roots of the 750 Motor Club when it was created back in 1939. It was designed for the impecunious motorsport enthusiast. It was based around the Austin 7 and the 750cc engines that they had, hence the name of the club. So there's a lot of Austin 7s on this grid. There's a lot of cars with Austin 7 engines, early 750 Formula cars, and other cars of similar performance and similar era are also permitted on the grid across the 4 different classes that we have. 2 for Austin 7s themselves, both supercharged and not, on screen now. You've got the Roderick Renfrew car, the Austin 7 known as Roaring Meg. A lot of these Austin 7s have evocative names. Roaring Meg heading down towards Cascades there. And he's in Class A. Class B is for the supercharged Austin 7s. And then Class C is for historic 750 Formula cars, and Class D is for other cars that are sort of similar in spirit. So you've got the Dyson out there. You've also got a Malik U2 being driven by Peter Dewhurst today, which is also in there with a sort of 1 litre Ford engine. Here's a look at the Austin 7 heading down towards Island Bend, the left-hander there, and the Shallows corner, so a good chance to have a look around this Oulton Park lap, and then disappearing off down to Shallows corner, where we have this fixed camera to give us a view of what is going on down there. I know there's already been 1 or 2 incidents down at Shallows during the course of the day so far, during the course of the qualifying sessions. And then, cars head back up out of Shell towards the chicane at Britain's here, which is left and right and left. You can see Tim Miles' car parked in the background there, then the climb, and it is quite a climb up to Hilltop. Have you ever walked around this circuit, or run around it, or driven around it, Johnny?
It was a few years ago when I was a little younger, a little fitter, but yes, I have done. And I've also been driven around it by various course cars.
Yeah.
And I think until you do that at ground level, you don't realise necessarily how much of a climb it is out of Britain's and over Hilltop. Also, Clay Hill's pretty steep too.
It is.
You can feel it in the calves when you get to the top. And then the one thing that doesn't really represent is the speed that, not necessarily in this category, but some of the BMWs later on will be heading into Druids. I mean, that is a rapid corner in the right machinery, and when you get it wrong, you certainly know about it. It's quite nice that we've got the Bavarian brand as dominant as it is today as part of BMW Live, because I know it's Cadwell Park that's considered the mini Nürburgring, but there are elements of this place that remind me of it as well. Particularly, it was even more leafy around Water Tower and into Druids a few years ago. So, the BMWs will certainly be at home here, but there are many race parts, historic 750 Formula drivers who love it. This coming to this race meeting too.
Yeah.
Is this their only visit this year, the 750 Formula?
It is for the historic 750 Formula, but 750 Motor Club are back here in September. You're here for that one.
I'm here for that as well.
Of course. We were here a couple of times, but it's the only time here for the historic 750 Formula cars. They don't get to come here every season, so I think it's something that they look forward to when they do get the chance. And it is a circuit that I think is very well suited to more historic machinery, isn't it? They can get a bit lost on places like, still a historic venue, of course, but Silverstone, very flat, open, looking very modern now with all of the buildings around it. Here, they just feel a little bit more at home, don't they?
I feel like I can be a little bit critical of Silverstone because that's not an MSV circuit. But the problem is Silverstone these days is that I feel as a spectator you're too far away from the cars, particularly cars of this size.
Yes.
Whereas when you stand at the avenue and watch these cars down into cascades, there's actually no debris fencing. You are what feels like a couple of metres away from these cars, and you get the feeling of their scale. And what I like about, for instance, Roaring Meg is that Roderick Renfrew's sort of sitting on top of that car, and then there are lots of low slung machines where the eye line is a couple of feet below, and you think, are these two cars in the same race? But they are, because it's kind of come one, come all.
That's right. It's fantastic category and a real good clubman's feel about it as well. Lots of nice people involved in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, which just as a championship, it just runs as a friendly series of races during the course of the season. There's about 13 seconds to go before the checkered flag is shown in this qualifying session. It's a different change at the top actually, because the car at the top of the times now is the number 16 machine, and that is the car of Sam Wright, who is the new owner of the Village V2, formerly campaigned by John Village. He originally raced in 750 Formula way back in the 1970s in a car of his own design and construction, the Village. He recreated that 4 or 5 years ago now and has raced that very successfully for the last 4 or 5 years. But that's now found a new owner, Sam Wright it is, that's driving that. And he's put it on pole position by the looks of it. I mean, we could still get a few late changes maybe, but it looks like he's fastest in the session this morning. So that's quite an impressive effort from him. And the checkered flag, I can tell you, is now out to end that session.
So the V2 in Village V2 indicates that it is a recreation.
Yes, it's the version 2 of it, yeah. So he built that to basically the same design, I think, of the original car. And has campaigned it, as I say, successfully, but it's now moved on to a new owner, Sam, who's, I think, in his 20s. It does bring the average age of the grid down a little, we should say, in historic 750 Formula. But there's a bit of a competition thing, which is the oldest the cars or the drivers in some cases, but that's a great looking car as well, isn't it? I think that's David Rose, I think, it is the man from Kidderminster. All the best people come from Kidderminster, in his Lotus 11 recreation. So he's going to be one of the final drivers, I think, to take the checkered flag during the course of this session. So Sam Wright's going to be on pole, Greg Catlin second, Richard Verheyden third, who's now in a race kit's Merlin, and Graham Wilson looks like he's going to be in fourth position for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So that brings that session to an end. There's one more qualifying to come, and then we will get into racing. The qualifying is going to be for the Ultimate BMWs. The cars are in the assembly area behind us for that as we speak. A reminder of what is going on in particular, do, if you can, go and sign yourself up for one of those drift rides. They're happening sort of on the infield. It's to the right-hand side of the main entrance as you drive into Oulton Park. Drift taxi rides, so you can get in the passenger seat for those cars and have a hair-raising, as I'm sure it would be, experience being driven around in those cars very sideways indeed. Have you ever been in a car that's been drifting, Johnny? I don't think I have.
I've watched a lot of drifting as part of events like this, but no, I've never A, had the invitation, and B, then had the bravery, to be honest, because most good drifting drivers don't use the windscreen. They're forever looking out the passenger windows, because that is forward facing generally. It's an incredible skill, and I know that when you get to world competition, when you get two cars abreast that are matching one another stride for stride, just constantly sideways, the level of understanding is amazing. So yeah, if you've witnessed drifting, maybe for real, or perhaps watched it on TV, and you'd like to know what it feels like inside the car, then I'd highly recommend that. I
think Will Beaumont's probably going out to have a look at that, so maybe hear from him looking at that at some point during the course of the day here at Oulton Park as well. There's 2 sessions to the drifting. Basically, it aligns with the race timetable, so they're going to be running until about 20 past 12, and then again we'll get racing again at about 25 past 1. I think because obviously the noise that they create can then be masked by the noise of the cars on the circuit, and it just keeps everybody a little bit happier. And that runs until about 4 o'clock, those drift rides, so that's something you can sign yourself up for. Don't forget, if you don't fancy that, you can get onto the simulator in the Fogarty Moss Centre, or on the Scale Electric indeed. If you want to relive your childhood, that would be a very good way of doing it. There's a Scale Electric recreation of Oulton Park. I hope they've got all the gradient in there as well. I think that would be quite important, I would think, if you're going to recreate Oulton Park in Scale Electric.
Yeah, Oulton Park flat is nowhere near as much of a challenge, but I don't know what I mean. When I was a kid, I used to prop it up on VHS tapes,
right,
with ramps up to and bricks and things. Well, does anybody know what a VHS tape is these days?
We'll explain that to the kids later on. Yeah,
you'd have to be north of 40 to understand. Maybe you could do it with DVDs, but even they are a thing of the past now.
Yeah, you can't do it on sort of digital,
A live stream tower doesn't work, does it?
Doesn't. No. There's the Fogarty Moss Centre that you can see on stream now. That is where all of this action, sims, Scale Electric, 3 Series displays, raffles and more, that is all unfolding over there in the Fogarty Moss Centre, which sort of overlooks Cascades, doesn't it? Great facility that we have here at Oulton Park, and it's such a fantastic parkland feel, isn't it, when you park up here at Oulton Park. And you can just walk from your car. You can even watch from your car in certain spots as well. It's a great feeling, and looking good today. Just a shame we've not got blue skies as the backdrop to that image, really.
I mean, I don't want to do a call back to my Ian McCaskill impression, or you said John Ketley, but that's why it's so green around here, because we do get a bit of rain. So the nice thing is, as you say, you can park up on the inside of the circuit, maybe overlook Cascades. The nice thing about that is you get them on the return coming over Hilltop and into Knickerbrook. I don't know whether the Knickerbrook gate is open today, and therefore spectators may be down there as well.
Yeah,
but
I would imagine it would be.
I would hope it is.
I think it usually is, yeah.
I was here 2 weeks ago for a slightly lesser meeting, should we say, and it wasn't. But
right, okay.
But there were nowhere near as many spectators that particular weekend. So I would hope that it's popular enough, because that's my favourite place.
Yeah.
I know the Knickerbrook commentary box isn't in action this weekend, but I've spent many a happy day down there, because again, you get to see them on twice on the same lap,
yes.
And lots of, I was going to say outbreaking opportunities, really only one, but if you're brave, you might be able to make a pass into Cascades if someone doesn't get a great run coming out of Old Hall. You can overtake around here despite the narrow nature of this circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some great vantage points. I mean, one that I enjoy is if you want a bit of a walk, or drive potentially, up towards Hilltop, because again you get a good vantage point. You can see the cars heading through Island Bend as well, which is always quite spectacular. And then you get the overview of Cascades as well. You see the cars heading down to Hizzies and Knickerbrook. So you get quite a big percentage of the lap in view there, which I always like to see as much of the cars as I can on any given racing lap. So maybe if you're wanting to just wander around and get a different perspective of the circuit, then sort of head up towards Hilltop. If you're on the infield, there is the pedestrian bridge which goes over Clay Hill that you can use to get yourself over there. So that's definitely worth doing. And there you can see a view of what's going on at BMW Live. Lots of activities, including, by the looks of it, things for the kids there as well, which is very important to keep them entertained. There's only so long, I suppose, you can have small children wandering around looking at BMWs before they tire of that. So there's things things to keep the little ones amused as well. Bit of recovery being done after this session. Oh, and there you can see the banner for Radio Oulton 94.9 FM. You can listen to us on FM as well. So if you've got your FM radio with you, and that feels a bit old school to be saying that these days.
True, yeah.
But if you've got your radio with you, or you've obviously got your radio in your car, then tune in on 94.9 FM. You can get the commentary through that as well as over the PA. There's so many ways you can hear us. You can hear us on the live stream, which many of you will be doing now. Our commentary, I think, will be attached to the TSL timing screen as well. So if you're going to the live timing at tsl-timing.com, you can hear us there.
There's a button at the bottom, I think, on the live timing screen. You have to go right to the bottom left, I think it is.
Bottom right, maybe?
Bottom right.
Yeah.
One of the two. And a little play button which says audio commentary.
Yes.
And the only downside of that is that it's me and Ian.
Yes.
But we'll try and sound as informed as we can.
There's no alternative, I'm afraid. It
No,
is just,
no. I
Johnny
mean,
and
so
for
many
the
people have voted for that in the past. Even though I generally only appear once a year, but it's twice this year,
Yeah.
and twice here at Oulton Park because I love the place.
Absolutely, and we're spoiling the locals, the people of Cheshire, with your presence. So what else do we have? We've got the crazy carts, we've got the Scale Extra, the sim racing. Don't forget, if you're a BMW owner, still the possibility, but maybe they've actually sold out of places now for the parade lap at the end of the day. But head down there, find out if there is still a spot for you to get in. That parade lap is going to be around about 6 o'clock after racing has been completed. There's the Trade Village as well. That's next to Checkers Cafe. That's headlined by Performance M, who are the sponsors of BMW Live, this show being put on by the BMW Car Club. So you've got a flypast at around about 20 to 1 to look forward to just before the grid walk. So that could be very spectacular indeed. Meanwhile, as you can see on live stream now, and you can probably hear if you're at the circuit, we've got cars heading out onto the circuit now for the final qualifying session of the morning, and this is for the ultimate BMWs. So as we've mentioned, there are a couple of dedicated BMW categories here today. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge, which is having rounds 5 and 6 here today. We've got the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup, also having rounds 5 and 6 here today. But then there's this special one-off race which we save up for BMW Live every year. It's the Ultimate BMW race, and it's basically open to any BMW. Now, a lot of the competitors will be entered in the other BMW races that we've already talked about today, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. But there are one or two competitors that are joining in as well for their own race, and when we have it later on, it's going to be a 40-minute race, so a mini endurance race with a pit stop, and it's going to have a standing start when we get to that at the end of the day. But for now, they're having this 20-minute qualifying session, and it's already a minute and a half deep, and this is where the drivers will be setting their times to set their places on the grid. And here's one of the cars there now. The entry list for this, by the way, if you're here at the circuit and you've picked up a programme priced at £6, the entry list is on page 33. And just to tell you, actually, there is an addition to the programme, which is number 228. 228 is the addition to the programme. Do you want a pen, Johnny? And that is James Waring. James Waring, W-A-R-E-I-N-G, James Waring. He's in a BMW 116i. And the other change to be aware of is 212 Luke Fox, because there are two 212s, becomes 221. So Luke Fox changes number from 212 to 221. And those are the changes to the programme that we have. Ooh, a bit of a moment there for Ethan Hall in the number 25 116. So yes, quite a few of these drivers are from the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup, including the driver that's gone to the top of the times immediately. Thank you very much. That is Matthew Highcock. Matthew, who was the champion last year in the 116 Sprint Trophy, has switched this year to the 120 Coupe Cup. He has set the fastest time so far during the course of this session. So, plenty of BMWs out there. Now, it might be that not all of them have appeared just yet. Some of them might be a bit late to the session. It's been a very busy morning of qualifying for the various BMWs here. Others may perhaps sit out this qualifying and just do the race later on, because they already will have got their necessary 3 laps in this morning in one of the other sessions. But we'll see how this qualifying session develops. We were there watching the 228 car. That's the driver that Johnny's just written in his programme. James Waring, so he's heading over Hilltop, cresting the hill, and then down towards the right-hander at his at the moment. So, yeah, it's great to see these BMWs out on track, Johnny.
Yeah, so this mainly black 116i is going to have a busy day, isn't it? Because there are 2 races that James has already entered into, race 1 and 6, which are 15 minutes each, And then the 40-minute affair where James is going to be tackling this on his own. Most drivers will be, although I spot 3 cars for this end-of-day race that are going to be shared. So number 76, which has just popped up into second position because these are the first flying laps being offered. Stuart Pywell, Andrew Pywell. What we don't know is who is qualifying that car. And, I mean, presumably if you're driving with 2, you will have had to have done some qualifying either in this session or maybe the session that your car qualifies for, i.e. Ray Grimes and John Turner's car is a 120i, so therefore is eligible for the sprint races earlier on. So it might be that as long as you've done some laps, then you're effectively qualified for all 3 races, rather than having to complicate a relatively short session at 20 minutes, but with putting 2 different drivers in. So yes, the 76 car is being shared. The 88 car, which is a BMW 120i for John Turner and Ray Grimes, and the 116 of David Smith and Neil Smith, that's car number 714, and they are now out there as well.
They certainly are. We're watching here number 7, that is John Brown, the Glaswegian. He's a gas engineer by occupation, and he's returned to racing this season. He's racing this car in the BMW. Has he spun it or no? It's a spin for the car a bit further up the road. I'm just trying to see the number on that. Is that 43?
47.
47. Oh, that's Wayne Lewis, isn't it? Wayne Lewis, he's a regular in the Ultimate BMW race, so he's had a spin coming out of Knickerbrook. They're quite an unusual place to end up, really, that.
It is. I think it's probably just a bit too much right foot because he's not reached the curb, so it's not as if he rode the curb and unsettled the car. I think he's just tried to get the hammer down nice and early, as you will want to do in a qualifying lap, and they're not short of a bit of torque, these BMWs, particularly Wayne's E46 M3, massive rear spoiler and proper racing Goodyear tyres, but maybe they just weren't in the operating window, or he was a bit ambitious on the throttle. But hopefully he will be able to recover that situation. It does mean that anyone who was on a quick lap is now going to have to back off, reaching Hislops and Knickerbrook.
Yeah. So I was talking about John Brown, who confusingly races a yellow car. And he is the gas engineer. He raced that car getting on for 10 years ago now in the old M3 Cup, which ran for a few seasons with the 750 Motor Club. Literally only 2 seasons, I think it was, and numbers dwindled away. And eventually, many of those cars sort of folded themselves into the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, as did the sort of your sister series for the 330 models as well. Now there's the car on screen now that is fastest at the moment. That's car number 144, Mike Cutt from York in his E36 M3. It's got the Union flag on the roof of that car as well, so quite distinctive. Mike has been racing that car for many years in a number of different categories, including the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, but also with the Classic Sports Car Club, and notably as well in the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship as well, which is based at Croft, organised by the Darlington District Motor Club, where he's been a champion in the past, and he's set a very good lap time already, 1:49.836 that he has done, and he at the moment is more than 3 seconds clear of anybody else.
You can just tell that Mike's totally on it. I mean, he's using every bit of the track, and that car so stiffly sprung is reacting very well. The rotation, I think it's known in the trade, mightily impressive, heading through Hislops and Knickerbrook, and then pulling through the gears. I mean, it was barely a lift, I think, heading into Druids. So this plays very, very daunting because the walls are so close to the edge of the track. But Mike driving it as if he's been here many times before, which I'm sure he has, and he is totally at home with that 144 car. However, not only in this place, there's a bit of debris in others as well, but on the approach to Hilltop, that's quite a significant chunk of maybe inner wheel arch.
Yeah, something like that. It's hard to know exactly what that was. Cut on that last lap, by the way, did improve his lap time to a 1:48.643, so it's about a second quicker than he had been previously. At the moment, second fastest is the number 76 car of the Pywells, father and son, Stuart and Andrew. Third fastest is number 7, John Brown. Fourth fastest is number 47, which is Wayne Lewis, who we saw have that spin a moment ago, and that cost him 30+ seconds looking at the timing screen, and he's actually into the pit lane now. And 5th fastest is number 9, which is Jason Rees with his M3 E92 car. Big beast, that one. And completing the top 6 now is Matthew Highcock, treble 5 in the 120. There we can see the Pywell car. That's currently the car that's 2nd fastest. Stuart and Andrew Pywell sharing that one. And it's heading up over the crest of Clay Hill up towards Druids now. There it is, just turning its way through the right-hander at Druids. And continuing its way around the lap. Meanwhile, Mike Cutt has come across the line again, but not improved his time that time. But yep, here's the 2nd place car of Stuart and Andrew Pywell.
Yeah, so I don't know in terms of the specification whether this is a very similar car to Michael Cutt. It's certainly got the same size engine, but Michael's, yeah, they're both E36 M3s.
It's an E46, I think, for the Pywells, E36 for Mike Cutt.
Okay. You're right.
Yeah,
not only do you think, you're spot on.
I was trying to soften it.
It's good. Often corrections my way need to be softened. No, I don't. Just tell me I'm wrong. I'm used to it. But what I can't work out is why is there a 3.5 second between the two of them? But that might just be the ability of Michael Cutt to really take the bull by the horns around Oulton Park. And as I say, that car really does, just without a timing screen, look like it's properly on it. The Pywells might get there, but they're staring at over a 3 second gap at this stage. And that doesn't look particularly great for the race, bearing in mind that's on a single lap. But they will start, as things stand, on the front row, but there's still just under half the session still to go.
That's right. We're watching the number 9 car of Jason Rees making his way around the lap now. And he is currently 4th fastest. He's improved 1 position on that lap with a lap of 1:54.9. Jason, who shouldn't really mention it, really, rather ignominiously into the start to the qualifying session for the Ultimate BMW race last year when he put it in the barriers immediately after leaving the pit lane. Something that's just occurred to me in that the first race of the day is the 116 trophy and 116 sprint trophy and 120 coupe cup. And some of the cars in that race are qualifying now. I hadn't thought about that before. So they're going to have to hot foot it out of from the track to the assembly area and then back onto the circuit again. I know they were hoping to speak to some of the drivers in that particular category, and I think there's some of them coming in now.
I was going to say,
James Waring and Matthew Highcock.
You don't have to do all the session, of course.
No, you don't.
So they may well have decided beforehand that we can get away with just over half of it, although 714's heading back out
Which is one
again.
with 2 drivers, isn't it?
Yes, that's one I mentioned in my list at the start. The Smiths, David and Neil. It is a 116i. 714, is that due to be in the sprint races? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
According to the programme, that's page 23. Whereas the page we're concentrating on at the moment is 10 on from that. 33 for the entry list to the BMW Car Club Ultimate BMW race.
Mike Cutt is in the pit lane at the moment in the 144 car. He's still at the top of the timing screens with that lap of 148.643 on screen at the moment. We've got the 121 car, which is not actually on the entry list for this race. So I'll check the... yes, that is okay. Okay, Luke Fox. I corrected it to 221. It's actually 121 that he is in, not 221 as I told you previously. But that is Luke Fox there.
I'm going to need that pen again.
Yeah. Okay. In the kind of pistachio and pink coloured 116. So he's out there, but he's getting on slowly. I think up Clay Hill at the moment and being caught and passed by Ethan Hall in the number 25 car. There's 7 minutes left in this session for the Ultimate BMW race at Oulton Park. If you're just arriving here at Oulton, as I'm sure some of you still are, lots going on for BMW Live today. A lot of it based around the Fogarty Moss Centre, where there's an opportunity to grab some merchandise, maybe buy some raffle tickets with some great prices up for grabs. And they're available until 3 o'clock. They can also be purchased from the Grid Girl team if you see them walking around the show. So do stop them and ask them for a ticket. And There's also the parade lap that's being coordinated from the Fogarty Moss Centre. You can have a go on the sim, which is a fully immersive triple screen racing simulator. Have a lap of Oulton Park in a BMW on the sim, or if you prefer on the Scale Extric as well. There's kids crafts and face painting too. Lots of BMW to look at, of course, including the display for 50 years of the 3 Series. Drifting. PH Drift are offering drift taxi rides throughout the day, so you can experience that spectacular sport for yourself. That's going on until about 20 past 12, and again from 25 past 1. There's the crazy carts as well, and an opportunity to have a ride in one of those very special cars that we're hearing about from Lisa at Sporting Bears, the national motor club that raises money for children's charities, and they're raising money today for Zoe's Place Baby Hospice, and you'll have a route of about 10 miles to go out in one of those very special cars. 3 BMWs, I think there's a McLaren and a Porsche, but I'm sure it's the BMWs that'll be grabbing all of the attention today, as they are on track at the moment in this ultimate BMW qualifying session, which still has 5 minutes to run. Mike Cutt is fastest, but he's still there in the pit lane. I think he realises that he's probably got pole position here in the bag, I would think, Johnny.
Still 3.6 seconds to be exact. A race has broken out in this qualifying session as one of the big beefy 3 Series machines heads by a 116i. And I just noticed that the John Turner Ray Grimes car has rejoined the session, bearing in mind that John Turner in car 88 is going to have to be racing in less than 15 minutes time. The same goes for the 34 car of Toby O'Reilly, who's at his local track this weekend. He is based in Sale and competing in the 34 car, three separate occasions today. John Turner, Ray Grimes, not sure who is at the wheel of this stage, but there's not going to be a great deal of time to refuel these cars, so maybe they've deliberately put enough fuel in to do a qualifying session and then a sprint race, a 15-minute race straight off the back of this.
Absolutely right. So 4 minutes to go in the session for the Ultimate BMWs. Ethan Hall, I can see in the 25 car, he's now coming into the pit lane. He's parked his car as instructed at 45 degrees, nose in towards the garages. I'd be surprised if he heads back out again, though. He's had a good qualifying session. He's 9th overall, I think second, if not the fastest actually, of the 116s out there. So you'd think he'd be looking to prepare for his race now. So perhaps that's what the team are just doing in the pit lane now. They're just getting the tyre pressures checked and adjusted, ready for the 116 sprint trophy race that is coming up shortly. You see one of the 120 coupes just heading over the line to complete another lap. That is the 88 car we were talking about of Turner and Grimes a moment ago. A very smartly turned out car, that, isn't it? Very well presented. The 120 coupe division was added for 2024 to run alongside the 116s, and really a step up, if you like, from the very popular and successful 116 trophy, as it initially was, a 90-minute series of races. That still continues, although not here this weekend. The 116 sprint trophy has been added in with the 120s permitted to run alongside. I think the hope is that more and more of these 120s will come out. We can see that they are probably, I'm just comparing the time of Highcock and Hall, they're about 8 seconds a lap faster around this Oulton Park circuit, the 120s. So that's quite a noticeable difference around the 2.6 mile layout. Obviously not such a big differential at some of the other circuits, but it's a good way of progressing from the 116s if you want to go to something a little bit faster, and they do look the part, don't they?
They look superb. I mean, to be honest, a lot of the liveries in these variety of BMWs are very impressive indeed, particularly now the sun's out down at Hislops and Knickerbrook. A livery always looks better with the sun glinting off it. A mention for Wayne Lewis, because he's now gone second fastest. And he's just done it again, actually. I was just about to mention a time that was 3.3 seconds away from Michael Cutt, who sits in the pit lane. But Lewis is a heck of a lot faster now. So too the number 9 of Jason Rees. So perhaps this pole position is under a bit of threat with 90 seconds still to go. So the 47 Wayne Lewis BMW E46 M3 has done a 149.9. That's only 1.3 seconds slower than Mike Cutt. and the Jason Rees E92 M3, which I'm reliably informed is the 4th generation of M3. It's about 12 years old now, but that's got a V8 engine too, and he's just done his best lap of the session. So all of a sudden, the top 3 are separated by just 3 seconds.
That's right. So it's come to life really in the last few minutes of this session. Obviously, drivers who are already on a lap will not have many opportunities to set more fast times. The Stuart Pyrewell car is just going to cross the line. I think it probably is Stuart in the car at the moment. He's there in 4th position, didn't improve his time that time through. John Brown, who we see on screen now, the yellow M3 E46, is that going to improve as he comes across the line this time? No is the answer. So he's not improved, so he's still 5th fastest with 153.486. But we'll keep an eye on whether anybody can catch Michael Cutt, who's still sitting in the pit lane here. He's decided, I think, to bring his session to a premature climax. He's not going to have time to get back out again because the clock has almost now counted down to 0, the session to have come to an end. And indeed it has, so I'm expecting the marshal to get his checkered flag out on the gantry, and he does. So checkered flag goes out at the end of the session. Now Jason Rees has just come across the line, but he didn't improve that time. It was a lap in the 154s, and he did a 148 or so to beat Mike Cutt. He didn't quite make that. So the other potential then is for Wayne Lewis, who's the car on screen now. He's down there through the right and left at his ears, then through the right-hander at Nicker Brook, climbing up Clay Hill. This is where he had a little moment early on in the session. He's pushing on up Clay Hill, under the pedestrian bridge, and off up towards Druids, the right-hander. Daunting, fast right-hander, one of the great corners in British motorsport. Very difficult to get right, double apex. Then this short straight underneath the vehicle bridge that is the main entrance into the circuit. Then up towards Lodge Corner for the final time. He's got no cars around him, so he's got no traffic to worry about. Through Dearly, over the crest of the hill, and it's at the crest that you see the checkered flag. He's across the line now. And
yes,
he's done it. He's done it right at the end of the session. A 148.513, and he goes about a 1/10 of a second faster than Mike Cutt, who's still sitting there in the pit lane, and now he's going to be on the outside of the front row of the grid later on, Johnny.
Well, I have to say that seemed a bit unlikely with probably 5 minutes to go, because his nearest rivals, Mike Cutt's nearest rivals, were 3 and a bit seconds away. But I had seen that Jason Rees was slowly start to improve. The all-blue 47 of Wayne Lewis. Now, remember, this is the car that spun in the early phase of the session. Confusingly, it's only got number 7 now in that window. I wonder whether the 4's been stripped away. He's been going that fast.
Absolutely.
The sticky numbers have cried enough. But, yeah, I mean, Wayne Lewis, an inauspicious start, you might say, but he definitely put that out of his mind, got his head down, and a 148.5 with the car just moving around a little bit coming out of Nicker Brook, and it was very impressively moving just marginally through Druids as well. But he was leaving nothing on the table, and 0.130 of a second, the gap from first to second. That's now, in my opinion, looking very, very good for the race later.
Yeah, it should be a good one. That's at the end of the day. The ultimate BMW race. So fastest number 47, Wayne Lewis. Second fastest was 144, Mike Cutt. Third fastest, number 9, Jason Rees. Fourth fastest was the 76 car of the Pyrewell, Stuart and Andrew. Fifth fastest, number 7, John Brown. Sixth fastest, local man, 555, Matthew Highcock. Seventh was the number 88, 120 coupe. For John Turner, Ray Grimes. Lewis Charlton, number 55, was 8th. The best of the 116s was Ethan Hall. Although he's got a little caution exclamation mark next to his name, as if he went back out and stopped out on the circuit, but maybe he just drove out and back into the paddock, possibly, ready to be assembled for the next race. He was 9th fastest, number 25, Ethan Hall, and 10th was the 121 car, which confusingly is saying it's AJ Duffel, but we thought that was Luke Fox based on the change of numbers. So the plot, as far as that amendment to the programme is concerned, is thickening all the time. It's saying AJ Duffel, though, so we'll go with that for the moment, but they could have swapped their transponders or something around, the cheeky things. So anyway, the MSV fire truck has stopped down there, I think, to collect the debris that was littered on the circuit after that session, but I don't think there's too much more clearing up to do. You know what? You know, you spotted that Wayne Lewis had lost his number 4. It's appeared on the official race log as well now, but it's only showing 7. I believe he's lost his number 4, and it might need fixing before the race. So
they're listening to us, Ian. They're listening to us. Race control. Even more confusing was that Wayne Lewis and John Brown arrived into Parc Fermé together, both displaying a 7 on the right-hand side of their cars. So, I mean, you know, when you are an observer on post with the flag marshals, and for instance car 47 spins as it did at the start of the session, you need to be able to report back to race control the incident correctly. So it is important that the numbers, both numbers, are present the next time that car heads out onto track, which is a little bit later on in the day. Now the E46 M3s and the E36 M3s, I'm assuming they don't feature elsewhere in the day.
Although they could be in the BMW.
Hello and welcome down to the assembly area. As you can see, the cars are going out. Sorry, we're having a bit of a technical issue up in commentary at the moment, but for the time being, we'll try not to get in the way of all these cars going out. This is the first race of the day, and obviously, with it being BMW Live, we start with BMWs, the 116 Trophy and the 120s. You can see some of the 120s, Ethan Hall over there, heading out, as well as Peter Keane. We need to probably get out of the way of all these cars. John, if you want to come this way, just make sure you're out of the way of these. We don't want to get run down by a pack of BMW 116s. These guys always put on a fantastic show, so we're really excited for this first race of the day, the Triple One going out there. You can see Lewis Charlton here just waiting as well. Lewis, one of the drivers that is doing double duty today, driving the 116 in the 116 Trophy, and he's driving a 120 in the Ultimate BMW race later on today. So there's plenty of these drivers that are going to be doing double duties, Lewis being one of them. So the car's heading out onto track. We'll head up to commentary for the race, first race of the day.
.116 Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup, the 116 Sprint Trophy. So the entry list, as we've been saying for this, is on page 23 of your programmes. A very busy entry list it is too, for 2 15-minute races. So there's about half a dozen of the 120 Coupe Cup cars. The slightly larger engine capacity, they're the coupes rather than the hatchbacks, and they're just slightly more modern as well than the 116s, which form the bedrock of the 116 Sprint Trophy. We've already had a couple of meetings for these cars. Leading the championships, or the 120 Coupe Cup, is being led by Matthew Highcock, who's won 3 of the 4 races to take place so far at Brands Hatch and Thruxton. The other driver to have a race win at Brands Hatch was Anthony Seton, who won the opening round of the championship. In the 116 Sprint Trophy, the wins have been a bit more well spread around. 4 different drivers have had a win so far this year. Will Abraham, Jack Godden, the Luke Fox and AJ Duffel combination, and James Waring as well, have all had wins during the course of this season. Let's though have a look at how the grid is going to line up for this 15-minute race. So on pole position, it is the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock, and besides him is number 18, Alan Caulfield. Row 2 of the grid is going to be 59, Rob Carvell, and in number 5, it's Anthony Seddon. On row 3 of the grid, it's 21, David Williams, and 88, John Turner. Then we get on the 4th row to the first of the 116s, that's 25, Ethan Hall, and next to him is 151, Peter Keane. On row 5, 228, James Waring, and 209, Will Abraham. On the 6th row, it's 121, Luke Fox, and 71, Jack Godden. Row 7, treble 6 is Ben Wilshire, and 252, James Dunn. Row 8, 249 is Scott Jeffs. He's got 83, Sammy Walton next to him. On the 9th row, 55, Lewis Charlton, who's only just leaving the assembly area now, so I think he might need to start from the back of the grid. 55, Lewis Charlton has 111, Antonio Sousa next to him. Row 10, 234, Lee Pearce, and 186 is Daniel Petters. Then the 11th row, 212, AJ Duffel, and 34, Toby O'Reilly. The 12th row, 27, Steve Lloyd, and 93, Lawrence Johnson. The 13th row, 200, Giles Carter. Jason Bailey is in number 23. The 14th row, 714, which is Neil Smith, and 9, Julian Howe, with number 30, Harry Miles, at the back on row 15 on his own. So we should have 29 cars, all being well, and indeed the first few rows have already arrived in position for the start of this race. There you can see the cars on the front row. Matthew Highcock in the treble 5 car with the black front end, the BMW colours, the red and two-tone blue on the top, and then it's the plain white car next to him of number 18, Alan Caulfield. He's a long-time competitor in the 116s and the 120s. Then the second row, it's the Rob Carvell car, number 59. He is next up, and he was last year's champion in a battle that was decided only at the final corner of the final race of the season. And next to him is number 5, Anthony Seddon, who was the driver that he was in competition with. And then the third row, David Williams and John Turner. Looking at some of the cars just arriving at the back of the grid there, I think we've probably got Julian Howe and Neil Smith just arriving. But a big grid of cars for this first race of the day, Johnny, which is great to see.
It's really well subscribed, isn't it? And going to be interesting to see how the 120i and the 116i both deal with the challenges of Oulton Park. I noticed that because in this 116i Sprint Championship, it's the E87 version of the 116, so that's the 5-door hatchback. Plenty of weight there with the extra doors. Yellow flags being waved at about 2/3 distance.
Yeah, I think that's just because we've still got one car just arriving now, which, there it is. That's the 55 car, which was the one late on parade, Lewis Charlton, so he's going to have to start at the back. Now he's arrived, everyone else can slot into position, the safety car and the rescue vehicle at the back of the grid. So I think we are good to go, pretty much, for the first race of the day here at Oulton Park, here at BMW Live. That's organised by the BMW Cup. Now the 55 car is now trying to take up its correct position. The marshal's allowing him to do that, and indeed pointing him in the right direction, then possibly changing his mind. Green flag is waved at the back. Now the marshal is clear of the track, which is good. 5-second board is shown. So 15-minute race for the Gazshocks 116 Sprint Trophy. Red lights are on. They go out. And the race gets underway, and it's an even start from the 2 on the front row. Matthew Highcock in the treble 5 car is going to have the inside line for Old Hall Corner, and he's going to hold on to the lead of the race there. It looks like Alan Caulfield in the 18 car is still there in second position, and I think Rob Carvell was in third. Or was there a spinner further back? I think was that the number 93 car, possibly Lawrence Johnson, who's been spat onto the infield, possibly.
Might have been Sammy Walton in 83. I couldn't tell whether it was 80 or 93, but one of the threes. And I think avoided the barrier, but it depends how much damage was done to the right-hand side, because it was being sort of pushed out of Old Hall for a fair few metres. But the leaders already down at Shell Oil's hairpin, Ian.
Yes, they certainly are then. 15-minute race. So they'll probably get 8 laps out of this, I would think. And it is Highcock, Caulfield, Carvell, your top 3 at the moment. It looks like Anthony Seddon, he's lost a couple of places off the start. He started in 4th place, car number 5, and I think he's dropped back to about 6th position at the moment. as they make their way through. It looks like the first of the 116s at the moment is Ethan Hall in the blue and pink car, but he's using a lot of the curb and a bit more on the way out of Britain's there. That might attract the interest of the officials, who are very keen to make sure track limits are closely policed. Look there on the inside, Seddon does make a place back up on the 88 car, which is John Turner, who's racing that car in these 120 Coupe Cup races during the course of the day. But Matthew Highcock has a good lead as he heads to Druids.
Yeah, so no immediate pressure for Matthew in the treble 5. The one unknown entity for me is Harry Miles, who only set one lap in qualifying. He did an out lap, a flying lap and an in lap, but the flying lap was then disallowed because of the breach of track limits. So he's had to start at the back of the field in 29th position, and Harry Miles might make a bit of progress from there. Keeping an eye on car 55, Lewis Charlton, heading through the double right-hander at Druids. Lots of different lines being used from the Paul Warwick Bridge into Lodge Corner, including side-by-side action. It's very, very busy on this narrow circuit, but Highcock will lead the first lap.
Yes, by 1.5 seconds over Alan Caulfield in second. There's another 3/4 of a second to Rob Carvell in third place, Williams fourth, Seddon up to fifth, so he's recovered one place, and John Turner in sixth. And a little bit of a gap back to Ethan Hall, who's the best of the 116s, and you can see he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, I think, right behind him as well. Will Abraham is there, Peter Keane and Jack Godden all right in there as well behind him. And as I was saying earlier on, we've had a number of different winners in the 116s so far this year. Waring, Godden, Luke Fox and Will Abraham are the 4 drivers to have had success, and 3 of those are in that little group which is headed by Ethan Hall at the moment.
You were spot on about Lawrence Johnson being the spinner at the very start of the race. I don't know why I doubted you. In number 93. Harry Miles has made progress from 29th position up now to 24th. So a good chunk of the rear end of this field already headed by, but it depends where his normal speed is, I suppose. Very sideways coming out of Britain chicane for the 25 car that we saw in the earlier qualifying session. So Ethan Hall with this queue developing behind him. He started 7th, he is still 7th, but under threat of, well, if he loses one place, he may lose another 4 in the process. So the car with the Mint sponsorship on the left-hand side as it swings right and left and right again at Hizzies and Knickerbrook, now heading back up the hill with plenty for company.
Yeah, very busy, as it always is in these 116 Sprint Trophy races, and indeed in the full 90-minute contest we have for these cars as well. They're so evenly matched. It's a really good way to get into motorsport. It's can be done on a reasonably tight budget, but you've got a very credible car, of course, built around the BMW 116. There's a few championships offering this kind of racing for budget cars, including others by the 750 Motor Club, but this particular one with its 90-minute format for most events, but not this one, seems to be very popular indeed as a platform, and has had a number of drivers making their debuts, motorsport debuts in it in recent seasons. But those first 5 of the 116s right together, Hall, Abraham, King, Godden and Fox, separated by only about 1.5 seconds, those first 5. Of course, they're losing touch with the overall race leaders in their 120 coupes. Matthew Highcock is in the lead at the moment, but for second place in the 120s, a battle on there, because Rob Carvell, number 59, was right with the number 18 of Alan Caulfield, and indeed has got past him there at Shallows Corner. So Rob Carvell goes through to take second place now. He's already nearly 3 seconds adrift of Matthew Highcock, so we'll have to wait and see if he can make any inroads into the race leader. But Rob Carvell, a driver with lots of experience under his belt, not necessarily, though, Johnny, in BMWs. He's actually got a chance here of losing second place again, because Caulfield getting alongside him over hill top. He's going to be on the outside line for Hizzies. But, yeah, it's Carvell that manages to turn his way into the corner first.
Yeah, Carvell on the narrower approach, though, into Hislop, so that means his mid-corner speed will have been compromised. It was Caulfield, a slightly wider line in the all-white car, so will that be telling at the top of the hill as they head through Water Tower and on towards Druids? Really good fight for second position, which is playing nicely into the hands of Matthew Highcock. 2.7 seconds his lead at the start of the lap. It could well have increased even more because now the fight is on, and it might be about to be joined actually by the Seddon car in number even 2 litre straight 4 powering these super BMWs that are fighting over second, third, fourth and a distant 5th place for the number 21 car of David Williams. Oh, but going a bit too deep into his slops there is the second place car, and now having to take to the grass is Caulfield. He'll get the place back again as long as he can keep it within the confines of the track. The big winner here might be Anthony Seddon. He's already up to 3rd, possibly 2nd. Druids comes next over the brow, the double right-hander, but you don't want to be approaching that. Glued to the right-hand side of the track. Seddon's going to try it, and he's through. Brilliant.
Yeah, all precipitated by that little mistake, and Seddon the one to really capitalise on it there. He made a bad start to the race, dropped to 6th, but now he's clawed his way back to 2nd. Meanwhile, Carvel now is trying to find a way back past Caulfield, trying to outbrake him. He's got around the outside into Lodge Corner. That was late on the brakes. He runs a bit wide on the exit of the corner, through the gravel, gets the car sideways, immediately loses the place again, and one more to David Williams, who goes through now to take 4th position. So Carvel, in his enthusiasm to get back on terms, possibly overdriving a little bit.
Well, he'd been off the track. I'm not sure his tyres were necessarily that clean. And then, of course, he couldn't slow the car sufficiently into Lodge. That put him out into the weeds, out into the gravel. And his run then through Deerleap was always going to be majorly compromised. David Williams was close enough to snatch 4th position. And yeah, Rob Carvel will be thinking, what on earth happened there? I started the previous lap in 2nd. I'm now down in 5th position. But he's got the lap speed to pick at least 1 or 2 or more of these cars back off again. As then right to the apex at Island Bend went Carvel. But David Williams just about had that covered.
Certainly did. Just in the 116s, I can tell you we've had a change of lead there. Ethan Hall has lost 3 positions on the last lap, and Will Abraham has taken the lead of the 116s. That's 7th overall. Peter Keane 2nd and Jack Godden 3rd. We'll perhaps check in again on that battle in a few moments' time. But as you'll appreciate, it's all been happening in the 120s for the last couple of laps here. 5.5 minutes of the race left to go. We've got Rob Carvel there, now in 5th position at the back of this group. He's trying to get 4th place back from David Williams, but I just worry, from his point of view, that the 2 ahead of him now, Seddon and Caulfield, just a little bit too far away from him.
Yeah, but they may get involved with each other for 2nd and 3rd and start to slow each other down. Still, Matthew Highcock is the one laughing the most into his race helmet, because he'll look in the rear-view mirror and in certain areas of the track not see another car. 7 seconds now, the gap. It may well have grown even more over the last 2.69 miles, because that was the gap at the beginning of lap 5.
As Carvel sort of had a look into Lodge, he's going to probably make the move on the exit of the corner there. Was drifting a little bit wide and giving him plenty of room was David Williams over the line. They are going to come pretty much neck and neck, I think, across the line that time, separated by 14 thousandths of a second across the timing line, and into Oulton Corner at the start of lap 6, and Carvel does get the move done. He goes back to 4th.
Good driving from the Nuneaton man. However, Carvel's exit out of Old Hall's not great. So now down the avenue into Denton's. The places will be switched again. David Williams back ahead, although he'll be on the outside line for Cascades. No, he does wrestle, fourth position, back again from the dark blue car. So Rob Carvel, one place up, one back down again. And really, this car deserves to be in the top three.
And we've had another change of lead in the 116s because it's now Peter Keane that's wrestled his way to the front of that group. Four of them together. Peter Keane, Will Abraham, Jack Gordon and Ethan Hall. They are just heading down towards Cascades now for those of you here at the circuit. On the live stream, though, we're watching this tussle for fourth place overall. And Rob Carvel, well, he thought he'd done it once in terms of getting his way back past David Williams. Williams had other ideas about that. He's going to have another go here. Meanwhile, second and third, Anthony says, and Alan Caulfield head down towards his and Nick Brook with a couple of car lengths between them. Is Carvel going to try and make a move on the brakes for his? No, he's not. Just a little bit too far back, I think, to do anything about him there.
John Turner's a bit on his own in a 120i, so same cars as the machines in the top five, as now Carvel gets a good run out of Knickerbrook and heading up Clay Hill, but David Williams sees him coming, just puts the car right in the middle of the racetrack. And will Carvel try and move up the inside of Druids? No, he sits patiently, concentrates on getting the better exit compared to the all-white car. But as I mentioned, John Turner's not really got anyone to race with. There's a big gap back to his car from fifth. And also then the leading 116i of Peter Keane, having taken that lead on the previous lap, is marginally ahead of the 209 of William Abraham. But they're not flustering John Turner too badly either. As now some back markers being reached by Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield, and Caulfield's delayed coming out of Old Hall Corner because of that. That was the number 9 car of Julian Howe.
Yeah, the drive from Usk now trying to get out of the way. Here, some of the leading contenders in the 116s. The 666 car there is Ben Wilshire, the driver from Huck. There is the leader, though. It's for Peter Keane. He's still got the advantage. Sapped a little bit of momentum, and Will Abraham is going to try and get alongside him. There's the smoky Sammy Walton car, and that now is the battle for the lead in the 116s. So it did give Will Abraham a bit of sucker there, allowed him to close right in on the leader of the class, but it is Peter Keane, number 151, that still holds on at the moment.
Luke Fox is in 5th position in the 116Is, and interestingly in this race his number is 121. We've been having some doubts about which way round Luke Fox and AJ Duffel are numbered. Of about 4 cars right behind Luke Fox.
That's right. Well, the last lap board has now gone out to the race leader Matthew Highcock, so he has gone on to his final lap of the race. But here, a real dispute between Abraham and Ethan Hall. Hall's got second place back within that class. It is, Jack has got the familiar black and the stripes across the top of the car, but now red sides to it. So I don't know if that's needed to be some new bodywork applied to that car. They come to start their final lap of the race. There's a black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody as well. That is 209 Will Abraham, actually, that's seeing that black and white driving standards flag. They're all on to the last lap of the race. Highcock in the lead in the 120s is well around it now. It's probably nearly halfway around the lap, I would think. as the 116s stream their way across the line. Here's Ethan Hall and Will Abraham very close together for second in that class, but look how they've given an advantage here to Peter Keane.
Matthew Highcock still going very nicely at the sharp end of the field. He's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:02.7. But yes, making a break for it now in the lead of the 116s. Peter Keane, with then 3 cars together, second, third and fourth in that division. And under a huge amount of pressure is Luke Fox now from James Dunn. Scott Jeff's in this queue, along with Ben Wilshire, I beg your pardon. However, here is the overall race leader.
We're thinking about Bill Beaumont there. Up and over the line comes the race winner there, Matthew Highcock it is, that takes the victory in the first race of the day here at Oulton Park. It's the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. He's in the 120, of course, so it's Matthew Highcock with a very clear win over Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield in that class. Meanwhile, among the 116s, it's still Peter Keane and Will Abraham second, but Jack Godden now has got his way ahead of the pink and blue car of Ethan Hall.
Yeah, nice overtake that on the straight between Britons and Hislops, confirmed as they hit the brakes into the right-left chicane. Still, the positions outside the top 4 in 116 are very much changeable potentially. Luke Fox having to drive the widest E87 116i he can to fend them off, but the same can be said for the second place car of Hall, who's Hall in 4th position, and the 209 under a huge amount of pressure, Will Abraham. However, the win will go to Peter Keane, Ian.
It certainly will. A comfortable win in the end as the next 3 have battled with one another. It was just, I think, Will Abraham second and Jack Godden third. Josh Barrett's been in touch and he's told me that it's the reason for the different bodywork is he had a big off at Thruxton, did to Jack Godden in the last round, so that's why Josh has speculated that there's some new bodywork on the Jack Godden car that came home eventually third within the 116s. Ethan Hall fourth, Luke Fox fifth of the 116s, but of course Matthew Highcock it was that took the race victory overall by more than 10 seconds, absolutely dominant. His best lap time of 2:02.709. Alan Caulfield actually was only a tenth or so off that, at 2:02.892, but really just couldn't take the fight, and he got drawn into that big battle, of course, with Seddon and Rob Carvell at different stages of the race. Well, there's another race for those cars a little bit
Hello and welcome down to the Parc Fermé for the first time today, and as you can see we've got quite a full little area here with the top three from both the 116s and the 120s. Now fortunately Johnny behind the camera has to stay there, so let me just go and grab first place driver Matt over there. So if I can just grab you, Matt, can you just get over here for us a second? Who are having a bit of an issue with the signal, so if you just walk over with me. So new car for this year, look to be going pretty well.
Yeah, I love it. It's a lot quicker than a 116. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. Great.
And talk to us, obviously it's a bit faster, but what are the challenges that you're finding with this year with it?
Adjusting to different tyres. Obviously the tyres on the 116 is quite a hard compound and they're soft on the coupe, so adjusting to the tyres, changing setup to what I'd usually have on a 116, even though it's the same chassis, it's quite a bit different, but no, I'm loving it. It's awesome round this circuit as well, really good.
You look pretty comfortable in it, and obviously you're doing double duties today, aren't you?
Yes. I had to think then, yeah.
You made me question myself then, but yeah, so obviously two different races. How's that mentally? Because obviously you've got two very different races to prepare for.
I don't know, I mean, the endurance race, I'm just going to go out and pace myself, have some fun and, you know, just be consistent and see where we end up. Obviously there's a lot of really fast cars, but the sprints, to try and do the same again if I can, if we can break away, you know.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for later on then. We look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, we'll grab the winner from the 116s, Phil Keane over here. I'll just grab you a second. That was, if I've ever seen one, a proper tussle.
Yeah, it was decent. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's fantastic. Car was brilliant, like on pace. All we needed to do was get past everybody, and then I knew I had the legs to pull away. So it was just a case of just trying to get past, which is a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, not the best starts either. So I sort of had a bit of work to do. But Ethan and Will were battling a bit, and I managed just to get a run on them, get past Ethan, then chase Will down, managed to get a run on Will, and then yeah, once I got my head down and sort of got into it, it was yeah, the car was mega, and just managed to pull away. And luckily they battled behind me, so it held them up. So I was like, oh, happy days, or less pressure. But yeah, happy, really happy, like mega, like that's exactly what I wanted, and that's exactly what I need for the championship. So wicked, yeah, really happy, mate.
100% later. Same again later.
Yeah, start from P1 next race. So hopefully again get my head down if I can get away. Hopefully less stressful, but no, but yeah, really happy, man. Honestly, it's brilliant. I'm made up, wicked.
Well, congrats on the first win, and we'll see you later on.
Hopefully, yeah. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. I mean, just grab Anthony Seddon. Where's he gone? He's just run off. I can't see him. He's supposed to be P2. This is his car here, but I can't see him anywhere. There's a big group of drivers here. Okay, let's just jump in here. Let's see if we can who we can grab. Right, so Will, which ones have used Will? Sorry, Will. Hello. Not very good with the faces. So that was a proper tussle out there for you.
Yeah, it was proper hard racing. I kind of had to get my elbows out because I knew I didn't really have the legs. So I just had a good start and had to make the most of it. So, yeah, I mean, I had great fun. Wanted the win, but I think once Ethan got in front of me, I knew Keane was going to stretch his legs, and that was it, really.
Yeah, it's pretty busy and pretty manic out there. Obviously, constantly switching and changing places. How difficult is it to try and keep the position around here?
Very tough, especially the toe's stronger than I thought it was going to be today, to be honest. And although, to be fair, there's not many places unless if someone's good at defending, it's quite difficult to overtake here, to be fair. You just have to make the error, force the error, and that's kind of the way to make the move, I think. But yeah, no, it was a great race, good for the series, and yeah, hopefully the next race will be even more carnage.
Absolutely, we'll look forward to seeing that. Cheers very much. Now, I've just seen Anthony Seddon has just disappeared again. Where has he gone? Is he over there? Ah, there he is. Let's try and jump in with Anthony here. You were one of the absolute movers in that race. Firstly, I want to ask about that move from Knickerbrook up towards Druids.
Well, it just kind of happened. there was bedlam going on in front of me, and it was too good an opportunity to miss. But, you know, mess the start up, and then you get a good race, don't you? And so from last to second, I'll definitely have that. Thank you very much. And my mate here had a mega race with him. Shut the door on me a few times, taught me some manners. It was fantastic. Thank you very much.
Same again later?
Yeah. You need this man in now. Get this.
Very, very quick chat.
When we drive together, you realise that, don't you?
So we normally drive a 116 together. Yeah. So we're teammates. Yeah. And I borrowed a car for today off George Healer. So yeah, I'm learning how to drive it. So that's why he beat me.
Absolutely. Well, good luck to see you later on then.
So you've got an age handicap, haven't you?
I've got an age handicap.
Cheers. We've got to move on, but cheers. Thank you very much. Right, so coming up next are the Cleo Sports.
So we have the cars on the green flag lap for the next race of the day, which is the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championships, round 4 and 5 of the championship here this weekend. It started at Croft last month, and we have a busy grid of cars for this one in 2 classes. We've got the Class A for the 182s, Class 2 is for the 197s and 200s, and they're off on their green flag lap now. I can tell you that pole position this morning was claimed by Darren Ransom in his 197. He's taken pole position in his Class B car ahead of Jack Kingsbury, who's alongside him on the front of the grid. So it's going to be those two, 30 and 3 on the front row of the grid. The second row is going to be 72 Pete O'Connor and 14 Jack McConnell. The third row will be 92 Mark Ridout and 111 Nick Harrison. The fourth row, 12 Matt Hipkins and 297 Jan Whittaker. Row 5 will be 18 Mark Witherington and 7 Lewis Richardson. The sixth row, 55 and 27, that's just Griffiths and James Hagan. The seventh row, 56 and 11, 56 Chris Lawrence and 11 Ben Shaw. The eighth row, 57 and 316 Matthew Ponsia, 316 Mark Enoch. The ninth row, 29 and 31 to 10, 32 and 74, 32 Joe Bishop and 74, which is Gary Beatty. So that is the way that the cars will be lining up. There you can see them on the grid ahead of what's going to be another 15-minute race, and always great to see the Cleos, Johnny Palmer.
They just fit well around here, don't they? Yeah, Cleo Racing has had a good history around this place for a long, long time, and there's something about, you know, we're reversing the way that these cars are powered, effectively from rear-wheel drive now to front-wheel drive cars, so bags of oversteer. That's sometimes a bit more controllable, I'm told, heading around a tight and twisty circuit like Oulton Park.
Yeah, 5-second board is shown, so the race about to get underway. Justin Griffith and Lewis Richardson leading their classes in the championship coming into this weekend. Red lights go out, the race gets underway. Good start by the pole position car, which is that of Darren Ransom, number 30. An equally good start, though, by Jack Kingsbury on the front row of the grid. And a great start as well by Mark Ridout in the little orange car, the 182. Oh, and there's some contact further back, and there's a car that is off onto the left-hand side of the circuit. It doesn't quite go over, fortunately. I think that may have been the 14 car, was it? Jack McConnell, the Northern Irish driver that had him off up at Oulton Park, but it's Darren Ransom leading the way, then Jack Kingsbury second. It looks like Mark Ridout third in the first of the 182s, the orange car in third position, but there'll be, yes, immediately a safety car I can see is being called, and the Volkswagen Golf, the 750 Motor Club Volkswagen Golf safety car is already on the circuit, having sort of waited at the back of the grid as it normally does in these situations, and it will pick up the cars as they come through at the end of the first lap, with some recovery work needing to be done there. After that, off for Jack McConnell. And got a bit tangled up with one or two other cars, John, just on the way through Oulton.
Started in fourth position on the second row, and there were other cars in and around him clearly, which they've all sort of tripped over one another. It's difficult to assess precisely who was at fault, because so many times it's such a busy run down into that first corner for cars on the front few rows. Jack got away with one in the sense that the car wasn't on its side when it hit the tyre barrier. That was potentially the strength of the uniform on the occasion. The car staying strong and protect the driver. You never like to see a car rolling or indeed half rolling.
We're having one or two audio issues in the commentary box, so we'll hopefully see if we can get those resolved. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us at the moment, though. Apologies for any issues that we have. So the safety car waiting as each right in front of our commentary box now as the cars, of course, see the yellow flags all the way around the circuit, unable to overtake, so they're just really lining up behind Darren Ransom at the moment. He's effectively acting as the safety car, and of course with only a 15-minute race You don't get too many laps anyway around Oulton Park, the full international circuit here. So potentially with the interruption of a safety car, you can get very few racing laps. End of lap 1 then, albeit most of it's been run behind the safety car. It's Darren Ransom, number 30, that leads the way. Then number 3, Jack Kingsbury, is in 2nd place. In 3rd position, it's the number 92 car of Mark Ridout. He's the first of the 182s. In 4th place, it's number 72, Pete O'Connor. In 5th place, it's number 12, Matthew Hipkins. And rounding out the top 6 at the moment is number 7, and that's Lewis Richardson.
I'm going to try and talk again. No, that's maybe slightly better now. I've been faffing around with the various settings that are in front of us, because you stick a mixing desk in front of me and I'm just going to start to mess around.
Right.
And that can either go swimmingly well or 9 times out of 10 very badly. I think maybe you can hear me maybe slightly better now. You're not missing any racing as we struggle to talk about it, because unfortunately before one racing lap was completed, we are already under a safety car, and no longer does the 14 car run, but Nick Harrison's not come through either at the end of the first lap.
I think he's just about to pull into the pit lane, I can see from our commentary box. So I think that is the Harrison car, number 111. Where were those two in relation to one another? They were one row behind the other, weren't they? So I think they probably did both manage to get themselves involved in that incident. 111 Nick Harrison and 14 Jack McConnell. Harrison's car doesn't exploit too much damage from our commentary position, so maybe it's just there's some hidden damage that we're unable to see.
He may, if he's gone over the gravel and sort of half followed Jack McConnell, might he have picked up a puncture potentially?
Possibly, I guess he might have done, yes. It could be something like that. I think there's some team members and possibly a scrutineer or two up there now just to inspect the car. At least it's not like there's any work being carried out. The driver's door is now open. And there we can see on the inset the recovery work being done. So some quick work there to already get that Jack McConnell car onto the back of the flatbed. So very efficient work done by the marshals and the recovery crew at Oulton Park. I'm sure they'll just be checking the barriers as well, because he just about made contact with those as well, didn't he, Johnny? Although fortunately not as heavy as it looked like he might do at one point.
Yeah, because enough of the car, the wheels of the car, the right-hand side wheels, had dug into the gravel trap, but he hadn't gone entirely into the gravel. It was just that final bit of it. But yes, as the momentum is still with the car, but the tyres and wheels get stuck in the gravel, that's so often where we can see a little Cleo like this roll over. But the tyre wall did a good job in keeping Jack's car upright, and he is out and walking away.
That's good to see. So the tale of what happened then at Croft for the opening meeting of the season. Well, in the Class B for the 197-200s, it were 3 different winners. Jack Kingsbury took the victory in race 1. Darren Ransom took the honours in race 2, the second race of the weekend for the cars. And then it was Justin Griffiths that ended the weekend. And then the bridesmaid in the first 2 races with a victory there. And he emerged, therefore, from that with the Class B championship lead. 71 points he has after those first 3 races. In Class A, it was a double win for Lewis Richardson in the 182. Mark Ridout it was that took the 3rd race victory there, and all of that meant that it's Lewis Richardson that emerges with 70 points because he was 3rd in race 3 within the class. Points are scored within individual classes rather than overall finishing position. So coming into this weekend, it was Griffiths on 71 points, Richardson on 70, Jack Kingsbury on 67 and Darren Ransom on 66, the first 4 drivers in the championship. There's a long way still to go. This is round 4 of 14. After this they go to Snetterton in a couple of weeks, Cadwell Park in July, Brands Hatch in August and Mallory Park in October to round out the season, and we're live streaming that event in October for you on Alpha Live as well, which will be the final round of several championships. I think hopefully, Johnny, we might only get one more lap, this lap behind the safety car, and then we'll be able to go racing again.
That would be great, because obviously a short race anyway at 15 minutes. We don't get any extra time added because the safety car is out. No extra laps that you might get in, for example, a British Touring Car Championship race. So this is frustrating for drivers who have been building up to this first of a couple of 15-minute affairs throughout the course of the day. They were out pretty early on in the day for qualifying, 9 o'clock for the VSG Crypto Cleos. Again, only 15 minutes, so you couldn't afford to have too many trying laps, shall we say. Always important to get a banker in, perhaps, and we do have Nick Harrison rejoining in Trouble 1.
Do you remember when we were here in September, the Cleos were here on that occasion, that they lost a race to the thunderstorm as well? So they're not having much luck here at Oulton Park, really,
no.
are they, unfortunately? We had a thunderstorm that wiped out the last 2 races of the day at Oulton Park back in September, so it took out the electrics and so forth as well. So the race meeting couldn't continue on that occasion. Safety car lights are still on. I think that the circuit is now clear, however, and we've got the cars making their way up towards Druids. Is the safety car light now out? Yes, it is. So we are going to be going racing once again. We're going to have 6 minutes of time left on the clock, so that's probably enough time for 3 racing laps, all being well, once the green flag waves to get them back underway. So the safety car is about to head into pit lane. Darren Ransom controls the pace. It will be he that decides when to put his foot down, when to go. Can he catch his opponents napping by making a very good restart? They turn their way through Lodge Corner, and on they go up towards the start and finish line, and there the green flag waves to get us back underway with Darren Ransom, number 30, leading the way. Number 3, Jack Kingsbury in second place. 92, Mark Ridout is third. 72, Pete O'Connor fourth. Matthew Hipkins is fifth, and Lewis Richardson, who rounds out the top 6, with racing back underway on lap 4.
1 or 2 a little bit crossed up heading into Old Hall Corner there, I noticed, because the cold tyres, particularly on the rears, you need to be heading round at a greater pace than the safety car can offer a lot of the time before that tyre temperature is sufficient to provide the necessary grip. But Darren Ransom pushing on, that's really the only solution in actual fact. Don't get too daunted with the tail wagging. Many people who've driven front-wheel drive cars over the years have said to me that actually the rear wheels, the rear axle, is just to make sure that the rear bumper doesn't drag on the ground. It's all about the front tyres and them gripping, which is the most important thing. 0.6 of a second, the gap between Darren Ransom and Jack Kingsbury as they began this lap. It's arguably come down a little bit for the first time then at racing speed heading through Britain's. And some good dicing up and down this initial top 15, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. Always a good battle in the Cleo races, and here we've got 2 of the drivers that had victories at Croft battling it out for the win. The other one, Justin Griffiths, is back in 8th position overall, so he's not having a particularly good race, albeit we've only had really just about a total of 1 racing lap's worth of action so far, so he's not had much chance to progress. So we'll see if he does manage to make up some ground before the end of the race. And it's Ridout, who was the winner at Croft, that is still ahead. There he is in that number 92 car in the 182s, and he's got the cars from the other class in between himself and Lewis Richardson as well, so that's pretty handy for him. He does have Pete O'Connor now. He was the champion last year in the 182s and overall as well. He does go through to 3rd place, so there's now only 1 car between Ridout in the orange car and Lewis Richardson in the sort of pink and grey car of the 2 front running 182s.
And they indicated by the pink background on the scoring tower as well with the white numbers, so easy to tell the 2 different classes apart. So Ridout maybe feeling the heat a little now from Lewis Richardson, but has the buffer of Matt Hipkins in between in 5th on the road, and not really a huge battle between Richardson and the Witherington car at the moment. That's over a second the difference. And actually, Mark Ridout starting to take the fight back again to number 72, Peter O'Connor, as they head down Lakeside and into Island Bend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. These cars will have different strengths and weaknesses around the circuit, won't they? And at different points on the lap, Ridout will be quicker, and others, Pete O'Connor, will be the faster of the 2. Good little scrap going on further back. I noticed that between Richardson and Mark Witherington there. And yeah, there is that's the 18 car of Witherington, and it's 55 Griffiths in fact now behind him, who hasn't made any progress. He's still there in 8th position. I say he's a winner at Croft, so I was surprised to see him as far back down the field as this here at Oulton Park. we saw that it was still Darren Ransom leading Jack Kingsbury as they headed through the Hizzies and Nicker Brooks sequence that time. Another driver that's well back is Chris Lawrence. I think he must have had something happen to him because he's way back at the rear of the field now in 18th position. He's another driver that's regularly a front runner. There go the leaders though, turning their way through Druids. It's O'Connor in third, Ridout in fourth, Matt Hipkins in fifth, and then Lewis Richardson is in sixth place as they head through Druids, and shortly they're going to go on to their final lap.
Yeah, it's a shame that, because a lot of the race taken away from them by the safety car, but a chance to do at least one more lap. Yeah, well short of a lap time though, as Darren Ransom will cross the line. So the all blue number 30 car still under a bit of pressure from Jack Kingsbury in his number 3. Peter O'Connor, having wriggled free of Mark Ridout, makes it an all Cleo 200 top 3 in the overalls. And then number 92 leading still the 182 division. Lewis Richardson and Mark Witherington still with just over a second in between them. Has Justin Griffiths made any progress? No, still wedged in 8th place. And I take your point about Chris Lawrence. He's 9th within category and 18th overall.
Yeah, that's right. So he's clearly had some kind of a problem, which we've not spotted necessarily. Just seeing if I have got any information on that. Oh yeah, he had briefly pulled off at Britain's, but then continued. I'm seeing on the information I've got in front of me. So obviously some intermittent problem that he has had. Meanwhile, the rest of the field continuing on in this VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship race. It's never really, in the 3 laps that we've had, it looks like he stopped again now in the background, Lawrence, but it's never really bubbled up into something that's a real thriller. And that little dice going on between O'Connor and Ridout, but that soon dissipated. There's the 55 car of Griffiths, who still made no progress from 8th position in the sort of 3 laps of racing that we've had. Leaders though heading up to Druids for the final time. There's Lawrence, who's stationary at sort of the island part of the circuit. So leaders have gone through Ransom and Kingsbury. It's O'Connor and Ridout in 3rd and 4th, and they're heading up towards Lodge Corner for the final time. There's Witherington in 7th place, but the leaders here with 4 or 5 car lengths between them, not really that close at this stage. Perhaps be a more intense race too later on in the afternoon, but it is going to be Darren Ransom then that comes through to take his 2nd win of the season in the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. Jack Kingsbury 0.6 of a second behind him, and then it was Peter O'Connor 3rd, Mark Ridout 4th, Matthew Hipkins 5th, and Lewis Richardson in 6th place.
Yeah, shame that, because I think as far as the qualifying times were concerned, the race was going to be fascinating had it run to its full 15 minutes, but quite a collection of cars tripping over one another coming out of Old Hall Corner. Thankfully, the number 14, Jack McConnell, although the car a little battered and bruised, Jack was able to walk away from that incident, which could have been a lot more nasty than it turned out. But as a result of the recovery work necessary and then a quick repair to the tyre wall on driver's left coming out of Old Hall, safety car was out for well over half of the race. A nice little exchange though, as on the slowing down lap between Darren Ransom and Jack Kingsbury, waving at one another, saying, well, Darren, you kind of had the measure on me and I couldn't really take the fight to you. But they were a reasonable distance away from Peter O'Connor, who was delayed in the early stages trying to get by Mark Ridout's car, but a good class victory for Mark Ridout as well in Class A.
Absolutely right. So that's the first race of the day for the Cleos completed. They are back out again at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. But it was a win there for Darren Ransom, and the best lap of the race to him as well, I think, a 2:02.857 as well. So he also got the fastest lap of the race in that slightly truncated race, with about half of it run behind the safety car after that early drama for Jack McConnell during the course of that race. So number 30 it was Darren Ransom that took the win from number 3 Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place. 3rd place was number 72 Peter O'Connor, 4th number 92 Mark Ridout, and 5th place was number 12 Matt Hipkins, 6th was number 7 Lewis Richardson, 7th was 55 Justin Griffiths, 8th number 18 Mark Witherington, 9th was number 36 Mark Enoch, and 10th was number 297 Jan Whittaker. The class win therefore going to Ridout from Richardson and Witherington completing the Class A podium. And as we say, it's points within the classes that make up the points that are scored in this championship rather than the overall finishing position. So good result there from Ridout to keep you on. But I think it's probably going to be Darren Ransom that might even move into the lead of the championship with that result there. So more Cleos later on. They're heading in on their slowing down lap. A reminder that there's lots going on here at BMW Live. We've just had the 50 years of 3 Series presentation, but you can still, for another 20 minutes or so, have a passenger ride in the drift taxis, and then again this afternoon from about 1:25 so still lots of opportunity. If you're a BMW Car Club member, show your membership card and you'll get a discount on that as well. But also for lots of entertainment, head over to the Fogarty Moss Centre there on the infield, with lots going on there. There's merchandise available from the BMW Car Club, raffle tickets as well. You can arrange to take part in the parade lap later on today if those tickets haven't already sold out. There's the simulator, the fully immersive triple screen racing simulator that you can try your hand at, or there's the scale extric version of Oulton Park as well. All of that, by the way, is free, the sim and the scale extric entertainment there. So do avail yourself of the opportunity to take part in those activities in the Fogarty Moss Centre. So that brings to an end the Cleos, and we're going to have now a short break.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Oulton Park, we've just had the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship race. In a few moments we'll have the Armed Forces Race Challenge cars released out onto the circuit as well. But as we say, there's been lots going on here at BMW Live during the course of the day. We'll be very soon seeing more from Will Beaumont out there on the circuit. On the infield, he's been covering various interviews during the course of the morning. We've got a car obviously being recovered before the Armed Forces Race Challenge race goes out, and that's going to be their final race before the lunch break. We've got the grid walk, of course, as well to come at lunchtime around about 1:45. You can make your way onto the grid as well, and have a close-up look at the cars and a chat to some of the drivers as well during the course of the lunch break in racing. Lots going on all day though here at BMW Live at Oulton Park, and we've got another 8 races to come this afternoon as well, with the BMW Car Club being the first race after lunch break. But I think now we can hear once again from Will Beaumont.
There is no better thing than spending your money on brand new car parts. That's what we earn the money for. We buy the cars and we then put more gleaming, perfect, louder, bigger, lighter car parts on our cars, and BMW Live has a wonderful selection of traders who are going to sell you all those sort of things you want to spend all of your hard-earned cash on. So we have Scorpion Exhausts, who make wonderful stainless steel exhaust systems, and probably from other materials as well. We have also, in the back there, we have Bilstein, who make obviously some of the best dampers for your car if you want to make it handle any better. We've also got Bremtech for brakes and suspension, but also if you were being a little bit more altruistic and you didn't necessarily want to spend all of your money on car parts and you wanted to be a bit more charitable, we have BMW Live's official leading charity here as well. We have the Air Ambulance, so we're going to go and have a quick chat with them to find out exactly what happens with all of your money when you do give it to the Air Ambulance, because there aren't many charities who are more worthy than the Air Ambulance. So fantastic. Here we are with our ambulance. Hello, hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. What was your name, sorry?
I'm Roz, and I'm a volunteer with Adrian for the North West Air Ambulance charity, and we're here to raise awareness of our life-saving service across the North West and often at Oulton Park and Cheshire. We have to raise 18 million a year for our 3 helicopters and our 5 cars that operate 365 a year and 24 hours a day. So we do life-saving work all the time, every day, and it's here to save lives when it's needed.
So how many helicopters was that? How many cars?
So we've got 3 helicopters. 008 is at Blackpool Air Base, and 072 Dr. Copter and 75 are at Barton. So they have a doctor on board, and 75 has 2 paramedics, all with 1 pilot each.
And they're on standby all the time?
So helicopters fly all daylight hours, and then if the stormy weather or nighttime, we have night cars, and we also can use those cars if it's a local patient that needs us that might benefit from a quicker transfer than starting the helicopter. So we use those so that we can fly 365 24/7.
Wow, that's incredible. And that's, you say £18 million a year. Now, £18 million, let's not be honest, that is a lot of money, but that seems incredibly cheap for what is actually being provided there. That's a huge amount.
Well, we have just had our helicopters upgraded with new engines so that it can fly faster, carry more weight. We also mean that we've got slightly more accommodation should a parent need to go with a child that needs to be transferred. But it also means that we are investing in our night cars. So we only operated that previously on a weekend basis as a trial. Now is every night of the year, and also on stormy days. So we offer the service every day, night and day.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic, and it's, obviously that money is not being wasted. It's being used on something exceptionally valuable, and it's being used wisely as well. So that's wonderful, fantastic. Well, I hope that everyone here learns more about it and donates a bit of money too. Wonderful.
You know what? It's a life-saving service that nobody thinks they're going to need until the day that they need us, and we just help you whenever you need us. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, as well as the air ambulance and the other traders as well, we've got one final. This is the big one. This is the big sort of event sponsor as well. We have Performance M here, and they are here with MMX, who are also a big BMW tuner as well, who provide all sorts of parts. So we're going to have a go and sneak in here and see if we can find Ben and George, who are going to be able to give us a bit of a rundown on exactly what goes on at Performance M and MMX, which previously was called MMR, which is why there is a MMR banner there, but most of the company is now called MMX. So here we have George from Performance M. Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, yeah, very good.
Fantastic. So today you're here in partnership with MMX. How do the 2 companies sort of fit together?
So we're both BMW. MMX have been an amazing company to work with. So they supply a lot of aftermarket discs, coil packs, springs. Springs are a massive one for us. So yeah, really good place to work with.
Fantastic. So Performance M, tell us exactly what it is that you do. So is it?
So we're a BMW performance specialist based in Manchester. We work on anything from the F chassis, G chassis cars. Servicing, maintenance, tuning. We do a lot on tuning. We're doing a lot on the G chassis vehicles, early G chassis vehicles. Obviously, we've got a huge name on M140Is as well. So yeah, it's a big place.
Fantastic. So you're fitting lots of MMX parts, you're fitting lots of other stuff as well. Brilliant. So to sort of what is the the hot car? What is the car that you're getting? That people are coming in with that you're doing an awful lot with.
So a car that we've been doing so well with for a while now is the M140i. They're just an amazing platform to work on. Stock, they're very underdeveloped. People buy them, realise that, and then obviously start to modify them, and that's where we come in, and that's where we've been able to get a really good name for ourselves. Now starting to, as I said, move on to like the G chassis stuff. With some really interesting parts. Like we've got MMX tuning box on the M2. We've got 2-piece rotors, 2-piece floating discs. Just gradually growing the car. It's getting bigger and bigger every year, every month. So yeah.
Excellent.
That answers your question.
Excellent. No, that's fantastic. Yeah, that really is good. So what is it? Well, give us a bit of a rundown. What sort of like what people are doing to their M140s with you guys? Is it power? Is it chassis? Is it brakes? What's happening? What's the big thing?
The main one is like suspension. So you've got B8s, MMX lowering springs. You have like the rear handling packs, differential and subframe inserts. They're like the default pack for the car. After that, you've got bigger brakes. You've got like the conversion kit that we do, which takes a standard 340mm disc over to a 380, which is used in the F chassis M cars like M2, M3, M4. Tuning as well, massive gains to be had from tuning. So they're sort of the hot picks of what we do. A lot of it is suspension work because that is such a weak point on the car. And we have packages available on our website that are always in stock, and obviously the main reason why we keep them in stock is because they are such big sellers, and they're a well covered area of owning an M140i.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. Well, that's brilliant insight. Wonderful stuff. Well, we're stood right next to the rear axle of what I think probably is maybe a G Series car or maybe an F Series car. But I suspect that Ben from MMX is going to be able to tell us an awful lot more about it than I'm going to know about it. So, hello, Ben. What is it that we're standing in front of here?
So this is from an M3 Touring G chassis, and we've got everything set up on this that we sell for that platform. So everything from normal kind of street parts, so we've got the adjustable springs on this side, but if you wanted to go crazy with it, we've also got the remote reservoir coilover kit on this side. So this gives you both sides of the things that we sell.
Yes, it isn't an axle you're going to be putting onto a car as it is. It's a one side, it shows one thing, and one side.
Track if it did, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to handle very well. But this shows you what you've got. So up here we've got just a normal sort of like spring replacement.
So the car's now on the grid for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The red lights go on for a 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and they go out now, and it's a good start by Mark White from pole position. He had John Copley alongside him on the front of the grid in his Seat, but it's the yellow and black Honda that's going to take the lead of the race down into Oulton Corner for the first time. John Copley in the Seat Ibiza is in second place, and the rest of them going through. I think that's Luke Arpino that's going well wide in the Mazda MX-5. He rejoins the circuit, having been on the grass on the way out of Oulton Corner down towards Dentons and Cascades. He has gone for the first time. But it's Mark White, I think, in the yellow and black Honda Civic Type R with a comfortable lead in this race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. He lined up on pole position, Copley alongside him. It was Jewis and Candler on row 2, Chapman and Ian Cooper in the Daewoo on the third row of the grid. There's Luke Arpino making back up some of the ground that he lost on the grass at Oulton Corner as he goes through the left-hander at Island Bend. But a good, convincing lead here for Mark White in the Honda Civic as they round Shallows Corner for the first time.
So tricky start for John Copley's Seat Ibiza Cupra. Adam Dewis qualified well in his BMW, the 125i, as they thread their way then through Britain's for the first time of asking. There's some recovery work taking place for one of the Honda Civics further down the order as well. But a great collection of all sorts of different cars, including the number 67 BMW 330 Ci, then of Tom Sykes with that giant rear wing. Mazda MX-5 heading through Hislops and now up the hill out of Knickerbrook. So slightly extended race compared to what we've had earlier on in the day, 20 minutes. And yes, after a hiccup or two at Oulton Corner, those places being gathered back again.
That's right, so coming towards the end of the first lap, 20-minute race, and in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, points are not awarded based on your finishing position. They are based on your consistency. There's a performance index that is calculated, which is basically your total race time divided by the fastest lap time. And the closer to sort of one that is, the closer the ratio is, the better, because that shows how consistent you have been during the course of the race. And then points are awarded on that basis. And it's Mark White actually that's leading on that basis, well, in spite of the fact that he was also successful on the road at Oulton Park as well for the first meeting of the season, which was on Easter Monday. He's leading the race now. There's one in the pits I can see as well, one of the clears, but it's Mark White leading, led from John Copley by 2.8 seconds at the end of the first lap. Adam Dewis it is in 3rd position, and Jonathan Candler in 4th, as we are watching here the car in 9th position. That's the number 26 Mazda MX-5 of Gareth Moss, the driver from Burton-on-Trent, and he is under pressure from Tom Sykes in the BMW 330.
Ahead of them, the Ford Fiesta ST150 of James Flint. So that's a performance Fiesta, which at the moment is able to keep at bay the all-white Mazda of Gareth Moss and the 67 BMW of Tom Sykes. Side by side in behind on the Cleo, nearly turned in then on fellow French car, the Peugeot 306 GTI 6 of Paul Waterhouse. There was a level of understanding eventually, and they avoided any contact. But that's the difficulty when you're leaving Shell Oil's hairpin absolutely side by side. And here comes the Cleo late on the brakes, mind you. The Peugeot's doing exactly the same thing. And now there is a spin for Paul Waterhouse as he was doing battle with the Cleo, and Waterhouse facing oncoming traffic, having to wait for the gap, and it's so galling to delay and now loop again on the very, very wet grass, Ian.
It's a good job nobody's watching, isn't it?
Apart from all of us.
And this is the problem. This is what causes you an issue when you're looking for consistency. You know, straight away, that's wrecked his chances now of getting a good point score, because he's going to have a long lap here, hopefully, compared to the rest of his. I suppose if you're canny about this, then you can drive more slowly for the rest of the race, possibly, and not put a really quick lap in, because he's not done a flying lap now. So he could be a little bit canny here and limit the damage by just driving the rest of the race more slowly than he otherwise would. But I doubt he's going to do that. He wants to go out and enjoy himself and push. 2 laps completed. Mark White, number 65, leading in the Honda. It's John Copley second in the Seat, number 47, and John, who's 36 years of age, from Castleford, a tank commander. He's been racing since 2019, and he's got a homemade carbon fibre floor and splitter on his set, which we'll see again during the course of the race. They can see one of the oldest cars, I think probably the oldest car in the race, is the MGB of Andy Holmes, the 60-year-old from Chesterfield, who started racing 30 years ago. He's raced that car in the BCV8 Championship, and he's an RAF veteran, so you don't need to be in active service to race in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The veterans are very much welcomed in as well, and there's actually an inter-force competition as well, which has the veterans as one of the the categories within that as well. So it's great fun, clubby feel of a championship, this Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Ben McLaughlin has been in the pits for a little while. Paul Waterhouse comes in, though, now as well, following his spin at Hislops. We're concentrating on Richard Brown's Toyota MR2 Roadster, which runs in the Class C division. On the grid, Jonathan Candler had taken pole position in Class C in his Peugeot 306 GTI. Qualified in 4th position in car number 1. And here comes the MGB Roadster then of Andrew Holmes, trying to outbrake the MR2 Roadster, but isn't able to get by there. In behind them is Luke Arpino's Mazda MX-5, which had that slightly wayward approach to Old Hall Corner on the first lap.
Paul Waterhouse said he was out of his car as well. He doesn't look like he's going to be rejoining the race. So lap 3 now completed by the top 4 cars, certainly White, Cobley, Dewis and Candler. We're watching there the number 35 car, which is a bit further back down the order. In 12th place, in fact, is Richard Brown in the MR2 Roadster, the 53-year-old retired Army officer from Cheltenham. He's racing low costs and MR2s and 116s. This is a 2001 car that he has got. There's Thomas Sykes, it's number 67, the Yorkshire driver in the BMW 330 Ci. He's still trying to find a way back past Gareth Moss, who overtook him a few laps ago. We'll see if he can make it back through there. And just behind them as well, they've got Paul Chapman, haven't they, in the Renault Cleo. He is one of the drivers that lists Oulton Park as his favourite circuit, the 46-year-old Army officer from Besford, who's only in his 3rd season of racing, and a car prepared by Beanie Sport, the Cleo RS200.
Well, a majority of the field are finding time, as in good lap times. They, I suppose, want to be careful that they're not too good compared to their first few laps. I mean, from a consistency point of view, the opening lap is always going to be slower,
yes,
by necessity, but beyond that, you want to try and get all of the following laps as equal as possible. BMW with a good run then on the all-white Mazda of Gareth Moss, and down the inside will attempt to go Tom Sykes, and Moss doesn't fight that because, again, you don't want to be deeply in defensive mode because you're going to ruin your consistency in that regard. Drama at Druids.
Yeah, that's Adam Dewis, the car from third position that is in the gravel trap, the BMW 125i. So obviously he's stopped there so we can better admire it here on BMW Live. But yeah, off into the gravel trap has gone Adam Dewis from third place. So that's going to promote Jonathan Candler, the reigning champion, up into third position. He's just gone across the line now, I can see from our commentary box window. There in the foreground of shot you can briefly see the 51 car of Ian Cooper, the Daewoo Nexia, with lots of Astra GTE bits underneath the bonnet on that car, I think. It's a bit of a modified car, but he's moved up into 6th place now as Adam Dewis, you can see on the timing tower on the live stream, goes tumbling down the order. Mark White, by the way, leading by 3.4 seconds from John Cobley, and then there's 23 seconds back to Candler in third place. So those two cars out in front, Class B and A cars, well clear of the rest. Candler, and then the next 8 cars are all competing in Class C, with the class splits being on power to weight ratio in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Double wave yellows, I think, for Adam Dewis.
Yeah, I was about to say it's going to be interesting to see how Dewis's car is dealt with now, because it's in quite a vulnerable position.
Red flag, race being stopped. And
that's not a huge surprise, in truth.
And that is because, in part, we don't have the facility for the safety car in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, because it would mess up those calculations about the performance index for one reason. So we go straight to a red flag and a race stoppage. The officials determining that they couldn't leave that car where it is. There wasn't really a gap in the traffic, such was the sort of spread of the performance of these cars, to get the marshals to remove or push that car out of the way under live racing action. So a red flag. We'd had 4 laps, so probably about 8 minutes of the race. The time's been cleared from the time screen now, so we'll have to see if we do get a restart for this, and if so, over how many minutes. We also had interruptions at Donington Park as well, similarly. And yes, it does mean that it's a bit disruptive, because we have to have a red flag and a restart for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. And this will cause a bit of a delay, inevitably, when we've got the grid walk. And we've also got a flyover coming up at around 12:40 as well, which, well, that will happen come what may, whatever we're doing at the time. We've got a Lancaster bomber coming over Oulton Park, everybody, so you've got that to look forward to. And I think it's going to be hang around for a moment or two, so you get plenty of time to see it. So I can see, and you can see on the live stream now, the marshal's just trying to stop the cars short of the grid, because what will need to happen here as well, and this is always the tricky bit, because we've had 4 laps of racing for the majority of the field, a new grid, which I think will be determined on the order after 3 laps, that will need to be worked out by the timekeepers, TSL, and issued to the marshals, and then they'll need to shuffle all the cars into the right order. And that's not the work of a moment, is it, Johnny?
Certainly not. I seem to recall there were just over 10 minutes still to go when the flags came out to stop the race, so we'd got to about half distance, but I'd be very surprised if we run again for 10 minutes, even though effectively 1 lap is taken off in order to generate a grid. So 4 laps completed, it's likely that the result from 3 laps will be used to order the cars. And now Lewis being called forward to safely climb on board. Dewis, I should say. Adam Dewis is number 13 car, stranded in the gravel. He's obviously had a good go at trying to get that car out of the gravel trap, and now though the rear wheels are significantly deep in the stones, that's why he could go no further, and a recovery truck will help in pulling that out. But it remains to be seen whether Adam Dewis can take the restart. Sometimes if you cause a red flag, you're actually not allowed to do that. But I don't know how the regulations are written in this.
No, I suspect he won't be able to, but we'll see. Fortunately, it's not going to take too long to recover that car. There's no barrier damage or anything else that we need to contend with. It is just the straight toe of that car that needs to be recovered, which shouldn't take too long. And in fact, providing they can get it back out of the gravel trap, it can probably make its way back under its own stream to the to the pit lane, and yep, it's on the move now. Or it was, and it's sort of managed to dig itself well into that gravel trap, hasn't it? The BMW 125i, and once it's out, and just a bit of adjustment needed. Looking at the hand signals of the marshals, then it should be able to drive back to the pit lane. Meanwhile, the start line marshals will be doing their best to get the cars back into the correct order on the grid for a restart. And I've just seen the information pop up on our screen. Restart will be a green flag lap and then 6 minutes of racing, which will be essential. Is it going to be 3, possibly even 4 laps? Most likely 3 laps, I would think, that they will get. But the quickest cars are lapping in just under 2 minutes. But of course, they do have a standing start lap as well. So, be touching over whether they squeak through for 4 minutes. But it'll be a 6-minute restart when that happens. And there goes Adam Jewis driving away. He'll have been instructed by the marshals, just keep off the racing line because you're going to be spreading gravel out onto the circuit as you go. So just try and not to spread that right onto the racing line if you don't mind, sir.
It's giving the car a little bit of a wiggle just to knock out any stones that may have found their way into crucial bits of the suspension. And gravel, I mean, just as a habit of finding its way into all the nooks and crannies, unfortunately. But Adam Jewis doing a good job, certainly trying to shake any loose gravel away. And his car will be able to be driven into pit lane, I'm expecting, depending on what sort of instruction. No, he's being told actually to tag onto the back of the field.
Okay, well, that's where he is for now. Adam, who's 33 years of age, from Poole, a commando in the Royal Marines. And he's been racing since 2016. It's a 2-litre supercharged car. That's a BMW. He used to be his daily driver as well. The marshals there you can see going to work, sweeping up the gravel. And yeah, many thanks to all of the marshals out in great numbers again, as ever here at Oulton Park. It's usually one of the best supported circuits for marshals, that's for certain. So many thanks to all of the marshals here this weekend for their hard work, dealing with incidents, controlling the electronic light boards and waving the flags, and all of the other duties that they do around the circuits. And yeah, really couldn't go racing without them. It's a cliche, but it's true. And yeah, many thanks to all of you here at Oulton Park today for your support. Right, we do now have on the screen, the timing screen, it's sort of flashing the message 1 green flag lap plus 6 minutes, but as yet we've not got the cars gridded up. So that's going to take a few minutes to do, one would think, before we can get back underway. So this Armed Forces race challenge is a very popular category, well supported, more than 20 cars on the grid here this weekend. Actually a little bit down on what we have sometimes. I think we had at Donington Park for the opening meeting of the season. It caters really for just about any type of closed wheel car in across the class structure. So there are 4 classes based on power to weight ratio. Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 240, Class C up to 180, and Class D up to 135 brake horsepower per tonne. I think John Cobley's car has actually had to be a bit detuned to squeeze into the class limits. I think his Seat Ibiza is capable of putting out 490 brake horsepower, but it's actually sort of turned down to 340 brake horsepower, so it can fit within the limits for Class A in this championship. So a very powerful car indeed, John Cobley's car. It was self-built, it was bought as standard. He's done a lot of the work himself, common by Army Sports Car and Racing these days. So we'll get racing back underway just as soon as we can. The timing screen has been cleared, ready for more action, which will come up in just a few moments. So let's, while we're waiting for the cars to be reformed on the grid for the restarted race for the Armed Forces race challenge. I think we can hear once again from Will Beaumont, who's been out at BMW Live today.
As you drive into BMW Live, you are greeted by 5 exceptional cars. Very clean, very sparkly, very shiny, very immaculate cars. They are one car from each of the organising regions that of the BMW Car Club that have put together this show, which is why, in some respects, there isn't really a theme between them. It's not like down at the 3 Series section or any other of the club bits. This is where we have one car from each region that has been selected to be sort of the best representation of that region's cars. So that's why they are so perfect looking. So we have, first of all, we have this black, deep black, very, it's almost like a mirror finish on this black E39 from the Central West region. God, that's more difficult to say than it needed to be, which is just wonderful. It looks like it might have been originally a Japanese market car and has been imported back to the UK, back into Europe. But as we go along, we've got this selection of, we've got from M performance models, then we've got proper M cars. So we have the M135i in this wonderful matte green paint. It does look pretty spectacular. Going on to what is probably maybe almost everyone's favourite M3. Not everyone's favourite, I will admit, but almost everyone's favourite M3. The E46 M3 is an absolute icon and a perfect addition to the sort of the 3 Series selection that is here at this show today. And then we are on to a beautiful purple. I think this is a Thunder Night purple M240i. This is the sort of the best, the M Performance version of the 2 Series that replaced the old M240, this 4-wheel drive, same sort of engine as previously before, 8-speed automatic gearbox, amazingly fast. Honestly, if this car, as brilliant as the M3 is, and this might not be a full M car, but I tell you what, this will absolutely show most M cars a clean pair of heels. This is an incredibly fast car. And I'm talking about incredibly fast cars, a full-on proper M car. We have the M4 in this incredible colour with his gold wheels, an awful lot of carbon fibre, even more carbon fibre than was originally standard underneath the bonnet there. But yeah, so absolutely wonderful opening and wonderful introduction to a spectacular show.
So as you can see, the car's just about starting to be re-gridded for this Armed Forces Race Challenge race. They'll do a green flag lap, then have a 6-minute race. But I know that down at BMW Live, Will Beaumont has been doing a lot more catching up, and he's got another interview for us.
While there are hundreds of BMW 3 Series here at BMW Live, Tourings, coupes, convertibles, saloons, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the model, there are every one example of each generation of the 3 Series here, right next to the track, right next to the Fogarty Moss building, so that they're in display for everyone to see, and to sort of see the evolution of how the car has changed from this small 2-door saloon into what is essentially a much bigger proper saloon car, 4 doors, family sort of size, much bigger than even a 5 Series was from when this E21 was first launched. But first of all, what we have here is sort of probably the most special of the E21 models. We have a 323i, so it was also basically it was the most powerful one. It had 2.3 litre straight 6. Fuel injected. It had, it was basically before there was sort of like, I suppose, an M performance model. This was sort of what that was. This was the car that you wanted if you wanted the fastest 3. So you could get a 316, you could get a 318, you could get a 4-cylinder models. There was definitely those, but then there was this. This was the one that everyone wanted, the top of the range 323i. And again, this is what's sort of like given the 3 Series its reputation as this sort of like sporting saloon. And as we move on, probably then to maybe what would say maybe the most iconic of the model. This is the 3 Series that I suppose, at least what I think of when I think of a 3 Series, and what I think a lot of people think when they think 3 Series, and it's the E30. There's an awful lot familiar from the E30 that there was with the E21. There's those 4 headlights, there's the sort of slightly sort of tipped forward sharp nose, not as extreme as on the E21, but it's still there a little bit on the E30. This is a Bauer convertible, so we have I suppose a Targa top, I think what they call it, Targa Coupe, I think where they what Bauer called it. So we have a drop-top version. There was an official convertible, official cabriolet version of the E30, which that was built by BMW. This was built by the coach builder Bauer afterwards. Or during its lifetime, but BMW then sort of decided that it was probably doing quite well, and they wanted to have their own version, which is when we come here. So it became, when the 3 Series, the next generation, the E36 was launched. It was launched basically with a whole range of things. So within 3 generations, we've gone basically from what was originally just a 2-door coupe or two-door saloon with the E21. The E30 gradually introduced a lot more different body styles within the E30. So it was initially launched just as a 2-door, then it became a 4-door very rapidly, and then we had the convertible versions that came later, and then of course we had the first touring 3 Series as well, the first estate 3 Series, which was essentially sort of made by one of BMW's employees, who decided that what they wanted to do was create this fantastic turn the 3 Series into an estate car. And once he'd built it, the big wigs at BMW liked it, and they wanted to continue with it, and they thought it was a great idea. So then we moved from the E36, which was the 90s 3 Series, the one from, I think, was launched in the very early 90s and went up until the 2000s or very late 90s. This is when we had the E46 is what replaced it. This was a big seller. This is when the 3 Series hit the big time. This is when the 3 Series became the most popular that it almost ever has been, and turned it into this car that you see an awful lot more of. This sort of era was where BMW had stopped being this niche little German manufacturer for very few people, and wasn't just sort of the most premium badge. It was going for mass appeal, and it still retained an awful lot of its sort of like the qualities that made a BMW great. It still had rear-wheel drive. We still had a great build quality. We still had great engines. Of course, as a BMW, they're famous for their engines. They're famous for their chassis, but engines are the thing. And the 3 Series, the E46, had all of that in space, despite the fact that it was selling massive amounts of them. So based on that sort of like success, we then move into sort of what feels like a more modern generation and what feels like a more modern era. And I think the shapes from the E90, and this is an E92 coupe, this generation sort of haven't changed massively as we've developed from this one. This feels like a modern car, whereas the E46 and before are the modern classics or classics. This feels still like quite a modern car, despite the fact that it's 20 years old, which seems remarkable. But this is the car that sort of set the new template a little bit for the 3 Series. Underneath, still very much a proper 3 Series. So we have rear-wheel drive still, which is again a signifier of a lot of BMWs. Although some of them have become front-wheel drive now, but it is still the core to what BMW is all about. It's rear-wheel drive, and this coupe we have here. And this is when this is the last of the 3 Series coupes, actually, the E92, because after that BMW decided to introduce the 4 Series, which essentially is just a 3 Series coupe, but they gave it a different name, which makes a lot of sense in the nomenclature of the way in which BMW have developed their things, with the 6 Series being the even number in a coupe. But yeah, so this is the 3 Series now. This is not the most current 3 Series, but the 3 Series that followed the E90. This is only available in either a saloon or a touring, because the coupe and the convertible became the 4 Series. And this was a generation that felt like a development of the E90. It took all the best bits from that, but sharpened up the looks. We had more, slightly fussy, but very, very sort of like subtle looking car, particularly still. Even the M versions, when you look at sort of like current M cars, still quite subtle and a very aggressive front end, but yeah, still absolutely core to what the BMW is all about and what the BMW 3 Series is. And again, a hugely popular car. which then leads us on to the most recent generation, the G model, G chassis, and this is where we end up, here with the G20. You can see the lineage, particularly in the last three models. They feel absolutely like an evolution of one another, and I suppose they drive and they are that because they have this same inherent quality is still within them. So the 3 Series is still BMW's best-selling sort of range, and you can see why when the popularity that has grown with it from the E21, which has set this sort of wonderful template for this sporting saloon, this compact, biddable, but practical still. It's there's elements of sort of sports car in the way in which it drives, and that has maintained as it is developed from E30, E36, E46, E90, F30, and now back to this G20.
So the cars on the green flag lap for this Armed Forces Race Challenge restarted race. It's going to be over 6 minutes rather than the original 20 minutes. So probably time for 3, maybe just about 4 laps for this restart. The grid set by the order as it was at the end of the first part of the race before the red flag. I think after probably 3 laps, in fact. So cars coming round onto the grid now, headed by Mark White in the number 65 car. Chalky White is his name, the 46-year-old from Wantage, an operations manager for Mission Motorsport, the motorsport charity to support veterans. 2016 onwards, he's been racing, had many wins over the years in this 2002 Honda Civic Type R with a K24 engine that he prepares himself. John Cobley it is next to him, the 36-year-old from Castleford, tank commander, been racing since 2019, and this car he's developed from standard over the years, and in this spec I think he's putting out something like 340 brake horsepower. Second row of the grid I think is going to be Jonathan Candler, number 1, the 32-year-old from Tidworth, HGV mechanic and Army reservist. He's been racing since 2015 in this, the MSV Track Day Trophy as well, 3 times champion of the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and he's with Lionheart Racing, which is the team he runs with his father. But no more time for that because the red lights are already on and they go out. Away we go for 6 minutes of racing for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's a pretty even start from the 2 at the front, but with his nose in front, it's the Seat down into Old Hall Corner for the first time of John Cobley, but he runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, and so it's Mark White that holds on. I think everybody else goes through safely, but Tom Sykes, it's not a good race this for the BMWs, because Tom Sykes in the BMW 330 looks like that car's got into some kind of limp mode or something like that as he's heading down the hill. And John Cobley in the background there, we can see he has pulled off, and there was another one, the MGB, has also gone into retirement as well, sort of straight onto the Foster circuit at Cascade. So we've lost 3 cars before we've even gone halfway around the first lap, Johnny.
Yeah, unfortunately, cars don't like being raced and then being asked to stop, cool down, and then race again. Sometimes they need a bit of preparation that obviously you weren't able to do under a red flag. So various awkward things can happen with heat cycles and also heat soak within a car where hot components are potentially spreading that warmth to places that is not necessarily good. Chalky White, though, appearing over Hilltop with the Honda Civic Type R now in splendid isolation because there's no pressure from John Cobley's Seat Ibiza Cupra. Sadly, he's having to use some of the internal roads now to return to the paddock, and it is clear road in behind. Adam Jewis obviously had that difficulty that brought out the red flag when his car left the road and it ended up in the gravel at Druids. So there is absolutely nobody behind Mark White currently, with the battle on for second position, which may well be involving Jonathan Candler. Oh dear, the car park is increasing now as the 67 BMW we talked about, we think that might be on some sort of limp mode, and it is pulled up behind the Seat of John Cobley.
Yeah, but here's Whiteman coming through, then he's going to have a huge lead over the rest of the field at the end of lap 1. Mark White in that Honda Civic Type R, he's in Class B. And then the next car through is going to be Jonathan Candler in Class E. Now you can see there the slippery surface flag, the red and yellow stripes of the slippery surface flag, warning that there's some fluid that has gone down, possibly by one or more maybe, of those cars that have pulled off into retirement down there at the bottom of the hill at Cascades. And now a yellow flag, because we've got the yellow light panel flashing there at the top of Cascade. So has somebody gone off at the bottom of the hill? Not Chalky White, he's still going strong. He's heading through the left-hander at Island Bend.
I just wonder whether it's the MGB Roadster of Andrew Holmes, which might be on the Foster circuit effectively, and therefore potentially in the firing line if the MGB has not been able to head away from that scene. Plus, of course, there are those two cars on the interior road, but the BMW might be just protruding and therefore in the firing line again on driver's right. So yellows covering both of those incidents as the 65 of Mark White now pulls out of Britain's with this huge lead. The second place car is indeed Jonathan Candler's Peugeot 306 GTI, and he led at the end of the first lap Gareth Moss's Mazda MX-5 in the all-white colours, which initially qualified in 11th position, but it was quite a bit further up on the restart grid.
Yeah, so White from Candler, 8 seconds was the gap at the end of lap 1. White turning his way through Druids now. There you can see the MGB off the circuit on the inset there. So that's Andy Holmes' car that is out of the race, but it's number 65, Mark White, coming through to complete lap 2 of this race, and he is going to get the last lap board as he comes across the line this time, because there are almost exactly 2 minutes to go.
So the effectively single headlight on the Honda Civic, heading through the right-hander now at Old Hall Corner and down the avenue in front of a healthy crowd. The number 1 Peugeot 306 of Jonathan Candler in a clear second place, and then a big old fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. So Moss's Mazda leading the way in 3rd ahead of Ian Cooper's Daewoo. And then also involved, the number 935 James Flint Ford Fiesta is at the back of that train.
Yeah, they're heading down towards Cascades for the final time then. So it was Gareth Moss in the 26 car at the front of that group at Cascades. The Daewoo of Cooper second. Christopher Pawley third, so he's had a better run second time around. He's going to make up another place here. He's looking up on the inside of the Daewoo as they go through Island, and he's through to take 4th place there. Paul Chapman is also leaving the door open for the 935 car of James Flint, the 27-year-old RAF technician from Columpton. He's in his Fiesta, and he's made up a place now as well, I think. It will challenge the Daewoo as well before the end of this race.
Yeah, so really good fighting to decide the podium positions effectively. 3rd place, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, as arriving on the scene here at Oulton Park is the Avro Lancaster Bomber. There is only one this side of the Atlantic. There's only 2 in the world, I understand, of about 7,000 that were built. But the other one's in Canada, so enjoy this, folks.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's fantastic to see this right on cue, making its flyover. And what more appropriate race to do it in than the Armed Forces Race Challenge? It's come from RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire, where it is based. It's a sort of priceless artefact, a piece of our national heritage, of course. Yeah, as Johnny says, over 7,000 of them were built. But this one, actually 80 years old today. It's his 80th birthday, so what a way to celebrate its 80th birthday. Its original build was completed on the 31st of May 1945, and it's number PA474, that Lancaster Bomber. Meanwhile, through has come Mark White to take the race win. Jonathan Candler has come through to take 2nd position, 19 seconds adrift. 3rd is pretty tight as they come across the line, and it is Gareth Moss that takes it from Christopher Pawley in 4th place, Ian Cooper 5th, Paul Chapman 6th, and James Flint was 7th. 8th place goes the way of number 55, Joshua McClelland from Kings Lynn in his Honda Civic. 9th is Luke Arpino in the bereaved Mazda. As we can now see from our commentary box, the Lancaster, there it goes, doing a banking round to the right behind the trees, completing the top 10 at number 88, Simon Skirton. But there it is. So it's over sort of Old Hall corner now. If you're watching from the infield, that's where you'll see the Lancaster bomber over in the direction of Old Hall corner, and I think it's going to sort of loop its way back around the circuit. And of course, Oulton Park did see active service during World War II as well, so there is a lot of connections here as we get the distinctive rumble of that Lancaster bomber as it flies across our commentary box and probably across you in the infield now. It looks absolutely magnificent against the clouds that we have here at Oulton Park today. It's not flying particularly high, is it? So you're getting a really excellent view of that as well. So it's fantastic that that's been arranged to happen here at Oulton Park as part of BMW Live as well. Banking around to make another turn. We were speculating on our sort of preparation call yesterday whether it could sort of do a lap of Oulton Park and how effectively it would make its way flying around Shallows Corner, but that might be a bit of a tight bank for it, I suspect, Johnny.
Yes, considering the wingspan of that thing, I would imagine if it landed down at Shell Oils, the wings would be further beyond the confines of the track. I'm just looking this thing up. Powered by 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines.
Yeah.
Key component of the Lancaster's performance, providing power with its long-range capabilities and ability to carry large payloads. So manoeuvrability is not necessarily top of its list.
No, not at all.
But
what's the planes for that?
Precisely. I mean, that was not why it was built, and clearly very, very popular as well, with over 7,000 of them built. But so nice for it to be celebrating its 80th birthday. The 31st of May is when it was completed. It says so on the construction plate, which you can't read from this distance, but we're reliably informed. It was finished at the end of May 1945, and here at Oulton Park for us all to enjoy.
Yeah, and I say quite fitting that it arrives during a race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, where we have current serving members of the RAF taking part as well. The win in that race went the way of number 65. That was Mark White from number 1, Jonathan Candler in second place. Third went the way of number 26, Gareth Moss. Fourth was the Treble 8 car of Christopher Pawley. In fifth place was number 51, Ian Cooper. Sixth was number 78, Paul Chapman. Seventh was 935, James Flint. Eighth was 55, Joshua McClelland. 922, Luke Carpino, and rounding out the top 10 was number 88, Simon Skirton. At the end of just 3 laps of racing after that red flag and a restart for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They are back out again a little bit later on at around about 4:05 this afternoon. Coming up shortly, we will have, I think, the grid walk for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Just as soon as the circuit's clear, the cars will be sent round onto the grid and they'll form upon the grid. And when they've done that, and when it's safe, I think the circuit will be opened for you, the spectators, to head on to the circuit to talk to the drivers, maybe get a few autographs or photographs, have a close-up look at these cars as well that are going to take part in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship very shortly. And I can tell you that down there as well we'll have Kieran Mogg to speak to the drivers and catch up with maybe some members of the public, some visitors to BMW Live as well here at Oulton Park on this special day organised by the BMW Car Club, the off-track activities, and the 750 Motor Club, the on-track activities and racing. Apart from that, though, other than the grid walk, we are now nominally entering a lunch break, which will last until 1:25 when racing will get back underway for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've got 8 more races to come this afternoon. We've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup, the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and then the Ultimate BMW race to round out proceedings here at Oulton Park today for BMW Live. All of that still to come. You can see the marshals heading out onto the circuit to organise the cars when they arrive, to make sure they're all in the correct grid order, ready for the grid walk. So they'll be doing that momentarily because the cars are already on their way out around the circuit now, and very shortly they'll be gridding up. Hopefully we'll also be able to hear as well from Kieran in the near future too. he'll be down there certainly to talk to BMW Car Club drivers. Possibly we might get someone from the Armed Forces Challenge as well. You can see we are down in Parc Fermé. Our roving camera, and Kieran is down there. So hopefully shortly we'll have a word with some drivers. It looks like we are pretty much ready to go down to Kieran Mogg, so we'll hand down to him now for a few moments in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, we've got the drivers down here, and I'm going to quickly talk to Mr. White. Overall winner, Class B winner. How was it out there?
It was absolutely fine. I was all out there by myself pretty much after the first couple of corners, but the conditions were pretty good. So yeah, overall had a pretty stonking race, and just say hello to my daughter Amelia back home who's watching, and Jen and my mum who's done loads of babysitting to allow me to be here today.
And obviously over the last couple of laps, I don't know if you saw, but the Lancaster was flying over. Did you get a glimpse of it at all?
I did. I was trying to wave to all the marshals and not the fans, but the spectators. There's a couple of fans in there, and everyone was looking in the other direction. And it wasn't until I came back the other direction on the circuit that I could see that there was something else more important in the sky. So yeah, got a glimpse.
At least you didn't spot it while you were actually racing, then that's something. But yes, a nice way obviously to end that race and repeat again.
Give it a shot, yeah. Hopefully John Cobley can come and give me a chase. He's the guy in the blue Seat. He was doing all right in race at the start of race 1, the restart. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, with a bit of luck, race 2 we'll have a tussle.
Perfect. All right. Congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we've got a couple of drivers here. Just going to do a quick. So just introduce yourself. What position you were?
So yeah, JC and I was first in class, second overall. So yeah, absolutely buzzing about that. The Peugeot's finally back out. We had the MG here, the last round at Donington. So the old trusty 306 is back, and we've put it second overall, first in class. So I'm absolutely chuffed.
That's a really, really impressive performance. So how long has that car been out?
I've had this 6 or 7 years now, but I'll say this is probably the 5th season it's had in Armed Forces, and it's always been up the sharp end, which is nice considering it's quite far down on power. But to second overall, absolutely chuffed with that, because that is more than I would have expected at the beginning of the day.
So you're quite comfortable with the car on the track then?
Yeah, well, the car definitely. The track's very technical, but Oulton Park, I'm obviously doing all right at the track because second overall. So yeah, really happy. So let's see what race 2 brings, and hopefully more of the same would be nice.
Perfect. Congratulations. Cheers. Thanks. Moving on, if we can just quickly get who are you? What position you?
Gareth Moss, also known as Sterling. Came 3rd overall, second in Class C. First time standing up here, so it's quite an achievement for me. Actually finishing top 3 of the race. So yeah, really happy with it. Really happy with the car. Just sort of came together. Unfortunately, a few other racing incidents put me where I am, but it's also had to drive to keep these lot off my back as well. So yeah, I'm really pleased with myself at the moment.
It's obviously still one position you could have gained. Maybe next time?
Maybe next time. I mean, young Mr. Candler, he's a quick boy in that car. He knows it very well. So I've got a lot of work to do if I'm going to track him down.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Move on to P3 Class C. Excellent. So how was your race?
Yeah, it was okay. I got a really good start, up to second initially in class, which I was really happy with. Was sitting there quite happily, to be honest. Then we have the red flag. On the restart then, missed a shift into a third and just felt a whack up the rear, so lost half my light and some of the bumper, but managed to work my way back up to third. So happy with the podium, but I think it was a missed opportunity for second, really.
Next time.
Yeah, we'll see you in race 2.
Look forward to seeing it. Cheers.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the last driver down here. Just once again, if we can just introduce yourself, what position you were. I'm not sure you know what were you.
No, so I'm Josh McClelland. I think I was second in class P wherever. Yeah. Unsure, but it was really well. Bad T1 race start. Followed one of the lads off onto the grass, lost quite a few places, and then just battled my way back up.
And how was it with the traffic out there?
It was all right. It wasn't too bad. My start was terrible on the restart, so they got a bit of a gap on us, and then it was just trying to keep away from the guys in front of me.
What do you expect for the next race then?
Same again. Try and get a better start, not go offline T1, and hopefully be further up there.
But we'll look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, now, coming up next, we have the public grid walk. You can see some of the public out already on the grid. So if you're here down at the track, just get down and have a look at the cars up close on the pre-grid. We'll be out there as well having some interviews, so you might get ambushed by me. But we'll go there in just a second. We'll see you in just a second. Hello and welcome back, and we are now down here on the grid, and you can see it is absolutely packed. Look at the amount of people that are down there looking at the race cars from the BMW Car Club Racing. It is, it's fantastic to see it this full. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a quick walk through, see what we can find, have a quick chat with people, and also just a quick mention this new safety car from 750 Motor Club. I think it was the last event. Ian will probably know a bit more than me about that. But yeah, new safety car. Replaced obviously the Megane from last time. So yeah, let's have a quick chat with some of the drivers. Now, right up the front of the field, we can see the number 26 car of Paul Cook. Paul has been one of the mainstays of this championship. Really one of the quickest guys out there, consistently towards the front. So quickly try and jump in with Paul. And Paul, can I just jump in a sec? So right at the very front. Yeah. Nice way to start.
Yeah, it's the best place to start, I suppose. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mike for loaning me the car, and I'd like to say hello to his mum. Hi, Mum. But yeah, we're in a good position. So it happens. Got to get off the line.
Now, obviously, with some of the other races, you've been pretty consistently towards the front. So, around Oulton Park, obviously, you've got some of these quick guys around you. What's the mentality going into a race like this, where you know that you've got the drivers, and it's a technical track?
Oh, it's a great track. It's one of my favourites. But what's going through my mind is getting off the line first, and then just putting your head down and go from there. Really.
What are some of the challenges of a track like this?
Yeah, what's the bit around the back? Druids. If you get that wrong, you're in trouble. Yeah. And it is, when you get it right, it puts a smile on your face when you're driving. But it's got all sorts in it. It's a great place.
Is it one of your favourites?
Yeah, definitely up there.
Good. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how you do in the race then.
Good.
Cheers. Thank you very much. We'll quickly jump over here to Stephen Strykart, see if we can have a quick chat with him. Stephen, if I can just jump in a sec. So, front of the grid. Yes. What do you reckon with Paul?
He's very fast, isn't he? I'm going to try my best. I've not been in this car around this track, so didn't really get a lot of qualifying because of the safety car, so I'm hoping, there's definitely time in the car. I think we'll be all right, we'll be fine.
So if it's...
I'll keep with him, but we'll see.
I mean, if it's your first race with this car around this track, there's time to be made. I mean, how far off were you in qualifying?
I think it was about a second. I think it's just over a second, I think. So there's definitely... Yeah, we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll be fine.
So if you're stuck on his back bumper?
Yeah, I've got to get off the line first. That's my problem with this car at the minute. So if I can get off the line, I'll be on it. Get on it quick. So
Paul said the exact same thing about trying to get off the line. So what is it that challenges you about getting off the line in a car like this?
Big horsepower, multi-plate clutch, and it's a bit on-off. When you're driving, it's fantastic. Really good quick gear changes, but off the line, it just takes a bit of pulling. So yeah, it's a Every time I do it, it's different. So, and I often change gear too quick into second. So, this time I'm concentrating.
Yeah. And how do you find the track? Is this one of your favourite tracks?
Love it. Love the track. It's really fast, undulated, blind bends. It's lovely. It's great. Yeah, it's a proper driver's track. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you finish towards the front of the grid as well. So look forward to seeing that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Right, we'll move on. Obviously, there's plenty of cars that go all the way down back there, so we can't have a chance to chat with everybody. But we'll try and have a chat with as many people as we can. What I can see though is a couple of the BMW Car Club organisers just down there, and I think it'd be quite good to go and annoy them because they specifically said, "Don't come and talk to us." So let's go and talk to them. So we've also got the Grainer 37 car here. So hello. We had a chat last year, actually. We did. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Right. So
what have I done? Nothing yet. Got pole. I'm happy with that. Just so on pole M2, which is nice. Leading the class at the moment in M2, which is good. And me and Schwacky up there, we're joint on championship points at the moment. So it's a big day today. Got to try and do well. Try and get 2 wins if I can. But I've got Aidan breathing down my neck. So yeah, it's going to be a good race. Hopefully.
Now, obviously, you've got 2 cars in between yours and Stephen's car right there, so there is a slight gap. You're planning to go through that gap?
You can get a bus through there. You can go sideways through there, I reckon, but yeah, I'll get through there. But the M3s, they're quicker than me, but they don't go off the line. So I'm hoping I can get a jump and try and get a bit of distance. That's the plan. Try and get a gap. But yeah, you can do what you're doing. That's in the car last. You've still got 20 minutes yet. And you don't win the race on the first bend, unfortunately. If you did, it'd be great. 4 points.
Especially if you got good off the line. So talk to us about this track and this car. Obviously, you did well last year.
Last year I was running E46.
Yeah.
Okay, took it apart, still in bits, so I ended up buying that car. That car belonged to Lee Pearcey. Lee Pearcey won the championship a couple of years ago, so I've got the car. I've just got some big boots to fill, trying to get the same sort of speeds as he got round here. But no, it's a great track, Oulton Park. It's an awkward track. It's not forgiving. There's not a lot of run over here, as you see. There's not a lot of room to come off. It's hard work. Some people don't like this track. Some people love it. I do like the track. You've got to be on it 100%, and you've got to be ruthless. It's not a forgiving track. That's all I can say about it. But it's fun. It's nice. It's fast. And it's varied. Corners are varied. So yeah, it's good.
Safe to say, looking forward to the race then.
Yeah, definitely. Again, all thanks to Neil McDonald from the BMW CCR for arranging everything. It does a great job. It's a great series, and yeah, if you're watching this, you've got a BMW, come and join. It's where the fun is.
We heard it here. Well, cheers, thank you very much. Then we'll move on. Yeah, cheers, thank you very much. Right, let's keep moving on. So as you can see, what's really good about the series is the cars vary. So yeah, we've had some E46s, got some M2s, got another M2 down here. There's even a Z3 a bit further back as well, and so it's really good, obviously, to have the variation of the different cars on the grid. And it just means that no matter where you look during the race, there's always some racing going on. Now, the BMW Car Club organisers that I was aiming for have just disappeared, so they probably heard me coming. So let's have a quick chat with a driver here. Let's have a look. So number 27 is Chris Blakey. So we'll just try and jump in with Chris. There's a nice face paint there. Chris, can we just jump in a second? Sorry to interrupt.
Hi guys,
So, how are you?
Not too bad, thanks. Not too bad. A little bit cooler than Silverstone than we saw last time. So yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, a little bit. So, talk to us about Oulton Park. Obviously, very different track to Silverstone, like we last saw you in.
Yep.
So, is it a track that you like? Is it a track that you dislike?
After last year, I hated this track because I went off in the mud and the mud destroyed the front end of my car. So it was that took me out of the season for a few races. But to drive it, I love it. It's a great track. It's very open. It's very there's lots of ups and downs, undulations, cambered corners. Shell oils is if anybody gets a chance to go for a wander around Shell oils, because when you stand on it, you don't realise how deep, how steep it is until you actually stood in it. So yeah, it's a great track to race and lots of overtaking opportunities. So yeah, it should be a really good race actually. So.
Let's delve a bit further into that Shell oils corner. Yeah. Obviously, because of how cambered it is, it means you can take more speed through it.
Yes.
So how do you prep for that? Like, do you have to have a couple of laps up?
Yes. Like, unfortunately, our qualifying got cut short, but you do have to kind of work your way up to it, because first thing you think, oh, I've got to go around it like thinking it as a flat thing, but then you've got to really launch yourself into it and launch out of it. It takes a couple of laps, so yeah, got to be brave in there too if you want to overtake as well. So it's doable, but just put on your big boy pants and throw the car around. So it should be good. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck, obviously, for the race, and hopefully you'll see you later.
Brilliant. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right now, I believe we're almost towards the end of the grid walk now. I think I'm hearing my ear. So, yeah, as you can see, just want to quickly point out that. Having issues with range, I'm being told. So let's come a little bit further this way towards the front of the grid. And I tell you what, there's a BMW organiser there. Let's go and have a chat to him, because I believe he is the head of the car club. And he did explicitly say yesterday, don't come and talk to me. So hence why I'm going to go and... no, it's not him. No, tell a lie. Tell you what, we're going to chat with him anyway. Can I just jump in here a second? So, BMW organisers, talk to us about the event.
Well, this is my first one. I've been in the BMW Car Club now for a little while. I've been here on track days, which are run by the club, and so this is fantastic. I've never done a grid walk before, but this year was quite interesting for us. It was 50 years of 3 Series, so we did a little presentation on the Fogarty building, just on the other side of the circuit, and we displayed one car from each generation of 3 Series over the last 50 years, so that was excellent.
And talk to us about putting an event like this together. I'm guessing it's been months and months of work to try and get all of this organised and working properly.
I'd love to stand here and tell you I was part of that, but I'm afraid I was a very small part of that. However, one of my good friends and one of the board members, Nick Thomas, and the team around him have spent months and months doing this. And I have to say, I was a particular fan of the Lancaster, because when he said that was coming, I was like, really? Are you sure? So when it turned up, I was mighty impressed. But yes, I mean, what I found that's really good about this is I love that there's no queues for the food. There's lots of cars on display. There's a good selection competition and the racing really adds something to it. The fact that there's always something happening is very good. So yeah, I'll be coming back.
Excellent. And where is Nick? Because I was looking for him because he explicitly said don't come and interview me. So I wanted to chat with him.
Oh, so you absolutely have to. He was definitely up that end of the grid.
For a man with a green cap.
He's got a green cap and a fluorescent vest like this one, but he's got a green BMW cap, so he will be easy to spot, hopefully.
It's a shame we can't go that far down, unfortunately, but
that's a shame.
Yeah, that is a shame.
You and come for him.
At least you know where he's coming out, so maybe if you if you wait, you can ambush him. Would be my advice.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations, obviously, on putting the event together, no matter how small a part you played. It's obviously a fantastic event.
I'm coming again next year. This is a must-do. I was going to come last year and the year before, and just life got in the way, but I'm going to make sure this is a priority in future.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing you next year then.
And you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, let's head a bit further forward to the front of the grid, because I have explicitly been asked to have a chat with some of the grid girls. So, girls, can I just jump in a second? So, talk to us. Firstly, introduce yourselves.
Hiya, I'm Charlotte. I'm one of the grid girls.
Hiya, I'm Jemima.
Katia. I'm Rose.
And how involved have you guys been in BMW Live?
Fairly involved this year. Obviously, we're helping out with the prizes, we're on the grid, and I've been coming for the past 2-3 years.
Honestly, nothing much. I kind of got roped into it about a couple hours ago.
I've been here last year. Yeah, I was here last year and I sort of help out throughout the year. I've got family in the organising committee, so...
So if you've only been roped in the last couple of hours, tell us about that.
Well, my stepdad works with Neil and he's been helping him build the race cars this year, and he just wanted me to get involved with it, and hopefully I can start racing next year, see what I can do.
Oh nice, what car are you going to be racing?
I'm going to work my way up, so I want to do Suzuki right now and hopefully work my way up to BMW.
And how much racing experience do you have?
Not much. I'm just learning how to drive now and hopefully start building race cars as well and just see what ability I can do. That's about it.
So you're throwing yourself in the deep end a little bit then. If you're going to be, you haven't got a license yet and you're already building a race car. I mean, credit to you. But so where do you want to sort of reach in the near future?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I just want to see if I can be able to do competitive driving and just see if I've got the ability to do it. Hopefully confidence as well.
Well, hopefully we'll see you on the grid in the near future then.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. And if you've been doing this for a couple of years then, talk to us about how involved you are and what kind of roles you play.
So I started about 3 years ago where I brought a BMW from a scrapyard and ended up getting very, very into the sort of restoration of it. And then, yeah, it just sort of evolved from there. So I joined the club. My dad had sort of been part of the club before, and every event I was, might as well give it a go, see where we end up. And yeah, I've ended up here working as a grid girl on BMW Live this year, really enjoying it. So yeah.
And what other things do you have to do besides walking around the grid?
Besides working around the grid, we're there on the prize giving, we're there at the front handing out flyers, making sure people know where they're going, we're doing the marshalling, setting up all the different club stands up. So sort of Rose has been here since Thursday, I was here yesterday. Like you said, all the banners and stuff that you see like that, we've been there getting them set up, getting involved, making sure everyone knows where they are. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, great job all of you, obviously putting this event together, and yeah, we'll hopefully see you again next year. And that is pretty much the end of the grid walk. As you can see, all of the public here have been ushered off of the grid so the cars can get racing. Just look at this. It's absolutely fantastic. This is what I love about the BMW Car Club racing. It's just a plethora of different models all racing together, and like I was saying earlier, no matter where you are on track, there is always something going on. So, without further ado, it is time to head up for the BMW Car Club race. So, Johnny and Ian, back to you.
So welcome back after that brief lunch break to BMW Live here at Oulton Park, where we are a minute away, probably less than that, from getting the green flag lap underway for the first race after the lunch break, which is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So cars will go off on their green flag lap to get some heat into the tyres and brakes before they go off on a 20-minute race. I'll give you the grid for it in just a minute, but I remind you that there's lots going on here at Oulton Park during the course of the day. Besides the racing action, we have still got the opportunity for you to have a go on the simulator, on the Scale X-Trick in the Fogarty Moss Centre, where Oulton Park has been recreated in digital and in physical format. There's lots of kids' activities going on there as well, and lots of lovely BMWs to look at as well, of course, including the Beaumont's 2002 Ti, an E30 rally car, brand new M5, and a 328 from the Historic Club, as well as the display of cars celebrating the 50th anniversary of the 3 Series being launched in 1975. There's the crazy carts opposite Checkers Restaurant, and there's the drifting. You can have a taxi ride in those drift cars. That's over on the infield to the right of the main entrance as you were driving into the circuit early on today. So head over there and find out about that. You can have a drift taxi ride. But we've got the cars off on the green flag lap now for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. First of 2 20-minute races today. The grid for this one set by the fastest times in qualifying this morning. The grid for race 2 will be set by the results of race 1. So that's how the grids are formed up for the 2 races. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up. Then on pole position, it is the number 26 car of Paul Cook, and besides him is number 43, Stephen Schweikart. On row 2 of the grid, it's going to be 135, Charlie Dark, and 76, Stuart Pywell. Row 3 is number 7, John Brown, and 37, Kevin Granger. On the 4th row, 69, Aidan Vilku, and have 25, Ben Pearson next to him. Then it's Chris Blakey in 27 on the inside of row 5, and 31, Paul Langley on the outside. Row 6 is 20, David Aspden, and 71, Sean Foley. Row 7 is number 4, William Lake, and 888, Andrew Phillips. On the 8th row, it's 177, Max Bunting, and 68, Gareth Thomas. The 9th row, 75, Craig Emerson, and 17, Andrew Pywell. The 10th row, 55, Raheem Ballou, and 9, Jason Rees. The 11th row, 30, Matthew Smith, and 44, Ben Haynes. And on the final row, 12th row, number 10, Clive Watson, and number 61, Ernie Graham. So 24 cars that we should have. They run in 4 different classes. There's class M1 and class M2 for the M series engined cars. Class 6 is for 6-cylinder cars, and there's the Cup class as well for BMW 325 Ti compacts built to a specific set of regulations. That's really the budget entry point into BMW racing in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The championship started back in 2018. It's been running successfully for several years now, run with the 750 Motor Club, running at 750 Motor Club events throughout the season. And this is the 3rd event of the year for these cars. They've already been in action at Brands Hatch and Silverstone so far this season. And after all of that, the man leading in the championship with 44 points is Stephen Schweikart. He's level on points with Kevin Granger. He also has 44. William Lake has 43. Aidan Vilku has 41. And Paul Cook has 40. So that's your top 5 in the championship coming into this weekend. Points are scored based on finishing position within the respective classes rather than on the overall finishing position. The pole position car, that of Paul Cook, is an E46 M3, and it's a similar era of M3 next to him on the front of the grid. Stephen Schweikart, who's been a champion in the past in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He has moved up to Class M1 for this year. He was the 2023 champion. He was the Class 6 champion for last year as well. So the green flag is waved at the back. A 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is about to get underway then. The red lights go on And they go out now, and we are off and running. It's a good start from Paul Cook on pole position. John Brown in the yellow car from the third row of the grid has made a brilliant start as well. The M3 trying to get up on the inside of Paul Cook into Oulton Corner on turn number 1, but he's not managed to make that stick. That would have been an absolutely brilliant start. Into the pits as well as come the number 55 car, Raheem Ballou. So it looks like he's not been able to take the start of the race. He's just beneath our commentary box now here in the pit lane. So down through Cascades they go. It's Paul Cook leading. I think it was John Brown that was up into second place as they made their way through Cascades for the first time. There you can see the William Lake car, I think that is. Yes, it is. The drive from Louth in his E46 compact. That's the ex-Stephen Schreikart car. He's making his way up the order. It's Paul Cook leading, John Brown second, Stuart Pywell third. And it looks like it's Charlie Dark in fourth position then as they work their way around the Shallows Corner for the first time in this race. Probably get something like 11 laps out of this, assuming we don't have any safety car interventions during the course of it. We'll try and pick up as well who's leading in the respective classes as well. Cavan Granger was the first of the qualifiers in Class M2, but there's a change for third place. Is it on the inside? Charlie Duck trying to get up on the inside of Stuart Pywell there, but he couldn't quite make that work. And menacing him behind them as well in the M235i is Ben Pearson, who's won races before in that car. He's certainly one to watch. So they're heading through Druids for the first time. The top two, Paul Cook, number 26, John Brown, number 7, from 5th on the grid up to 2nd place with a great start. Will he be able to hold on to that is the question. The rest of the field filtering their way through Druids, coming towards the end of the first lap of the race.
There's certainly some collective brake horsepower amongst this little lot, isn't there, as the first few then reach Lodge Corner for the first time. Side by side across the grid, hatchings for that scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th all together. And winning the fight for the time being is Charlie Dark's number 135 car, but he is under massive pressure from in behind the 76 of Stuart Pywell. Pywell going to be sharing a car later on in the day. But lots of different lines being used on the run into Old Hall Corner, and then that run down the avenue just over the little lip, which actually means that Cascades is out of your vision until it bursts into sight, slotting through, threading their way through Denton's. But they're already down at Island Bend, and the race leader, number 26, Paul Cook.
Okay, so we've got Paul Cook leading, John Brown in 2nd place, then it's Charlie Dark in 3rd position. There's Cavan Granger. He's a little bit on his own at the moment in 7th place, but he's leading in Class M2 from Aidan Vilku in 2nd. Bit of a wobble on there for the Charlie Dark car, the Crown Paints liveried car with the sort of paint swatches all over the side of it, and perhaps lost a bit of momentum, and it'll be the Ben Pearson car just behind it that tries to get on terms. Those two similar cars there, the M235i's, so something a bit different from the M3s that really dominate in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, certainly at the sharp end traditionally. But Pearson had a win at Thruxton last year. He's had a couple of 2nd places so far this year. And Charlie Dark, well, trying to emulate the success that he has had in the past. Coming up towards the end of the 2nd lap, Paul Cook making good on his lead by the looks of it. John Brown now being caught by Charlie Dark for 2nd place.
Yeah, and 25 Ben Pearson, who had a long look up the inside of Charlie Dark's car on that very short straight between the 2nd bit of Hislops and the right-hander at Knickerbrook. Lights flashing, a change for 2nd position as Dark just makes, well, easy meat really of John Brown. It's almost as if Brown didn't have any pace at all coming through Deer Leap, but he definitely did. It's just that straight line speed of Charlie Dark's car, number 135, made short work of it and up to 2nd position. New fastest lap as well. That's hardly a surprise to Charlie Dark at 151.3.
Yeah, that's right. So he's certainly on a mission, and now Ben Pearson following him through as well. He moves up into 3rd place. Down to 4th goes John Brown. Of course, he started in 5th position. Was very fast off the line, but not able to hold on to that position. Stuart Pywell is going to be the next driver that tries to get through, and then you've got Stephen Schweikart, who won the previous race at Silverstone on the national circuit there a few weeks ago. He's there in 6th, so he's looking to make up ground as well. That 2nd race at Silverstone was a bit of a race of attrition. Paul Cook was among those that didn't make it to the flag there, if I recall correctly. And so that did leave the door open for Stephen Schweikart, but he did have the pace there at Silverstone that weekend, but seemingly not quite on it here so far today. His best lap at 1:53, as we've said, Charlie Dark's done 1:51.3 so far in this race. But it's good to see this year that we do have quite a competitive Class M1 field. That hasn't necessarily always been the case for the last couple of seasons. So it's good to see a good number of cars here. Looks like John Brown is going to come under some pressure here from, if not Stuart Pywell, then by Stephen Schweikart, who's almost alongside Pywell going into Druids.
Yeah, that would have been brave. He actually caught the curb partway round Druids there as well, so Schweikart's car was well out of shape, and I think he had to get off the power just to settle that down again. But Schweikart clearly carrying more speed than at least Pywell's car, maybe Ben Pearson as well, considering Stephen managed to qualify on the front row earlier today, although there was 2.3 seconds between he and Paul Cook, who remains the race leader. Here's the bright yellow car of John Brown then, falling back down to 4th. He started the race in 5th place. There's a bit of a squirm from Pywell's car in behind as the rear left got onto the curbing, and the black car was briefly out of shape but well mopped up. Another new fastest lap, but this time it's from Ben Pearson in 3rd.
Yeah, he's done a 1:50.803, so he has certainly made very good progress during the course of this race so far to get up to 3rd place. And the problem there, that's for number 71. That is the car of Sean Foley, his E46 M3 GTR. Looks like that has stopped. Try and figure out exactly where that has gone off. But 30 minutes of the race still to go, and a fight on here. There it is, just in the background there. So that's in the sort of island hairpin part of the circuit. But a battle on here for P2, Johnny.
There is, and it's developing nicely for these positions into Hislops and Knickerbrook. So Ben Pearson having just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:50.8. That's now being echoed visibly because he's catching Charlie Dark, and to be honest, Charlie Dark's 135 car looked to have the power over other cars around it, at least in the initial stages. But now that the race is settling down, it's a 20-minute affair. We've had almost half of it, but Charlie Dark's car maybe not pushing so hard throughout this middle phase of the race. Well, he'll be pushing, but has it just lost its peak performance? Because Ben Pearson is ready, waiting to snatch 2nd place away. Won't be able to do it before the end of this lap, though, so they'll stay in the same order. And Pearson's actually slightly more distant on this occasion.
That's right, so the gap between them has gone out by 0.6 of a second on that lap to 1.4 seconds. 4th, 5th and 6th still right together though. Number 7 John Brown in the yellow car, then it's the sort of green car of number 76 Stuart Pywell, and the white and blue of number 43 Stephen Schweikart. Jason Rees, by the way, he's come through nice. Oh, and then off there, that's for number 31. And that is the car of Paul Laramie, the Chesham driver in his E46 Compact. He's gone straight on there into the gravel trap, so that's in not a particularly good position, but a change there. Stephen Schweikart, as the way into Island Bend, has gone through on the inside of Stuart Pywell there. So the man from Spalding in Lincolnshire, the BMW technician who's been racing for 5 years now, some 1300 stock car racing before this, he's now up into P5.
I reckon Laramie's car is off at Lodge. It's gone straight on into the gravel trap there, and won't be left there. We're going to go safety car straight away. I kind of had half guessed that because a car in a vulnerable position, he's actually done a good job of trying to reverse out of there and then got more stuck, but what it's done is ripped the splitter off the front of BMW number 31.
Yeah.
And that's bogged in furthermore into put the nose of the car into the gravel. 43 was pretty slow, Schweikart into Hislops, but that's maybe just a reaction to the safety car boards that will be shown all the way around the racetrack.
I think so. And it looks like we've lost number 4 to the pit lane. There's only one in the pit lane, which is William Lake from 15th position, one of the front runners in Class 6, having won the championship last year from the Cup class. So he's in the pit lane now and out of the race, but we're behind the safety car now. There's the Volkswagen Golf safety car that has headed out onto the circuit to pick up Paul Cook. So at the end of lap 4 of the race, then it's Paul Cook, number 26, that is leading. 1:35, Charlie Dark is in 2nd. Lap 5 now being completed. 25, Ben Pearson is in 3rd place. Number 7, John Brown is in 4th. 43, Stephen Schweikart is in 5th. 76, Stuart Pywell is in 6th place. 7th place is number 9, which is Jason Rees. Now, he did come through from the back of the grid after only getting a couple of laps in qualifying, so Jason Rees has closed up nicely. 8th is number 37, Cavan Granger. He's leading in Class M2. Aidan Vilko is 9th, 2nd within that class. And then completing the top 10 is the first of the Class 6 cars, which is number 27, Chris Blakey. And he is ahead of the treble 8 car of Andy Phillips, the local driver, 44-year-old from Nantwich, a company director, only in his 3rd season of racing. Another driver with some short oval experience. He's done some GP midgets and a national champion in that category indeed. He's done oval legends as well. And this car that he's in is a 2002 car that's been fully rebuilt by the driver for this season. So he's 2nd in Class 6. The Cup class is being led by number 68, Gareth Thomas, and that is from the 17 car in 2nd place of Andy Pywell. So got the race continuing behind the safety car while that car is recovered up at Lodge Corner.
An awkward position for that car to have ended up, and didn't entirely see what had caused that, whether another car had been involved with Paul or whether he just ran out of brakes and then ran out of road. It does look like by the tram lines that he was fully locked up as he headed into the gravel, and sometimes the thing that your brain's telling you exactly not to do is to get off the brakes, but sometimes that's what you need to do to then reapply and make sure that you're not locked up. But it is totally reverse psychology, and you need to have that presence of mind in order to do it. Very easy for us commentators to suggest what Paul might have done. We would be no good were we behind the driving wheel of these racing cars. So, safety car remaining out, but the recovery of that BMW is ongoing. So I would imagine the rest of this lap and at least one more. And Paul Cook, who'd opened up a fair advantage over Charlie Dark, because Charlie Dark had got his hands full of Ben Pearson, and also Dark's route through to 2nd place had been incident-packed in order to overtake John Brown and Stuart Pywell in the same process. So Dark had done a good job, but had kind of maybe reached his limit. This has brought Paul Cook very definitely back into the equation for the 2nd place car. Question is, will Paul Cook's pace ultimately be too much? Because looking at the gap, as I say, between Cook and the 2nd fastest car earlier today, Stephen Schweikart, it's over 2 seconds, 2.3.
Yeah, although it's not been that in the race so far, has it? It's been a bit less than that. Only 6/10 between Cook and Pearson, who's the 2nd fastest driver out there. Pearson in the 25 car, former Janetta Junior racer, was Ben a few years ago before he went racing in the senior categories, and has raced this car now for 2 or 3 seasons. There's the car that's, I think it's being towed out rather than needing a lift from what I understand. And it's not going to be too long, hopefully, before that car is moved to a position of safety. Hopefully we'll get away with just one more lap behind the safety car, which would give us time for probably a couple more racing laps, I would think. If we have 2 behind the safety car, we'll probably have time for one more racing lap, I would think. So everyone will be hoping that we get at least 2 more. Just a reminder, you can't fly drones at racing circuits, by the way, so if you're operating a drone here at Oulton Park today, please bring it down, please stop, and don't put it back up in the air again. They're not permitted to be used at racing circuits, so please don't fly your drone here at Oulton Park today. Right, we have 6 minutes of the race left to go, and so there's different classes here. We've got the M2s, the 6 and the Cup class as well. Say Gareth Thomas leading in the Cup class, Class 6 being led by Chris Blake. Of course, with this safety car, everyone closing up again, it could start to ignite the battles within the classes as well as for the overall position. So we'll see how things transpire in the class battles too. Possibly we could see a battle between Cavan Granger and Aidan Vilku for the M2 class. Neither of them have had a class win so far this season. David Heisman won both races at Brands Hatch. David Morris and Max Bunting shared the wins at Silverstone 3 weeks ago. In Class 6, it's been William Lake and Chris Blakey that have taken the wins so far this year, and 3 different winners in the Cup class. being Daniel Smith at Brands Hatch, and then Gareth Thomas and Sam Walton sharing the wins at Silverstone. How's that recovery going? It's looking like they're trying to get the car behind the barrier there, Johnny.
Yeah, in the inset, the E46 Compact is being neatly reversed by 4 or 5 marshals, and thankfully the splitter's not causing too much of an issue now. It was a bigger problem when the car was in the gravel, and actually serving as just a way of dragging the car further into the stones, and a hazard more than anything else. But that's been solved. The car is in a safe position now, right in front of the lodge, which is actually accommodation you can stay in. I think
I've seen these days.
Yeah, I've seen a few leaflets to say book here now, and I presume that your view of the racetrack is absolutely superb. Therefore, I've not been in, but it's the instantly recognisable part of Oulton Park, of which the corner is named after.
Iconic, isn't it? All the photos that it's appeared in over the years. Certainly one of the real memorable images here at Oulton. Now, the recovery truck is off the circuit as well now. That's into the pit lane, so I would imagine they'll get the safety car lights out if they can, and it will give us time for 2 more laps of racing, I would think, if they get the safety car back around the next minute or so, which they should do. And how's that going to manifest itself? Paul Cook against Charlie Dark, as we're looking at some dark skies there over at Oulton Park. Hopefully it's not as ominous as that looks. I mean, there's certainly happened a few spots of rain, but it's not really been any more than that. It's the psychological rain that we hear talk of in motorsport circles, rather than anything that's going to cause anyone any dramas whatsoever. But yeah, Paul Cook has got Charlie Dark and Ben Pearson right behind him. I think Ben Pearson, if anything, might be a bigger threat than might Charlie Dark. And we'll watch out for Cavan Granger versus Aidan Vilku in Class M2, and Chris Blakey against Andy Phillips in Class 6. Safety car has already arrived in the pit lane as the leaders are turning their way through Lodge Corner. Paul Cook leading them. I think he's now accelerated away, so he's going to get the green flag waved at him with just under 3 minutes to go. So there is time for 2 more laps of Oulton Park in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Paul Cook, number 26, it is that leads. From in second place, Charlie Dark. Ben Pearson is third, right on his tailgate as they head their way through Old Hall Corner for the first time. And they've got a decent lead over John Brown in 4th.
Yeah, John didn't get away well at all, and he's going to be swallowed up by Stephen Schweikart on the run towards Denton's. I don't know whether that was a car issue or just John being caught a little bit asleep, but the top 3 got away, bearing in mind that John is in the same class as Paul Cook and Charlie Dark and Ben Pearson, as Pearson takes a fair bit of curb on the run through Ireland. Then they have to get the car to the other side of the road for Shell Oil's hairpin, so you're ideally approaching that on the left-hand side of the circuit. Very banked corner, really sucking you towards the apex, and so important to get a good exit then out of that corner. There's a very fast right-hander which links Shell Oils to this chicane, the Britain's chicane, the left-right-left, and then a mirror image chicane over the brow is at Knickerbrook. Hislop's first, and making a break again in the early stages of this first racing lap after a safety car is Paul Cook.
Yep, so he's just easing away from the 2 M235Is, the M3 in the lead of the race. And in 4th place it's Schweikart, so he's made good progress away from John Brown. Can he catch these 2? There's only going to be 1 more lap at the end of this. And Jason Rees there, we just saw in the E92 M3, he's just got ahead into 6th position of Stuart Pywell in number 76, so he's dropped back down to 7th. He won races last season, is Stuart Pywell, but a little bit further down the orders, the grid has got a bit more competitive for 2025, which is great to see. So they're going to come through, and Paul Cook will see the last lap board this time. It goes out to him now, I can see. There's Jason Rees with the Park livery, with the garage that he runs. We just saw that on the side of his car. He will be trying to reel in John Brown before the end of this race. But there's only a lap to go. Paul Cook just in the best lap of it, a 1:49.573.
We shouldn't lose perspective on where Jason Rees has come from. 20th position he qualified earlier today, so already up to 6th place. Steve Brown further ahead of him, but may be catchable. So Rees gaining 1 spot on that lap to now be ahead of Stuart Pywell. Race leaders down at Shell Oils again. Paul Cook continuing to make a break. The gap at the start of the lap was 1.7 seconds. It's surely north of 2 seconds now. and it's deciding the other places on the podium between Charlie Dark, Ben Pearson and a rampant Stephen Schweikart, who says, well, I'm quick enough to be second, certainly, but it's these two cars that stand in his way. And running out of laps, i.e. this is the final tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Clock's counted down to 0 now. Meanwhile, Paul Cook getting away. He was 1.7 seconds at the start of the lap. Oh, and now we're going to see an attack here from Ben Pearson. He sort of showed his nose to Charlie Dark as they exited his now through Nick and Brook. They've gone climbing up Clay Hill, and of course they've got Schweikart with them as well. There's been some contact further back by the looks of it, because Jason Rees in the Park Garage car has gone spinning off to the infield harmlessly, as it turns out. I'm pleased to say no contact with the barriers, but Schweikart has done a good job on this lap. He's closed in 1.3 seconds on these two, and is going to get side by side with Ben Pearson down towards Lodge Corner for the final time. He can't quite make that work. Meanwhile, Paul Cook is up to the line now, and he takes the checkered flag. There he goes in Mike Eustace's car. It's Paul Cook that takes the win. Charlie Dark is second, and third it was Schweikart in the end by 68 thousandths of a second that has done it. Fourth Pearson, fifth John Brown, sixth Stuart Pywell. And of course Jason Rees had spun. There's a good dice going on further back down the order here as well. And we'll try and pick up on that. Rees does come across the line in 7th, ahead of Cavan Granger in 8th. And Aidan Vilku in 9th. They're the top two in Class M2. Oh, and there's contact there between the 17 and 75 cars. 75 is that of Craig Emerson. The 17 car is Andrew Pywell. That was at Druids. And they are up towards Lodge for the final time, with the wind taken out of Andrew Pywell's sails certainly there. So this battle for sort of 16th, 17th, 18th about to come across the line, and it's taken 16th place by the number 30 car in the end, which is Matthew Smith in his 330i Coupe from Emerson, Thomas, Graham and Andrew Pywell has not in actual fact as yet come through after that incident. I think he's actually just pulled into the pit lane, so he has not made it, I'm afraid, to the checkered flag. So a little bit of excitement towards the end there, Johnny.
Battling up and down the order, wasn't there? And a fabulous run from Stephen Schweikart, considering the number of places he lost in the early stages, to then work his way back up to almost his starting position, one short in the end. But yes, to outmuscle Ben Pearson by 68 thousandths of a second to finish on the podium, both in category and overall, is a splendid effort. I'm sure he can afford himself a smile after that, despite the difficulties at the start of the race. Charlie Dark, 2.8 seconds away from Paul Cook, and that was about the gap in qualifying this morning, in actual fact. Cook to Dark first to third on the grid, 2.5 seconds in the race. It's 2.8 after 9 laps, not all of them racing laps because of the safety car in the middle to deal with Paul Laramie's car at Lodge Corner.
Yeah, and just looking at the class situation as we're watching Sean Foley's car that will soon be recovered back to the pit lane. We talked about Class M2, but Class 6, that was won by Chris Blakey in the number 27 car from Andy Phillips in the treble 8 car. And third in that class was Clive Watson in the number 10. But he took third. There's our race winner, though, in the ME Auto Services liveried BMW M3, the E46 M3. Paul Cook has been racing that car so far this season, and that's his 4th win out of the 5 races that we've had so far this year. And he turns his way into Parc Fermé now with Charlie Dark. I think that's probably his best result in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, 2nd, and Stephen Schweikart in 3rd position. Ben Pearson losing that right at the end of the race by just a few hundredths of a second. He took 4th in the number 25 car. There we can see the results on screen now. 5th was number 7 John Brown, 6th was number 76 Stuart Pywell, 7th number 9 Jason Rees, 8th and winning Class M2 number 37 Cavan Granger, 9th to number 69 Aidan Vilku. In 10th position was number 27 Chris Blakey, who won in Class 6 ahead of Andy Phillips. Max Bunting, who was our M2 class winner last time out at Silverstone, he was 12th overall and 3rd in Class M2. Then it was David Aspton and Clive Watson completing the Class 6 podium. And as if we look on the next page, we'll see the yellow idents for Gareth Thomas, Ernie Graham and Andrew Pywell, our 3 cars in the Cup class this weekend. Gareth Thomas it was that took the honours, by about 1.8 seconds within that class from Ernie Graham. The BMW Car Club Racing Championship is back out again just a little bit later on at around about 3:30 this afternoon, and then there's of course more BMW racing later on from the Ultimate BMW Challenge race at the end of the day as well. So shortly, hopefully, we'll be able to head down to Parc Fermé and we'll be able to hear from Kieran Mogg. I think he's just getting into position, ready to talk to the drivers, the top three, or the class winners he may well get actually in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Yeah, I can see Paul Cook and Cavan Granger lined up next up, so we'll head down to him now.
Thank you very much. Yes, after a very hectic and interesting race, obviously the drivers are down here. We've got the class winners and we're having still some signal issues, so I'm just going to get the drivers to come over here. So guys, can I just get you to come over here a second for me? So we'll start with Paul. So we spoke on the grid. You were confident. You translated.
Well, not overly confident, but yeah, we got off the line pretty well. I was struggling to get a gap at the first few laps, but yeah, from then onwards, safety car didn't help. But yeah, brought it home in first. Thank you, Mike Eustace. Hello, Mum.
And how did you find, obviously we had a bit of a safety car period as well, you know, it was an interesting race and tricky race I think for everyone, so how did you find that?
I'm always grateful of a safety car, gives me a bit of a rest, age and size, but yeah, very enjoyable race.
Good, well congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. We'll move on to Cavan. So we, I'll have a seat on here with you, why not? So we had a chat obviously beforehand. You were very hopeful and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Aidan pushed me all the way, give him his due. I mean, I did block him a few times in the last lap there. It was right, really pushing hard, but yeah, I didn't have a great start. I dropped the 3 or 4 places off the grid, got boxed in. I see everyone going by, I thought, you know what, I managed to take him back down the back straight, but I mean, in all fairness, I did outbrake him, pushed him a little bit wide, so thank you, Aidan, for giving us the space and respecting the space, but yeah, I got the points, which is what I wanted to say. Yeah, great.
Couldn't ask.
Nice old track. It's great though. It's a great track. It really works. It works hard. It really works hard. So yeah, it's good.
That's where to end it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, race 2 like this afternoon. So we can do in it.
Absolutely. Good luck. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Just for the record, Mike's car is for sale, and it is absolutely brilliant to drive.
No for sale post here.
No for sale.
Okay, good to know. Right, let's move on to Chris Blakey. So, Chris, again, we had a chat. Obviously, on the grid. You were hopeful as well, and it worked out.
It was, unfortunately, due to a friend's demise. Paul, either his ABS gave up on him or something. We just I was looking forward to a really good race with him. So we have a cracking time racing together. But yeah, I hope he's okay. So we'll have to go seeing what we can do to get him back on the grid. So, but apart from that, it was a bit of a frantic start, a bit of a poor start. Andy Phillips got past me. Fair play to him. So I had a bit of a battle with him, and then Paul went off, and it was safety car came out. So it was a little bit of an underwhelming race. But yeah, we're here. We're first. We're happy days. So.
And what do you reckon for race 2?
Touch wood, fingers crossed. Just more of the same really. So just focus on my start, try and get a bit of a better start, build a bit of a better gap, and just have a bit more of a comfortable race rather than a panic. Try and get past here. So yeah, fingers crossed, we're in for a good race. So.
Congratulations and look forward to seeing you later then.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all my future in-laws are all here watching me. So hello to the Harker family, they're all around somewhere. So yeah, we'll see them later today. So.
Absolutely, congratulations. Cupcakes apparently. Right, unfortunately we can't have a cupcakes. We'll speak to you, Gareth. Yeah. So, right in the middle of the pack back there, how was it?
Do you know what? It was a warm race, I give it that, and it was very slippery out there. I don't know if the other boys have said that, but even in qualifying, I couldn't get the back end down. It was just sliding everywhere, but I made it through, and a win is good enough for me, you know. Yeah.
And how did you find the traffic management? Obviously, it's quite a tight circuit, quite a technical circuit, so how did you find with all the traffic out there?
In all honesty, as it's a bigger circuit, we don't need to worry too much about the M1 class, because normally if you're on something like Brands Hatch Indy, you know, within 3 or 4 laps they're back on you. But luckily, I don't know if I actually ended up getting lapped at all. Now I know the safety car helped out, to be fair, but it's the first 2 or 3 laps. You're in the middle of the pack. You've just got to be looking here, there, and everywhere. And just fingers crossed, hope for the best. But yeah, we've worked out well. That's good.
And obviously, you got the race later on. Same again.
I hope so, yeah, 100% hope so. I mean, Andy Pywell coming in, you know, like an invitation cup, he really kept me on my toes. I missed a gear going down Cascades about 4 or 5 laps in, then all of a sudden he was on the back of me. I think he had a little bit of an issue on the last lap, but I'll take that anyway it comes, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so as we can see, the car that we were waiting on has just been recovered and is coming back in. So that means that coming up next is the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Back up to Ian and Johnny.
Time then for the first of 2 races today for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Entry list for this is on page 31 of your programmes, and it's going to be a 15-minute race, first of 2 races today for these cars. It's their second event of the season, having already been in action this year at Oulton Park, where John Village won both races, but his car now under new ownership, but it's still there in on pole position for this race, now under the ownership of Sam Wright, who's taken over the car. He's going to line up on pole position in the number 16 Village V2, and he's going to have alongside him on the front of the grid the 31 car of Greg Catton in the Dyson Type 64. Sam's lap coming qualifying a 2-minute 14.28. Greg did a 2:16.5, so about 2.3 seconds between them. Second row of the grid is going to be 6 Richard Verheyden and 7 Graham Wilson. Third row 13 Ben Bolton, 74 Gary Brandon. The fourth row 67 Paul Mason and 37 John Donnelly. The fifth row 3 David Rose and 8 Peter Marsh. The sixth row is 11 James Miles and 14 Ben Mile. The 7th row 22 Charlie Plain Jones and 25 Timothy Brackley. And 12 Roderick Renfrew. We'll have a think next to him for completing the grid, which is now appearing on the screen. The number 30 car of Tim Mile next to him as well, although not shown on the graphic there. I think he is being allowed to start at number 30 Tim Mile. So that's the way that we are looking ahead of this race for the historic 750 Formula Series, which really does hark back to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, which was launched back in 1939 and based around the Austin 7. Hence we have 2 classes for Austin 7s on this grid, but we also have classes for historic 750 Formula cars, including those that have been sort of recreations, if you like, more modern built cars to historic regulations. And indeed another class for other cars of sort of similar performance and similarly small engine capacity. So you've got cars on the grid powered by the Austin 7 engine, the Coventry Climax, the Reliant 850cc engine, and 1 or 2 others as well, including the little 1 litre Ford engines in the likes of the Dyson 1.2 litre Ford engine, I should say. So that's the way the grid is forming up. There you can see the Village V2 on pole position of its new owner, Sam Wright, who's a 25-year-old engineer from Southport. Coventry Climax engined car. He's preparing this car himself, but with help from its former owner John Village, who's driven it with such success in the past couple of seasons. It's a recreation of his original car from the 1970s. And then next to him you've got the Dyson number 31 Greg Catton from Bury St Edmunds, a retired quantity surveyor. Done some racing in MX-5s, he's done Clubman's rallying as well in the 1970s and 80s. He's got a 1200cc Ford Anglia engine in this car that puts out 65 brake horsepower. So he lines up outside of Sam Wright on the front of the grid. And second row, that's got the 6th car of Richard Verheyden, a 48-year-old from the Alsace in France, and manager in an aircraft maintenance company. He's been racing since 2017. Now, for this season, in a Race Kits Merlin. He's found himself in for this year. And next on the grid is number 7, Graham Wilson, 62-year-old from not far from Chester. As the race gets underway then for 15 minutes, it's a good start by John Village's car with Sam Wright aboard. That's going to take some getting used to. Not such a good start from Greg Catton in the Dyson. He's lost a couple of positions. Ben Bolt originally up to second. Trying to threaten him now on the inside is the number 6 car of Richard Verheyen. That's Gary Brandon in the number 74 car that spins on the way out of Oulton Corner and is currently pointing backwards, and Tim Mile just jinks to the right of him as the cars make their way down towards Cascades for the first time.
There was a touch for Gary Brandon. I'm struggling to work out precisely with whom, I'm afraid, but some of these cars are open wheel. The Dyson closed wheel, so but there's always the scope, I suppose, to get a bit tangled up when the cars are so condensed heading into the first corner from a busy grid. So heading through the fast left-hander at Ireland for the first time, and Sam Wright getting away cleanly in the Village V2, the all-white car, with in behind now Ben Bolt, a good start in the Centaur, Mark 16, with the yellow nose on car number 13. Everybody else working their way safely through Shell Oils, including the Lotus 11 of David Rose in Class D. So he's ultimately trying to reel in Greg Catton in the Dyson. So up over Hilltop for the first time, and Richard Verheyen in his race kits Merlin running in 4th position after that great pass for Ben Bolt early on. He started 5th, he's already up to 2nd place.
Absolutely a great start to the race for Ben, who's 80 years of age. He lists Oulton as his favourite circuit, though, from Bishop's Ishington. He's retired, been competing since 1961. He won his class at the Burkitt in 1964, racing with his mum and dad in that particular year. And it's a 1976 Centaur that he races, that he bought in 2022. Is he going to lose a place? Yes, he is going to lose a place, like Oulton Park or not. Greg Catton has got through in the Dyson back into 2nd position, but Sam Wright here has a very big lead over the rest of the field, over Catton in 2nd, Ben Bolt in 3rd. Is he going to be 3rd by the time they get to Lodge Corner? The race kit's Merlin, which is a sort of a more modern recreation of a historic 750 Formula car by Martin Kemp. Well, that does go through the number 6 car into 3rd place now, and he's also going to lose another place, Ben Bolt. He's going to lose 4th position as well, I think, as they come over the line. Actually, maybe not quite going to lose the place, but Graham Wilson is right behind him.
Nip and tuck, wasn't it? But Ben Bolt just about gets the judgment over Graham Wilson's time 3B. So those two exiting Old Hall pretty much as one. They're also starting to pair off a little ahead as well, as Catton's coming under pressure from Verheyen for 2nd position. They're now at Cascades. So heading through that bit of the race circuit, which has a real crown to the road. If you are close to the apex, then you're on the right line, because the camber is very much for you. Now there's an issue, though, for Peter Marsh's Austin Pigsty, the Super Snort, and that car that qualified in 10th position off the road just after Old Hall, the first corner.
Yeah, it's a great shame for Peter, who's 74 years old. Started racing back in 2008 in the Caterham Graduate Championship. Did that for 8 years. Did an autocross and sprints as well over the years. That's a 1936 car that it's based on. The body on that car was built in 1984. Meanwhile, that's the fight for 2nd place just going through. Catton and Verheyen behind Sam Wright, who led by 3.2 seconds very nearly at the end of the first lap of the race. And it's Ben Bolt in 4th. He's still not sort of given up on that position. It looked like Graham Wilson in the time 3B was going to make it through to 5th place, but he's dropped back a little, up to 4th place, but he's dropped back a bit now. And there's quite a long gap back from Wilson in 5th to John Donnelly, who's in 6th position in the number 37 car, another race kit's Merlin for the driver from Lee. But the closest battle for 2nd, as we're watching again the number 11 car, that's James Miles in his Austin 7 Monoposto. Monoposto basically means single-seater, and he is currently 2nd place in Class B. Well, have taken the lead of Class B now with the demise of Peter Marsh, in actual fact. So it's going to be up to the lead of Class B now for James Miles, number 11.
It's good to have a couple of additions to the grid, because when the grid was issued, it only had 15 cars on it, but now Tim Mile permitted to start. It's the Austin 7 Pigsty for him, and I reckon Trevor Slatter, the 72, is the addition as well.
Yeah, started on the pit lane, I think.
Ah, okay. So normally force majeure or a polite chat with the Ray Stewart will allow that to happen. I'm not sure about the necessarily the complication, but he did actually feature in qualifying, but didn't put in a flying lap, Trevor Slatter, whereas Tim Mile, we didn't see him at all in qualifying earlier this morning.
No, I think it's a new car, certainly for Trevor Slatter. We've seen him out in the Centaur before, but this, if we get to see it, is an Isaacs historic 750 Formula car, but it's the first time I think that's been out. Meanwhile, we've got Gary Brandon, I think that is, trying to sort of forge his way back up the order after his off at the first corner. He used to race in low cost. He's made it back to 9th place now. He climbs up the order on that lap, having made up 5 positions on that lap, in fact, working his way through some of the less powerful cars.
So 2 together include James Miles, Austin 7 Monoposto, being caught possibly by the Lotus 11 in behind of David Rose. Class leading Charlie Plain Jones is the next car on the road, but heading towards Lakeside. Is that Paul Mason's Whippet?
Yes, I think it is.
Excellent. The Whippet H750F heading for Shell Oil's hairpin now. Another new, the fastest lap of the race set by Sam Wright. And perhaps unsurprisingly, that car going very strongly, having topped qualifying by 2.3 seconds, the in new hands Village V2.
The Trevor Slatter car that we mentioned starting from the pit lane, well, it's going back into the pit lane now, I can see from our commentary box windows. That's a shame that has not stayed out there a bit longer, but Tim Mile is out there, and Roderick Renfrew in the Austin 7 has gone through as well. And we're watching, as you say, the Paul Mason Whippet there. He's just in behind the 37 car, which is John Donnelly in the second of those race kits Merlins. As the battle though for 4th and 5th, and it looks like Graham Wilson at the time 3B, the 62-year-old leadership coach who's been racing for 5 years, sometimes races a Triumph TR6 as well. Looks like he's caught Ben Bolt again, and perhaps he's just faster in this second half of the lap.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Oulton Park. It's split into not today, but often split into a couple of sectors, and it's a very different definition or different characteristic. And so too, coming out of Lodge Corner, a relatively slow speed right-hander, good drive, although Ben Bolt is keeping him honest on the run towards Old Hall Corner. Slightly more open right-hander to kickstart the next lap, but the place has changed, and Graham Wilson having already got past Ben Bolt on one occasion. How long can he stay there? Or is the straight line speed of the Centaur, number 13, slightly better coming out of Cascades? Let's just have a look. I'd say it is actually. Ben Bolt again is able to close in on the number 7.
It looks more accelerative, doesn't it, than the 7 car of Graham Wilson, and they're both running 850cc Reliant engines. I think I was wondering if there were different engines possibly, but no, possibly they've just been set up in different ways, such that Ben Bolt's is more effective in a straight line and has got him back ahead of Graham Wilson there. But actually through the corners, through the sort of lower gears, maybe that's when Graham Wilson's car comes into his own. It looked like he was going to get back on terms again with Ben Bolt through Britain's, which they're approaching now. Left, right and left they will go. So it's still, by the way, Sam Wright leading by 5.8 seconds at the end of lap 3. Greg Catton leading Class D. Class B being led by James Miles, and Class A is being led by Charlie Plain Jones. That's the Class 4 standard Austin 7s, as opposed to the supercharged Austin 7s in Class B. But as you can see, again, Ben Bolt's just pulled out a bit of a gap, only by maybe 3 car lengths down into the chicane, but the Wilson car has much more speed through the corners, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and now will overlap Ben Bolt, who might be able to get it back ahead of the number 7 car on the run up Clay Hill. I'm not sure whether Ben Bolt's straight line speed is necessarily replicated on the inclines, though, of which there are 2 significant around the Oulton Park circuit. It seems strange to refer to Ben Bolt's car as having grunt from an 850 Reliant engine, but it certainly has got the straight line advantage over Graham Wilson's time at 3B, although this time Graham's exit out of the double right-hander at Druids is much more beneficial, and he may well have cleared the 13 car entirely now. There's, I suppose, a little bit of a draft, a toe that you can pick up from these low-slung cars, but that toe has been broken, and the 3B in a clear 4th place. Meanwhile, Sam Wright continuing to lead, but at 1.8 seconds. That's because the fastest lap is now in different hands, that of Greg Catton's Dyson Type 64.
Yeah, 2:16.342. Now in the qualifying session this morning, Sam Wright did a 2:14.2. So we're some way off the times that we saw this morning in qualifying. I don't think the conditions have necessarily changed that much since this morning. So maybe there's a bit more time to be found there. But look, you can see Catton looks like he is closing. The gap was down to 1.8 seconds at the start of the lap between Sam Wright and Greg Catton. I'm not sure how much racing Sam Wright has done before this. It's his first time out in historic 750 Formula, but maybe just a little bit more, bit of inexperience telling here. Meanwhile, a good battle going on between Mason and I think that was Gary Brandon there for 7th position, which you just saw going down towards Denton's. But here are the two leaders. It's Sam Wright, number 16, and Greg Catton, number 31, and they're pushing on as they make their way through Knickerbrook on lap 5.
Just 4 minutes still to go then. No extra laps added on. It's just a clean 15 minutes for these cars, and that will be repeated later on today in the penultimate event here at Oulton Park. So heading through the left-hand kink known as Water Tower and then into Druids, where a very pointy Greg Catton's car turning in with little notice, but it reacted well, and the Dyson Type 64 being put through its paces to make sure that Sam Wright doesn't disappear too far up the road. 3.5 minutes left to go then. Sam Wright still looking for signatures fairly early on in his racing career, as indicated with the black cross on the yellow background, I should say, which is the novice cross. So across the line, 1.8 seconds becomes 1 second with a 2:15.4. Now that is a little bit closer to the times we saw earlier on in the day. We're still about a second away from the pole time set by Sam Wright.
Yeah, so time's coming down, but not as fast as we thought that they might do. So we're coming towards the end of this first race of the day for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. As I say, we've been to Donington Park already during the course of this season here at Oulton Park for rounds 3 and 4. They'll go to Cadwell, Brands Hatch, Croft and Mallory Park to round out the season. So what's that, 3, 4, 5, 6 venues that they'll have during the course of the year. This is some lappery. Roderick Renfrew in the number 12 Austin 7 being lapped by Gary Brandon there, who's now up, I think, to 7th position, I beg your pardon, isn't he, as he comes across the line that time, and he's lapping about 4th fastest, I would say, of all the cars out there. Not as quickly as Wright, Catton and Verheyden, but faster than anybody else apart from that, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, true. That's 2:20.9 is certainly a lot quicker than those cars that he has got company with on the timing screen. How about this, though, for the race lead? This lap began with a gap of a second. It's surely down to about half a second now as they slow for Hislops and the right-hander at Knickerbrook. The run up the hill, and again a slight mistake from Sam Wright. He surely took too much curb on the exit. That will compromise his run up Clay Hill. It's going to be a brave manoeuvre to try anything at Druids, but certainly by the end of the lap into Lodge, although having said that, maybe this is the place to do it for Greg Catton. No, not quite fully alongside was the Dyson Type 64. Better surely to shape Sam Wright up into the final corner, but we'll squeeze one more lap out of this.
Certainly will, so that'll make it a 7-lap race. But Catton now right close up to the back of Sam Wright's car. It's been a real cat and mouse race. This was a mistake from Sam Wright, has cost him the lead on the exit of Lodge Corner, possibly a bit of an inexperience telling there, and that has allowed Catton to go through to take the lead at the end of lap 6. He's a third of a second in front, but Wright trying to come back to him now, just having a look down the inside into Old Hall Corner, but he's just a bit too far back to make that move, I think, there, Johnny.
That was really tough, but actually well controlled. I mean, we talk about Deer Leap a lot and how the confines of the circuit close in on you on the left-hand side. The track doesn't get any narrower, but it feels like it does because the marshal post is right there. And now they're totally side by side down Lakeside. A great slingshot out of Cascade for Sam Wright, which will put him back into the race lead. can, well, I don't think around the outside is the answer for Greg Catton, but he does have the speed clearly to get ahead, or at least hustle Sam Wright and force an error. There's also a bit of traffic just round the corner at Shell Oils, which might come into play by the end of this lap. There's often a bit of a puff of smoke from Greg Catton's car coming out of Shell Oils, but it's done that for a number of laps now, so I don't think it's a problem as such. Big lock up there for Sam Wright. Front left was stationary for a good couple of metres. That might have flat spotted the tyre, although the tyres are built to last a good few races. Cracking fight this. It might be just about the oldest category going in world club racing, but it's very, very competitive.
Always locked up as Sam Wright. Has it cost him anything though? Down at his slops there, at he's still in the lead. He's got Greg Catton maybe 4 or 5 car lengths behind him, but of course it was in the final corner of the lap, really, at Lodge Corner, that he made a mistake on the previous lap. I think the pressure just told from Greg Catton, but he's done well to get the lead back here, has Sam Wright. Up towards Druids for the final time. Catton trying to get on the inside line for Druids Corner. That's a bold place to try and make an overtake for the lead of the race on the final lap. And Wright has seen off that challenge. I think Catton just had to back out of that a bit. That's cost him a few car lengths. Might that mean that he can't challenge down into Lodge Corner for the final time? I think he's too far back now into Lodge for the final time then, unless Wright makes a mistake. He's going to win his first race in the historic 750 Formula Series. Climbing up, cresting Deer Leap now. Checker flag is made ready, and what a win for Sam Wright in round 3 of the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. He takes the checkered flag by just under 1 second in the end from number 31 Greg Catton in second place. They both win their respective classes, and it's a podium, and he's very pleased with that. Number 6 Richard Verheyden in third place. Charlie Prane-Jones, I beg your pardon, goes across the line in 12th place there, a lap down, but he wins Class A with that result there. And it's going to be a long wait until we see anybody else. But there's our race winner. He's still pushing on, I think, is Sam Wright on this slowing down lap, having already taken the checkered flag. Which continues to wave now. I just wonder if they didn't see it, possibly. There is... it's Wilson on the final lap who gets ahead of Ben Bolt. So that was a change for 4th and 5th. And 6th, that also has changed around on the final lap because having spun on the opening corner of the race, Gary Brandon has managed to climb back to P6. He just about takes the checkered flag. So quite a dramatic race, that one, Johnny.
It was excellent, and there was a great deal happening, not least for the race lead between Sam Wright and Greg Catton, and Sam will know that he's got certainly a scrap on his hands for later on in the day. He's not going to have it all his own way for race 2, and Greg Catton will have learned a thing or two as well about how his Dyson performs up against the Village. Certainly the first sector or so is favoured towards the Sam Wright car, but Catton can close in towards the end of the lap, and often Sam was coming out of Knickerbrook Corner a little untidily at times, and that was giving Greg Catton the good opportunity to get through. I think if he'd been a bit more patient and not pushed for that overtake at Druids, that would have given him a much better opportunity into Lodge. But as you well described, he kind of showed his hand at the penultimate corner, and then didn't have a great deal to fight with for the final time into Lodge. But Greg will take that away. He did get a fastest lap in that, 2:13.7, and it's poised nicely now for race 10.
Absolutely. So we see the historic 750 Formula Series cars out again later on. That is going to be at around about 20 to 5 for the penultimate race of the day. Then the ultimate race is the ultimate BMW race. And that's going to come up at the end of the programme. But plenty more racing before then, including next up more BMW action, because we've got the 116 Sprint Series on 120 Coupe Cup coming up for their second race of the weekend very shortly. But that Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race, well, it was won by number 16, Sam Wright, in the end. 0.987 seconds was his victory margin in that race over number 31, Greg Catton. You can see confirmation of that. So the Village V2 beating the Dyson Type 64 which kind of indicates there was 63 other types of Dyson before they arrived at that one. I'm not sure if there was or not. What do you reckon, Johnny?
I thought they were using the bit terminology. So you have 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. So by that logic, it's version 4, maybe.
Yeah. Richard Verheyden was third, number 6. Fourth was number 7, Graham Wilson. Fifth was 13, Ben Bolt. 6th, 74, Gary Brandon. 7th was 14, Ben Mile. Paul Mason. Number 67 was 8, John Donning. Number 37 was 9, and David Rose. Number 3 rounded out the top 10. James Miles won Class B in his Austin 7 Aposto, who was 11th overall. And Charlie Plain Jones, number 22, was 12th. He won in Class A. So 4 class winners in the first 12 places, and sadly a few didn't make it to the checkered flag. Let's hope that some of those at least are back out for the second race later on this afternoon here at Oulton Park, where it's all still going on. There's still another hour and 3/4 of an opportunity to have a drift taxi ride there on the infield. So if you want to get involved with that, you can do so. And there's still activities going on in the Fogarty Moss Centre with sim racing, scale X-Trick, and lots of activities as well, and of course lots of lovely BMW to look at on the displays, lots of trade areas as well. So do have a good look around the show here at BMW Live today at Oulton Park. Just looking down into Parc Fermé, you can see Kieran's down there waiting for cars to arrive in and come to talk to him. We'll hear from hopefully our successful drivers at the end of that race parts historic 750 Formula Series race, and then we'll move on, as I say, to the 116s and 120s once again. More racing to come here at Oulton Park throughout the rest of the season as well. There's information on that inside the programme, telling you about future events here as well, so do check that out. Still to come here, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is here on the 21st and 22nd of June. And then the following weekend, the Supercar Pageant in association with Hampson Auctions is here on the 28th of June. The Oulton Park Gold Cup on the 25th, 6th and 7th of July. And then looking ahead, there's the US Auto Show and Tunafest North in August. The British Superbike Championship returns in October. Auto de France is here in October, and the Neil Howard Stage Rally and Fireworks are here on the 1st of November. So lots still to come here at Oulton Park throughout the course of this season. I can see that Kieran Mogg is there in the assembly area. We're not too far away from him being ready to talk to at least some of the drivers out there. I think possibly not helped by the fact that the top 2 have taken a little bit longer to arrive than was expected, but we'll hopefully get them across to talk to him before much longer. And then we can have a good chat with those drivers before the BMWs are out onto the circuit for their next race. So let's see if we can just see the Dyson is heading into position. Let's see if we can head down to Kieran now, because we've already got the cars now heading out onto the circuit for the next race. So we'll head down in a moment to Kieran Mogg.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry about the delay. We've just had a bit of a fiasco in Parc Fermé here because the overall winner, Sam Wright, just decided to just drive off and didn't see us waving and say, come over here, we need to talk to you. So while they get themselves de-helmeted and everything, have a quick chat with our class winner. So you mentioned just then it was a bit of a lonely race.
It was, I'm afraid, yeah. We're a bit short on Class A Austin 7s today, which is a pity, but it's a lovely track and a lovely day, so tried to keep up with the other classes, but, you know, age is against us, really. But, you know, these are the cars that named the club, so, yeah, we enjoy ourselves no matter what.
Yes, let's talk about the track and the cars. Obviously, it's a bit different to the other classes that we've got racing today. It's a very technical circuit, but talk to us about what the challenges that you face in a car like this.
Lack of suspension, lack of steering, lack of nerve, you know, general. But yeah, it's a good learning experience. Every minute on track is good, and it's a great place for people people to start racing, and that's really what I did. You know, I didn't start until I retired, so but I wouldn't say that slows us up any, but it's just a steep learning curve, that's all.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll see you later as well.
Oh yeah, I hope so too.
Cheers, thank you very much. I'll have a quick chat with Greg Catton here. Greg, can I just jump in a second? Let's have a quick chat. So, that was close.
It was, yeah. Lovely dry conditions. I like the dry conditions. The car revels in that. Competition is still that white car. Yeah. We've got JV2 in the JV2 this time.
I'm going to say, same car, different driver, but still the same competition.
It's still the same, yeah. Good car.
Yeah. Yeah. And have you found, obviously, the battle with him? Obviously, it's his first win, it's his first time racing. Like, how have you found it with him?
Don't tell John, but he might be as good as he is.
Well, John was very full of praise as we walked over to Parc Fermé, so...
very good. If that's his first race, yeah, he's got more to come, I'm sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. We'll jump in with Sam very quickly. Sam, I believe it's your first win. Congratulations.
Thanks. First race.
Yeah, it's quite a big one for first race. Obviously, had quite a good fight there with Greg. So, difficult to keep him behind?
Yeah. I thought at first I built up a bit of a gap to him, and he seemed to appear from somewhere. I don't know whether he got faster or I got a bit slower. Yeah.
Well, either way, obviously, you've still got a race later on today. So, do you reckon you can do it again?
Just keep pointing in the right direction, I think is the plan.
Good. Well, congratulations on the win. Hopefully we'll see you later.
All right, sorry, thanks.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so coming up next, we have the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup.
Second race of the day coming up then for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. We had a race before the lunch break for these cars. That was won in dominant fashion by Matthew Highcock in the treble 5 car from Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield, while Peter Keane came out best of the 116s from Will Abraham and Jack Godden. This grid, though, set by a separate qualifying session, so not based on the result of the first race. It has on pole position the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock, and beside him is number 5 Anthony Seddon. On the second row, 18 is Alan Caulfield and 59 is Rob Carvell. Row 3 of the grid will be 21 David Williams and 88 John Turner. On row 4, it's going to be the 151 car of Peter Keane, and next to him is going to be 228, that's James Waring. We're into the 116s now. Row 5 is 121 Luke Fox and 25 Ethan Hall. Row 6 will be 71 Jack Godden and 111 Antonio Souza. The 7th row 209 and treble 6, 209 Will Abraham, a bit further back than he'd have liked to be, and treble 6 Ben Wilshire. The 8th row 252 James Dunn and 249 Scott Jeffs. The 9th row 55 Lewis Charlton and 83 Sammy Walton, with on row 10 34 Toby O'Reilly and 186 Daniel Petters. Row 11 will be 234 Lee Pearce and 27 Steve Lloyd. Row 12 212 AJ Duffel and 93 Lawrence Johnson. The 13th row 9 Julian Howe and 200 Charles Carter, and on the 14th row with number 30 Harry Miles, and there's going to be 2 drivers starting on a 30-second delay. Those are going to be 23 Jason Bailey and 714 Sheena Valentina. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this second race of the day for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. Johnny Palmer alongside me. We enjoyed a good action in both the 120s and the 116s earlier on.
It was excellent in the 120s with, the top 4 or 5, I think it was 5 actually, that came across the line, separated by not too much at all. And the thing is, one car loses a bit of momentum, then all of a sudden it gets absolutely surrounded by 3 or 4 next on the road. So it is a tough fight, certainly at the head of the order of the 120s, but also the 116s as well, imitating a Formula Ford race at a lot of the time in that sort of chevron formation heading into Lodge Corner. So yes, I'm expecting much of the same. Peter Keane's not going to have it all his own way at the head of the 116i grid, starting from 7th place overall.
That's right. Well, looks like we've got the green flag waved at the back, so very efficient work by the marshals in gridding these cars up. We're going to be underway for what is going to be a 15-minute race any moment now, because the red lights are on. quite a long hold before they go out. Good start by Anthony Seddon from the outside of the front row. He's got his car almost ahead of Matthew Highcock's car into turn 1 Oulton corner. Crucially, almost. Has he managed to make that stick, though, as they come out of Oulton for the first time? I think he might have done, you know, 1 or 2 running quite wide, using a bit of the grass as well as the green concrete on the exit of Oulton corner, but they've all got through safely, I think, for the moment. Down towards the left-hander at Cascades they go, and it is Anthony Seddon that's got the lead of the race car, number 5, but Matthew Highcock in the treble 5 car is absolutely alongside him, and trying to pick up on the toe as well there is Rob Carvel in number 59, and it's Highcock that does sweep back through into the lead at Island, reclaiming his P1 from pole position, and it's Seddon back to second, Carvel third, and I think it's Alan Caulfield in 4th position at the moment as the rest of the field make their way through. Peter Keane looks like he's top dog in the 116s, and 1 or 2 getting a bit too close to our camera.
Well, 3 abreast through Shell Oil's hairpin. I've never seen that work to date, and it wasn't really working there either. There was a car very, very high and off onto the grass. The problem is the grass is generally flat, so it's like a plateau on the top of a hugely banked corner, so you'll struggle to get back onto the road that quickly, to be honest, and there is a barrier just the other side of our camera position as well, so hopefully everyone has wriggled free of that incident without too much damage. I noticed John Turner's now fallen back within the 116s, only one place though, so the booted car, which is the 6th of the 120s, car number 88, now actually running in 7th place. Terrific fight between Matthew Highcock and Anthony Seddon, though, to be side by side for such a long time. There goes Turner to be back in amongst, at least as far as the timing screen is concerned, the 120s. He's got a bit of ground to make up, of course, on the overall top 5, but he's now the right side of the 116 leader. But it's Highcock, Seddon, Rob Carvel, I thought, was going to try and split the two of them heading for Island Bend, but he thought better of that. And the dark blue Carvel car is in 3rd position at the line.
Absolutely right. So end of lap 1, it's Highcock leading, number 555 by 1.007 seconds from Seddon. Meanwhile, I think, Turner's got himself back into P6 overall in the 120, so all the 116s are together, and that you could see was 151 Peter Keane from 25 Ethan Hall, and the 228 car of James Waring. Up on the point situation after race 1 in the 120s, Matthew Highcock leading with 123, Anthony Seddon 105, and George Healer, who's not here today, I don't think, has 86. And in the 116s, it's Will Abraham 95, and he was well back on the grid in this race. Peter King 93, Jack Godden 83, level with Ethan Hall. Indebted as ever to Josh Barrett for the update on the point situation in between races. There's a good battle going on in the 116s a little bit further down the order. I think that was Will Abraham trying to find a way through, possibly past the 249 car of Scott Jeffs.
Yep, I agree with that. I'd certainly identified Jeffs. I just haven't realised who was on his tail, but we got to the bottom of it together. And Jeff's under big pressure then, leaving Shell Oils and heading for Britain Chicane. Lots of curb taken there by the 151 car. So 151 Peter Keane. Oh, but a spin further back. That might be Luke Fox in 121. Yep, so he is going to lose ground and does rejoin, but right in a really busy part of the racetrack. You're going to struggle to find anything quiet, to be honest, in amongst these 116s, and quite a significant chunk of places lost there, because obviously Luke's going to take a bit of time to then get back up to full speed, and they are not hanging around on that run over Hilltop and down towards here at Knickerbrook.
That's right, very busy circuit that we have here today in the 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Trophy. Still working our way around lap 2, just coming to the end of it now, and it's going to be Matthew Highcock that's going to cross the line in the lead of the race. Can tell you well ahead of the rest. We're watching the 116s stream through. There's the 212, so we had 121, there's 212, that's AJ Duffel, the two teammates together there. AJ Duffel from Birmingham, Luke Fox from Barnsley. They are only separated by a couple of cars on track now as well, it would seem, as they turn their way through Lodge Corner. There, though, is Peter Keane, Ethan Hall and James Waring. The 17-year-old is with him there in the 228 car, the teenager from Garstang, college student in his 2nd season of racing. Part of the Matt Highcock racing team. You'll have seen the similar livery on his car. Had a win last year at Snetterton in the endurance races. and possibly has an eye on single-seaters next year in F1000. He was saying on his driver profile form, but for now he's focused on the 2 cars ahead of him, Peter Keane and Ethan Hall, in very close formation.
They certainly are, with a gap of 4 or 5 car lengths, perhaps then back to 3rd position in that category. So John Turner, having wriggled free in car number 88, may, as he did in the earlier race today, struggle to keep pace with the top 5 overall. Headed by Matthew Highcock, Anthony Seddon in second, Rob Carvell not able to find a way through at the moment, but there is Peter Keane, and followed Ethan Hall in the blue, well, two-tone blue and pink number 25. And at very close quarters now is the addition to the programme, although not on this page in fairness, James Waring. He'll be in addition to the final race of the day in number 228.
Certainly will. So watching Jack Gordon's gone through there. There is Will Abraham, and he is in 13th position at the moment. They all benefited on the previous lap from Fox's spin. He dropped 9 positions as a result of that, so everyone else shuffled forward 1. But Will Abraham not making the progress that he would have hoped for in this race, and it looks like Peter Keane, if things stay as they are, will take the lead of the 116 Sprint Trophy Championship, leaving Oulton Park and heading to Snetterton for the next meeting in a few weeks' time. Only 2 weeks, actually, I think it is, before the meeting at Snetterton comes around. There's the 120s. Anthony Seddon has got Rob Carvell behind him. There's only 0.2 of a second separating them at the start of the lap. They're 3.7 seconds now behind the leader, Matthew Highcock, the driver from Manchester. But it's Anthony Seddon there, local man from Tarpley, just ahead of Nuneaton's Rob Carvell. Lots of the drivers are based not too far here from Oulton Park. That's quite a northwest bias towards this 116 Sprint Trophy, 120 Coupe Cup. Lots of drivers based in this area. There's Highcock in the lead of the race. We've not seen much of him on the live stream throughout the day, really, because he's just been so dominant. It's not been very interesting to watch him, really, in comparison to some of the other battles that we've had. I mean, it got a little bit interesting at the start because he didn't get away from the line particularly well. But since then, he's had it plain sailing, and Seddon has had Carvell and Caulfield for very close company. There is Highcock there. I say last year's 116 Sprint Trophy champion. Now he's switched to the 120s and is also busy running cars. Several drivers have opted to run with his outfit. There's a moment there. That is the 18 car, which is Alan Caulfield for this race, not George Healer, whose name is on the side of the car. And he's had a moment, and he's dropped out, therefore, of 4th position.
Real shame, but it's not a quick recovery either, because you'll probably have to thread your way through those plastic boxes on the cut-through road, the run-off road, but it's designed deliberately so that you can't then gain momentum up Clay Hill and to make the rejoin as safe as possible. So leaders in the meantime are heading through Lodge Corner and Deer Leap and back across the stripe. It is still Matthew Highcock with that lead, and much more intense for 2nd and 3rd, just as it was earlier in the day. In actual fact, Anthony Seddon up against Rob Carvell. And remember, we wind the clock back to race 1. These two, from memory, started to get involved with one another. And then cars like David Williams were able to latch onto the back. And in the end, Carvell went from 2nd to 5th in one fell swoop. So we'll be looking to try and avoid that. At the same time, trying to finish one step higher than he currently is on the podium.
Right, so 6 minutes of this race left. We've got black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody. I think the 1-2-1 car, yeah, Luke Fox. That probably makes sense given his various exploits during the course of the race so far. There is the fight for the 116 trophy lead. Peter Keane 151, Ethan Hall 25, and 228 is James Waring in 3rd. Those three were separated by just over a second at the start of this lap. Jack Gordon was another second or so behind them, so not too far away. It's not quite had the intensity this of the first race, I don't think, this second race so far, but there's time for it to bubble up yet. Another few laps maybe. We had an 8-lap race in race 1, working lap 5, so still another 3.5 laps to go, I'd suggest, in this one. And as I say that, Peter Keane goes a bit wide on the exit of Shallow Corner. That gives a bit of encouragement to Ethan Hall to try and get alongside him maybe on the way into Britain. Took back in behind him for now, really trying to follow single file through that part of the circuit. maybe see if he can mount an attack down towards his.
Reasonably good exit from Ethan Hall coming out of Britain's, and you've got to keep the momentum up as you pull through the gears, heading uphill over hilltop and then back down towards Hislops with the 116 scrap. Getting a tad closer now to the recovering Alan Caulfield's all-white car. So Caulfield was running in 4th position at the time of his spin, and that has benefited number 21 David Williams, who now runs in 4th, together with John Turner up a spot as well, because Caulfield wasn't able to get into the race until those two cars had headed by, both 120Is. But with the 116s, Peter Keane, try as he might, cannot shake Ethan Hall. And now Ethan Hall still with that company of James Waring in car 228. There's a bit of a gap, then back to Jack Godden. Give him maybe another lap and he could make it a 4-way fight for the 116s, as now sadly Alan Caulfield is going to come into pit lane in maybe a damaged, after the spin, number 18.
Yeah, as the 116s go over the line. Well, we've had 5 different winners so far this season in the 116s. James Waring, Jack Gordon, Luke Fox, Will Abraham, and this morning Peter Keane. As Josh Barrett has just pointed out to me, if Ethan Hall can get past Peter Keane, that'll make it 6 different winners in the first 6 rounds of the season in the 116 Sprint Trophy. Whatever happens, it shows how competitive this championship is. But if we can get 6 winners from 6 different races, that's something that doesn't happen very often, is it?
It's true. I seem to remember a Formula 1 season a good few years ago where the first 7 races were won by 7 different people, but that happens so rarely in Formula 1. In the 116 Trophy, I think it's all about, a little tiny mistake leading, or speaking of which, leading to bigger issues. And that's the 83 of Sammy Walton facing towards the apex at Cascades. And it's going to be tricky if the car is stalled to get that away in a hurry.
Was it the 83 or the 93?
That's very difficult.
I mean, debate about this earlier on, didn't we?
I get those mixed up a lot. If it wasn't the 83, then it was the 93, who is
Lawrence Johnson.
Yes, good memory. Side by side.
Yeah, and it's James Waring trying to get around the outside of Ethan Hall and sort of muscle his way past. Hall's off on the grass. Is he going to lose another place because of that? Yes, he is, I think, to Jack Godden, who's alongside him now and has the momentum. Oh, and he uses a bit of elbow as well to keep Ethan Hall at bay. And we were talking a few moments ago, I blamed Josh Barrett for this, about Ethan Hall being our 6th different winner in 6 races this season. Now he's back down to 4th place, and with only 1 more lap, I think, to go at the end of this one, he's got a tall order to make that work. It's looking like it's going to be probably Peter Keane, but possibly Jack Godden, who's possibly James Waring, I should say, who's on a bit of a flyer now. But Keane has made a bit of a break at the front now in the 116 division.
Yeah, just turning right at Lodge Corner now. So the fight is on between Godden, who may have been carrying a little bit of damage in the earlier race. I'm fearful that maybe some bodywork has been bent onto a tyre, but there's no immediate smoke coming from the rear of Jack Godden's car. Godden, I think, was just saying, well, if you don't give me space, Ethan, I'm going to end up out in the grass. And now there's a squirrely moment for 249 Scott Jeffs down at Old Hall Corner. That might have been as a result of a slight tap, because the rear right corner of that bumper has worked its way loose. Nice to see that racing can continue through Cascade. So whether it was the 83 or the 93 stranded there, they have managed to recover themselves and providing this ability to race so closely, because Godden now has the inside line on Waring and they turn as one through Ireland, but that will give Jack Godden 2nd place in the 116s.
Yeah, those two shared the wins at Brands Hatch for the opening meeting of the season, but it is Godden now in that red and black car that has gone through, with behind him now Waring and Ethan Hall tucking in behind him, but Peter Keane's advantage was about 3 seconds at the start of this lap amongst the 116s, so he was well clear. Similar gap really to Matthew Hycock at the front of the field overall. He's not going to be too far away from taking the checker flag. We've just seen the cars go past 212, which is AJ Duffel. His car is stopped by the side of the road as well, as Matthew Hycock has just come through. Sorry, yeah, he's just completed his 7th lap, hasn't he? So he's got 1 more lap to go. He's now on to his final lap. There he is. Just confusing myself there. And he's got now 2.8 seconds in hand over 7, so that gap has come down a little bit this time. as we're watching Jack Godden, James Waring and Ethan Hall climb up Clay Hill towards Druids. This is complete lap 7. The clock's counted down to 0. So they're going to have just one more lap to go at the end of this to decide second place in the 116s.
It was Lawrence Johnson who spun at Cascades. I got that wrong again. Dear me. It's straight to the optician, I think, at the end of this race meeting, maybe tomorrow morning.
How many 116s can you see now on the screen?
18. Well, there are 3 within frame, and this is for second, third and fourth positions. Jack Godden just about with the edge over Waring as they stream across the line, though. And it's a great drive from Peter Keane, again, to be at the head of the order.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's had a couple of good races here. He's going to be the first double winner of the season in the 116 Sprint Trophy by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Matthew Highcock looks like he's going to come home for yet another victory. His 5th of the season, 5th in a row as well in the 120 Coupe Cup, and on home territory as well, although it's equally home territory for Anthony Seddon as well, I should say, in second place. Ethan Hall is still looking for a podium here in the 116s. He gets alongside James Waring, but that's the outside line for Ireland, and he's off on the grass there. Now, how many cars will appear in shot when they get to our static camera at Shell Oil's corner? Ethan Hall is in the gravel. Yeah, Ethan Hall just behind the timing tower there is in the gravel trap after all of that. Meanwhile, Matthew Highcock is coming through to take the checkered flag, his second win of the day in the 120 Coupe Cup, so congratulations to him. He has the victory then. Second place is going to go the way of Anthony Seddon. The gap between them 4.1 seconds in the end, and Rob Carvel third. So a bit of a quieter race among the 120s that time. Not necessarily the case among the 116s.
Certainly not, because the fight is still on, this time between the treble one of Sousa, and all over the back of him is 252. So nose to tail, James Dunn trying to pressurise this mistake as they run up towards, or pressurise into a mistake, up Clay Hill they go for the final time. So Peter Keane will be very, very happy that he is clear of all of this chaos. But after several cars have paired off, I seem to remember they did this in the earlier race, those little inter-battles are not quite decided. I'd say Jack Godden's got the edge, though, over James Waring, so they will be the cars that finish on the podium, and it's been a dominant drive for the win in 116, Ian.
Yeah, it certainly has. Peter Keane has let the 3 of them scrap behind, or 3 or 4 of them at one time. Ethan Hall ended his race in the gravel trap, just was a little bit too bold in his move to try and get back onto the podium. So it was Jack Godden second, James Waring third, and Will Abraham, after all of that, did come back to 4th position amongst the 116s. And so we'll pick up some useful points in the class. He was leading the class coming into this race, trying to work out what that might have done. I think Peter Keane will have gone ahead of him, yes, because he was only 2 points behind. So I think Peter Keane will have the 116 lead. I think Abraham will probably hold on to second as a result of that. Our first double winner of the season in the 116s is indeed Peter Keane. And there in the background of shot, now we've got rid of the timing tower, you can see Ethan Hall's car. I'm afraid that did look a little bit inevitable, and it was when they left our site, Johnny, that it was not going to come around Charlo's corner.
Well, when you're pushing that hard and you're 2 abreast through islands, there's always the chance of the outside car running out of road, and it was 2 wheels on the grass, make that 4 wheels on the grass, and then I was very concerned that the BMW may rotate. It looked like it did. And it's so easy then for the car to whip back across the racetrack, potentially collecting other cars in the process, and hit the barrier on driver's left, and it's Armco along there, which can easily give. So I was sort of half pleased to see Ethan Hall's car make it as far as the gravel trap, albeit facing the wrong way, because there can be some huge incidents there as a car loses the rear end. These rear-wheel drive cars very easily done that, even though the grass has had some rain in recent weeks. Dry grass is even worse and offers no grip whatsoever. But let's hope that Ethan Hall's car is not too badly damaged. It's really difficult to tell from our angle, and it will need to be recovered either with a lift or a tow, and then when he gets it back he'll be able to assess. And that is AJ Duffield, also in the wars. It was carrying a bit of scarring when I went down to see both that car and Luke Fox in the team colours, and I think that's just tyre rub on the front left and right bumper. And that is just beyond Britain's chicane, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's a straight toe that is needed for Ethan Hall by the looks of it, as well as for AJ Duffel as well. So not going to need a lift, so shouldn't be too long in terms of a delay. Remind then, a win for number 555 Matthew Highcock at the end of 8 laps of racing. He won by 4.1 seconds on number 5 Anthony Seddon. Third went the way of number 59 Rob Carvel. Fourth place to number 21, which was David Williams. Fifth was number 88 John Turner. Sixth and winning the 116s was 151 Peter Keane. Seventh was number 71 Jack Godden. Eighth was 228 James Waring. Ninth was 209 Will Abraham, and running out the top 10 was 249 Scott Jeffs ahead of Antonio Sousa, James Dunn, Lewis Charlton and Luke Fox as well in 14th position. And now you can see the rest of the field. I think we had 22 finishes in the end, with Giles Carter being the last to make it home. So that's it for the 116 Sprint Trophy 120 Coupe Cup, although several of those cars will be out in the Ultimate BMW race at the end of the day as well. So we will look forward to seeing those. Just looking over to see where Kieran Mogg is and if he's close to being able to speak to drivers at the end of the that race. Have a quick word with the drivers. He's over there in Park Fermé now, just waiting for everyone to get everything into position and ready to talk to him. Just a few moments away, I think, from hearing from him. Yeah, he's there, I can see now in Park Fermé, so we'll head down now to Kieran Mogg for more successful drivers in the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup.
Thank you very much, and I'm joined here with Matthew Highcock again.
Oh,
another win.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. The start was brilliant. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Side by side through the first few corners. Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah.
Then you kind of just drove away towards the middle of the race as well.
Yeah, I mean, the tyres were overheating towards the middle of the race, so I had to slow down a bit, cool them down, and then go again. But yeah, the car's handling really well.
Obviously, nice way to go into the weekend. Two wins. Obviously, champion last year, 2 wins already in this. You're leading the championship. What can go wrong?
A lot can go wrong. No, yeah, it's going well. It's going very well. And touch wood, the car's been brilliant. Yeah, I'm really happy with that car. So.
And if it continues going this way, what do you reckon for the end of the season, maybe next year?
I honestly don't know. I've been looking at options. It's a case of what I can afford, really. So this is cheap, and you know, it's a good car. It's good racing. So it depends what I can find, really. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the 2 wins, and look forward to seeing you the next time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have our 116 winner, Peter Keane, coming over. Peter, you are the first multiple race winner of the season. Yes.
Oh, right, I didn't know that. Yeah, wicked. Yeah, no, car again was mega. Like, was massive out in front. Ethan, was pushing me hard. Managed to stay out in front, and then as soon as I sort of got a little gap and sort of broke the toe with Ethan, and they sort of started playing about with each other, it just made me get a bit of a gap, get my head down again, just drive away. So well happy. Like, car was brilliant. Yeah, mega day really. Mega. Well, I was going to say weekend, but yeah, we haven't got the endurance tomorrow. But yeah, mega day. Like, super happy. Like, massive championship points. Excellent. Like, couldn't be happy. Honestly, brilliant.
And same as earlier, it's like it was a proper cluster of cars.
It was so tough, everyone's so equal. It's obviously, one make series are so equal, and the slightest little mistake and they're on you, and you've got to be super calm, make sure everything's right, braking points, turn-ins, everything like that. And if you just stay in front and you can get that gap, and then if they fight behind you, you can just get that little cushion. And once you get that cushion, you can just not worry in your mirrors. You can just stick to your lines, stick lap times in, and just drive away. So yeah, it was nice at the end. Right, no panicking, just nice drive to the finish, So yeah, super happy, mega happy, like wicked day. So really happy.
Awesome, congratulations, 2 wins. Can't ask for more.
Very much. No, perfect. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, we've got a couple of people. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of an issue. So Johnny, stay there. I'm going to go and grab. Perfect. Yeah, come on, both of you. Why not?
We had a mega race with this man.
You both did. It was amazing.
Yeah. It's good to be on the podium again, but
Anthony's done the bigger step, so he's there.
Yeah, well, I tried for the first step, and we were side by side for about 2 or 3 corners, but I just couldn't hold it. And then I had this guy nibbling at me for a couple of laps.
I think the first lap for me was one of the highlights I've ever. Any race I've done was just awesome, and a real classy company as well. So well done, everyone.
Yeah, same for me. Mega race. Thank you very much for such fun.
Yeah, cheers.
Till the next time.
Yeah, 100%. Just one quick question as well. So obviously Matt had a very good season last year in the 116s.
Yeah.
He starts off pretty strong in the 120s.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Keep trying. There is another championship that I'm in anyway, because I'm a master. I'm a 61-year-old. So, you know, what's his excuse? My excuse is age. What's your excuse?
Well, I turn 50 this year, so I'm not eligible for Masters until next year. So I'll take you on next year for that.
Racing driver experience has got a little. Well, congratulations, guys, on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cheers, thank you. All right, we'll grab the 2nd and 3rd place of the 116s now. So. Come again, we've got Jack Godden. Jack, again, that was a proper battle.
It was quite nice. I was just watching it on the most part, and then when I caught up, the seas just parted, and I just drove straight on. I let them get on with it behind, and that was that. It was quite nice.
Obviously, it's quite a tight track as well, so how difficult is it to try and find those positions and try and find the place to actually get past them?
I find it a bit easier around here, I think, because there's so many corners, so it takes one person to make a slight mistake and suddenly you've got the momentum. It's just a bit of a ballsy move when you have to do it.
Well, obviously, ending with a P2, could ask for maybe the P1, but you know, it's very, very close.
Pete was just too far ahead. He had a great day, and when they started fighting for second, he was gone. There was no chance of catching him back up.
Maybe next time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so we've got our P3 now, which is James Waring. James, if you just come on over here. Again, very, very busy day for you.
Yeah, well, going into that race, I wasn't feeling very confident, to be honest. The car just hasn't been on the pace all weekend, but I got a good start, ended up in P3, and then just went lap after lap, and it got to near the end laps. Ethan made a mistake. I tried to go for a move around the outside, and then into the second corner of the chicane I just had nowhere to go other than the wall or him, so it had to be a bit of a barge there, but it was both hard racing from both of us, and then luckily I got the podium, so I'm happy with this. Yeah,
100%. Obviously, it's been a day of action-packed racing from the 116s, and as it always is. So, looking forward to the rest of the championship. What are your expectations? Where are you hoping to get to?
Well, after Thruxton, not being a DNF and a DNS, I think I was about 9th. So I tried to just forget about it, take every race by race on its own, and see where we end up at the end. But at the moment, I'm just trying to take a race at a time and hopefully go away from some silverware.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on P3.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's the 6 of the podium finishers from that race. Coming up next, we have the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship.
Second race of the day for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. Earlier on today, it was a win for Darren Ransom from Jack Kingsbury and Peter O'Connor, with the class win going to Mark Ridout from Lewis Richardson and Justin Griffiths. We had only 6 laps in the first race, I think only about 3 that were not behind the safety car as well. After Jack McConnell, he had a heavy off into the barriers just about at Oulton Corner on the first lap of the race. We'll see if he is back out there again for this one. Points wise, after the first race, it's Lewis Richardson now in the lead of the championship on 93 points. Darren Ransom 92, Jack Kingsbury 89, Justin Griffiths 87, and then Mark Ridout on 86. So very, very tight in the points. A reminder that points are scored within the individual classes. Class A for the Cleo 182s and Class B for the more modern cast 197s, 200s, which are a bit bigger, a bit heavier, but they're very evenly matched around the lap. Nevertheless, points scored within the individual classes, and it's all very tight after 4 rounds of the championship. We had 3 races at Croft in April, and 5 weeks ago that would be, and here at Oulton Park for the second meeting of the season. It's a 14 round championship that we have for the Cleos. Here's how the grid lines up. Darren Ransom is on pole position in the number 30 car. Besides him is number 3 Jack Kingsbury. The grid for this set by the fastest lap times in the first race. Second row of the grid is 72 Pete O'Connor and 12 Matt Hipkins. On the third row of the grid it's going to be 7 Lewis Richardson and 297 Jan Whittaker. On row 455 is Justin Griffiths and 92 Mark Ridout. On the 5th row, 18 is Mark Witherington and 316 is Mark Enoch. On row 6 it's going to be 29 Jerry DePrato and 31 Chris Page. On the 7th row, 27 James Gahagan and 111 Nick Harrison. Row 8 is 74 Gary Bayton and 57 Matthew Poncia. Row 9, 11 David Redshaw and 32 Graham Bishop. And rounding out field on row 10, 56 Chris Lawrence and 14 Jack McConnell, who was the non-finisher from earlier on today. He had that off into the barrier. We'll see if he's out there at the back of the grid. I know they were working hard on that car when I went past at lunchtime. So, Cleo's back out for their second race of the day. They'll also go to Snetterton, Cadwell, Brands Hatch and Silverstone to complete their season. In fact, they won't go to Silverstone, they'll go to Mallory Park for their final meeting, just to correct that. Mallory Park, the final event of the season in October. Here the cars are lined up on the grid, looking very smart. On pole position, the blue number 30 car of Darren Ransom, and it's the grey and orange and black car of Jack Kingsbury. Next to him, Pete O'Connor in the colours of the Irish flag, reflecting his heritage on the second row of the grid, number 72, and then next up it is the 12 car, which is Matt Hipkins, and that makes it an all Class B first 2 rows of the grid. 5-second board is shown to the drivers then. Red lights go on for 15 minutes of racing. Out they go, and a pretty even start by the 2 on the front. If anything, it's Jack Kingsbury that's made slightly the better getaway. Lewis Richardson in the number 7 car is also pretty well away in the 182s. He's trying to squeeze up on the inside of Jan Whittaker. Pete O'Connor's gone backwards a little bit there in the number 72 car, the reigning champion from 2024. So off they go down through Dentons and towards Cascades for the first time. And it is Kingsbury from the outside of the front row then that's made the best of the starts. Second is Ransom at the moment, and I think at the moment third is Matt Hipkins in the number 12 car there. There we can see the number 18 car, that is, I think, of Mark Witherington. He's right in the middle of the pack, but they sweep left through Island Bend for the first time down to the shallow hairpin, and it's still Kingsbury that leads, from Ransom in second, and they can see in fourth place Lewis Richardson in the first of the 182s. He's in fourth place overall.
One of them absolutely walloped the curb at Island Bend, which really did unsettle it then heading through the continuation of that left-hander. But it's all about the outside row, wasn't it? Both for Jack Kingsbury on the outside of the front row, and Matt Hipkins almost was able to follow the number 3 car through, but Hipkins is the second blue car on the road. Separating the two then, the pole position man, Darren Ransom, with some work to do. And also, as you mentioned, heavily delayed the green, orange and white car of Peter O'Connor, so benefiting from that difficult start for the Bristolian, although with Irish heritage, Lewis Richardson, who's now running in fourth position. Again, plenty of grass for 1 or 2 coming out of Knickerbrook. These Cleos bouncing around. I think tyre temperature is still trying to get there within the operating window, so a lot of loose rear end for 1 or 2 of them, including the grey car turning in now just ahead of number 14 at Druids.
And good to see the 14 car out there. That is Jack McConnell, who was off in the barriers in race 1. He's been cleared to race by the medics and the scrutineers, driver-around car, in race number 2. So it'll be interesting to see how far up the order he can get. Top 2 broken away here a little bit. Kingsbury and Ransom. And then it's Hipkins, Whitaker, Richardson in 5th. The best of the 182s. He's just been passed by Pete O'Connor now, and that means we've got the 2 182 leaders together as well, because the car right behind him is the orange car of Mark Ridout, number 92. So he's right in there as well. Mark, who's done some racing in the Hyundai Coupes as well in the past, now switching to the Cleos and challenging Lewis Richardson there for the lead amongst the 182s. Just in behind last year's 182 champion, Pete O'Connor, as they make their way through Ireland.
4 absolutely together, and they're all queuing up. So this is poised nicely now into Shell Oils. Not that you'll necessarily go for a move there. It's sort of a single racing line through the banked turn, but getting a good exit out of there. Having said that, 2 abreast, of course, further behind, just outside the top 10, I reckon. Jack Kingsbury trying to make a break then, having got the better of Darren Ransom at the start of the race. They were separated by, well, about a 1/10 of a second, so there really wasn't anything between them in the, was that second fastest qualifying times?
Fastest race lap times from race 1.
Okay, so be quick in race 1, you get a good position in race 2, and not surprising to see Darren and Jack right up there. But it is Lewis Richardson, the rear bumper being nibbled at there by Mark Ridout's car. And that's the queue that I'd identified going into Ireland. So it's a 16-wheeled Cleo heading up Clay Hill and on towards Druids.
Okay, so up towards Druids now then. Lewis Richardson was at the head of that group. Whether he'll still be there, well, he is, with Mark Ridout behind him. They've got the 2 more modern cars just behind them as well. Ridout now trying to get alongside Richardson as they head down the straight in towards Lodge Corner, but he's not been able to do anything with that. So it's Lewis Richardson, the 20-year-old from Milton Keynes, a motorsport technician at Palmer Sport down there at the Bedford Autodrome. Been racing now for a couple of seasons, also been on the spanners for his dad over the years as well. He's in Team Fusemetrics SR Motorsport prepared car. There's 55, which is Justin Griffiths just in behind him as well. And he's made up a little bit of grid. Jack McConnell, by the way, news of him, he's back up to 16th place, having had to start the race, of course, from the very back. And it looks like he's got some plastic film of some description there where the rear windscreen was previously. There's Pete O'Connor. He's now challenging for 3rd place. Jan Whitaker it is in the 297 car, the driver from Nottinghamshire, just ahead of him.
So Griffiths got the jump on the car ahead of him at the start of this lap, Mark Aynott. So those 2 switch positions coming out of Old Hall Corner. And now all of a sudden Griffiths has clear line of sight on the Mark Ridout car. Snaking their way through Britain's the 2 leaders. And it is a couple of clear-ish leaders now ahead of Matt Hipkins. Although maybe they're about equidistant actually. Now there is a slight advantage for the top 2. Maybe another car length back to the 3rd position car of Matt Hipkins. Remember, from the race 1 lap times, O'Connor should be ahead of the 2nd blue car on the road, but Pete O'Connor struggling to get by the Jan Whitaker car up ahead. And now there's a big issue for 316, which has found the camera position down at Knickerbrook, Ian.
Yeah, it's an unusual place to go off. That's Mark Aynott that's gone off there, the man from Cheltenham. 28-year-old, works in furniture sales, and he has managed to nose into the barriers there. Very unusual place to go off. Didn't exactly see how that happened. He's part of the VSG racing team as well, as is Jan Whitaker, of course. He's the MD, living in 3rd place still. Leaders over the line.
There was potentially more drama at Druids there with the half yellow, half blue car, that classic Renault livery going wide. And I wasn't sure whether another one had fallen off at the double right-hander or whether it was that car causing all the dust. It might have been 31 actually just going over the line now, which is still in the race. Chris Page. Did Chris lose time on that lap? 2:10, yeah, so he was about 3 or 4 seconds slower than, well, certainly a lot slower than the pace out front from Kingsbury.
Look at these two. These are the two leaders in the 182s. Lewis Richardson against Mark Redout. These have been the men to beat so far this season. And they're nose to toe, right on the limits of adhesion through the left-hand sweeper at Island. There's Kingsbury still in the overall lead of the race. There's Ransom. And then Hipkins third, fourth and fifth, Whittaker and O'Connor together. And then the next two, the 182 leaders. They're all going to be heading into a yellow flag zone before much longer because Mark Enott has gone off down at Knickerbrook, as we've said. But in the meantime, they still can race for a little bit longer at least. And it's well worth watching this. Oh, we do now have the safety car, though. So with 7.5 minutes to go, safety car is called. I presume that's because of the Enott car. We also did not have coming through that from Chris Lawrence. He said you saw a yellow and blue car in trouble, and yeah, he's pulled off at Britain's. In fact, that's what's happened to him. But it is the 316 car of Enott that I think has brought about this safety car period.
It was a yellow-fronted car, and of course I've seen a half yellow, half blue, so sort of automatically thought it was that one. But I reckon it was Chris Page who just went wide at Druids, kicked up the dust. He came through with a 2 minutes 10. And the car ahead of him on the road, 2:07. So, yeah, well, there is there is the Lawrence car. And I've sort of put the commentator's curse on that car. Not intentionally, let me assure you, Chris.
Okay, well, we've got the safety car, presumed waiting for them on the exit of Old Hall. That's usually where it would wait for the cars. There it is. But already Jack Kingsbury has brought them into good order and slowed the pack down. He's seen the safety car boards. He'll have no doubt seen Mark Enott's car off the circuit as well, and will realise what this is for, why we have this this caution period. The question is going to be how much more racing time do we get in this race, because there's 6 minutes and change left to go. Behind the safety car, a lap is roughly 3 minutes, so it's going to be touch and go whether we get much more racing out of this, I think, Johnny, but we hope we do.
Well, we've already had more than we had earlier on, because it's about half of the race that was denied us because of an early safety car within that. So it's the ultra-rare Volkswagen Cleo that leads them round. Don't mention a rival brand, but a very smart car nevertheless from the 750 Motor Club. And let's hope that, having seen far too much of this car in race 1 for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, it's a reasonably quick clear-up. The problem is there are 2 cars to be recovered, I suppose, and it also depends on how firmly the Enott car is in the rector-cell barriers. I think it is barrier rather than a tyre wall down there.
If they can, I think if they can just get round the corner from where it is, hopefully. There's a sort of, they can't get it off the road, but if the marshals could get it there, then that might work.
True.
Out of harm's way.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see what it is that they're trying to do in terms of trying to sort that car out down there. They're making their way through Britain's at the moment under safety car conditions. Reminder, it was number 3 Jack Kingsbury leading. From number 30 Darren Ransom in second place. 12 Matthew Hipkins was third, going very well here. Fourth was 297 Jan Whittaker. Fifth 72 Pete O'Connor. And then our 2 Class A leaders having a great ding-dong fight. Lewis Richardson number 7 and Mark Ridout number 92. Then it was Justin Griffiths, Nick Harrison, Jerry DePrato rounding out the top 10. There's the we're looking down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook now. You've spotted a marshal on the circuit.
Yeah, well, that's indicative to me that they're still dealing with the Mark Enott car. So you're thinking that you park it on driver's right immediately after the marshal post at Knickerbrook?
That's not what I was thinking, but that would work as well, probably, if they can get it there.
It just needs to be somewhere where it can't be found by another car.
Yeah. It looks like they've got the recovery truck on scene. Just a brief glimpse of that as they... the camera panned around, so I think they've got a recovery truck to try and move it, in which case they will just take it onto the infield, I would think, if they can. We've got 3 minutes 40 seconds to go, and
safety car drivers doing a very good job here, just driving as slowly as possible, but we're at the point now where the lights would need to be going out, and it would be unsafe to allow them to start racing because there's still that flatbed within the confines of Knickerbrook, so it's going to be one more.
Yeah. Well, what you'll probably find now is if they do manage to clear the circuit, the safety car will accelerate now compared to the lap time it's done on this lap to try and make sure they do get it round for the next one. I can see a medical car has arrived, which possibly has brought the driver maybe into... Was it going out onto the circuit possibly? That's possibly what's going on. There's a medical car now heading out onto track, one of the Hyundais. So the fact that that's heading out onto the circuit does not bode terrifically well at this stage. Hopefully everybody is okay and is in good order, but possibly the officials down there, the marshals down there, just a bit concerned that Mark Enoch has had a bit of a bang into the barriers there, and just making sure he's all okay after that. But he'll be in good hands with the rescue crew there and the marshals down there and the medical car along the way. So we have I think we do have a replay of that. Let's see if we do. We can have another look at something from earlier on in the race. So here we are. So we're watching the other cars head off up to, and there, yeah, Mark Enoch just arrived. We didn't see how he got there. Right into the recticel barriers, just at the foot of Knickerbrook. I'm not quite sure how he got there, really, Johnny.
No, and he'd been running just ahead or behind the Ridout car from memory.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can easily make contact with another car as you go from one side of the track to the other. You know, it's the inside for Hislops, and then you've got to, well, come out naturally wide, but then take the outside route into Knickerbrook. And if there was just a bit of overlapping, he's come off and straight on quite early on. If you look at the state of the wheel tracks through the grass over the straight liney bit of Knickerbrook, which is used on the Foster circuit. That's the original circuit before the Hislop chicane was added, and then almost at unabated speed gone into the recticel barrier. But the car's no longer there, so the medical vehicle obviously been scrambled for some reason, and any news we get on that we will let you know. But unfortunately, with the last racing lap behind the safety car at a 3 minutes 50, I fear this is the final tour.
Yeah, only 50 seconds to go now, and even at racing speed, they'd struggle to get back here in time for another lap. So I suspect we'll see the checkered flag at the end of this lap. I think also it's likely that the barrier down there at Knickerbrook will need to be checked as well after that impact with the barriers. It's probably not a barrier that's hit you terribly often, that one. Certainly our camera operator there will have had a face full of Cleo. Hopefully they're all right as well. So it looks like, because we are 13 seconds away from the end of the race now, we are going to get a checkered flag, which has meant that both of the Cleo races today have been rather rudely interrupted by the safety car, with a lot of running under caution, and only probably 7 racing laps across the 2 races, really, which has been a bit of a shame for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, because it does provide very entertaining racing, and certainly it was going to be a good fight, I think, for the honours in the 182s there between Lewis Richardson and Mark Ridout. The clock has counted down to 0 now. I think we'll get the checkered flag at the end of the lap. So they're going to come up. We'll watch them across the line, I think. There's another course vehicle, I think, that is just heading out onto the circuit. Possibly that was the medical car, another vehicle that's headed out onto track. But now we should have the checkered flag hopefully in the hand of the marshal on the finish line to bring this race to an end. There's the David Redshaw car, number 11 for the 42-year-old from Sheffield, a Chief Technical Officer for Atos Defence. In his 2nd season of racing, he was talked into racing by Pete O'Connor. It's a car that's prepared by Hustle Motorsport, and the car, the red, white and black livery, it plays tribute to both Sheffield United, the Blades, and Trinidad and Tobago's national flag as well, apparently. There is the checkered flag. It is a win for Jack Kingsbury then in round 5 of the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. 2nd place goes the way of number 30, Darren Ransom. 3rd is number 12, Matthew Hipkins. That is his best ever result, his first ever podium finish outright. 4th goes the way of 297, Jan Whittaker. 5th, number 72, Pete O'Connor. 6th, number 92, Mark Ridout. So what happened to Lewis Richardson? When did he drop back down to 16th? I managed to miss that somewhere along the line. Mark Ridout was 6th. 7th was 55, Justin Griffiths. 8th, number 111, Nick Harrison. 9th, number 18, Mark Witherington. And 10th was number 14, Jack McConnell. So it's Ridout that wins in Class A. I must admit, I've completely managed to miss what happened there to Lewis Richardson.
Well, did Lewis and Mark Enoch tangle?
Did they tangle?
Were they together in the order?
It may not be completely impossible.
They might have only been a car apart, if they weren't nose to tail. So perhaps one has been delayed with the other going into the barrier. But quite sensibly, we were focusing on the sharp end of the field, so the camera had swung round to watch them up Clay Hill just as Enoch arrived on the scene. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Lewis Richardson was involved with that.
Indeed. Meanwhile, it's, 3:15 in the afternoon here at the 750 Motor Club race meeting at BMW Live, organised by the BMW Car Club. So lots going on the infield, including in the Fogarty Moss Centre. So do head over for that, have a look at the cars. I think there's about another 3/4 of an hour as well to run on the taxi rides, the PH Drift taxi rides over on the infield as well. So do sign up for one of those. There might still be a chance to get out there. And of course, Sporting Bears have been running these dream rides all day in some very special sports cars and BMWs there as well, raising monies for Zoe's Baby Hospice. With a 10-mile route around the Cheshire lanes to enjoy and to raise money for that very worthwhile charity. So it's Place Baby Hospice there in Liverpool. So it's going to be a little while because it's a long slowing down lap before we get the cars to Kieran Mogg. So we'll be with him very shortly for that. A reminder that there's still more racing to come here this afternoon. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship up next. And then we've got the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and the Ultimate BMWs. Now I'm just seeing as well some penalties appearing on a screen here for false starts. And I'm just trying to work out who they're all for and if that's going to affect anything in terms of overall results. I don't think it is particularly. Right, I think I can work out what's gone on here. Because one of those 10-second penalties was to Lewis Richardson, and that has dropped him way down the order.
I mean, the 10-second penalty when there's a safety car is a nightmare situation.
It's a horrible penalty to have.
So it's a 10-second penalty for...
false start, we think. Yeah, so that is why Lewis Richardson, and he didn't actually lose places on the road, but he did get a 10-second penalty. That hadn't appeared on the timer screen during the course of the race. But he has got a 10-second penalty for a false start, as too has Joey DePrato, and that's also dropped him back a handful of places as well, outside the top 10, so that's a shame for him. So, yeah, a couple of drivers getting 10-second penalties for false starts. I did say at the time it looked like a good start for Lewis Richardson, but that's really cost him because it's dropped him from 1st to 8th, whereas in 7th, I should say, within the class, whereas in a normal race, which isn't finishing behind the safety car, you might get away without losing as many places as that. But of course, when they all come across the line in a queue, there ain't nothing you can do.
No, sometimes, knowing that you've got a 10-second penalty mid-race, so if the team can communicate that to you somehow via a pit board, then you can up the ante a little bit. But then if the safety car comes out, you're just going round nose to tail. So a 10-second penalty that might have cost you 3 or 4 places, all of a sudden drops you, well, it's well over 10. I can't remember where he was on the road now, 5th or 6th?
It was what are we, 5th? The 6th, wasn't it? Just ahead of Ridout. It's all disappeared from our screens now as well.
Yeah, but Ridout was 6th across the line behind the safety car, so that's dropped him 10 or 11 places.
Yeah. There you can see the marshals and just checking out the barriers there at Knickerbrook. They'll be making sure those are safe, ready for us to resume racing again. Chris Lawrence's car is being recovered as well. And that will be heading back towards us. The cars are now in the assembly area though, or part firm I should say. So hopefully we can head down now to Kieran Mogg, who's going to have a word with our top drivers in the Cleos.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a shame way to end that race. You know, it's obviously showing up to be very, very good because the Enoch car has just come in over there as well. But in the meantime, we've got the class winners. We're going to take a quick chat here with Jack Kingsbury. Jack, if we just get you to come to the front for me. That was, obviously a fortunate way to end the race, but still quite good while it was on.
Oh yeah, it was a great race. I made some changes after race one, put some fresh tyres on the front because those were about 6 races old by now. I knew that was the problem. Managed to make the jump on Darren at the start, and then he was quick in certain places. He kept closing it, I kept opening the gap. Really good race, and then obviously that happened, and not the way to finish a race, but it's still a good result for me, so no, I'm happy with that.
Was it just the tyres that you changed for the second race?
Yeah, just the tyres, yeah. I weren't sure what the problem was to start with, and I was like, thinking about it, I was like, they've been on there way too long, and it was a different car then. I was managing to just pull the gap where I could.
Nice way to end the weekend, though.
Pardon?
Nice way to end the weekend.
Oh yeah, great way to finish it.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, we'll take a quick chat with Mark Rideout. If you come over here for me a second. So having a bit of an issue with the signal, so we can't come to you, unfortunately. Right, so right in the middle of the pack there, class winner. Went well.
Yeah, winning class was news to me. I didn't realise that Lewis got a penalty, so yeah, we had a good battle. Unfortunately, the race was quite short because of the safety car, but yeah. What can I say? A win's a win, I suppose. So, yeah, happy. Yeah, been a good weekend.
Yeah, it definitely has. And obviously, you know, you're usually towards the front of your class and everything. This year, competition looking interesting?
Definitely, yeah. There's some really quick drivers in this, and yeah, I've got my work cut out for sure. I'm really enjoying it, to be fair. So, yeah, see how the rest of the year goes.
So, go again for the next one?
Yep, look forward to it.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, we'll take Darren Ransom now. If we could get you to come forwards for us, Darren. Close, but not quite.
Yeah, I didn't quite make the same start as I did in the first one. I hit limiter second. Yeah, and that was all there from then on, really. Jack, he knew where to back it up and where he was quick and where I was. It just won a good race, and the safety car kind of ruined it a little bit. I was a little bit quicker than him out the start, the first corner, cascades down the back. So I could have maybe had a run at him there, but it would have been tricky. Yeah. But yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, happy with the first one. That's good points again. Yeah, happy.
100%. Obviously, won the first one, second in the second one. Championship's looking maybe.
Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, we had a win at Croft, 2/3, so it's looking promising this year. It's nice to make a good start to the season.
Absolutely, congratulations, and hopefully continue the form.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, if we could get Witherington next, here he is. We could just jump in a second. So, busy race?
Very busy race, yeah. So first overall podium, so yeah, really happy, over the moon, yeah.
No, congratulations, you got to...
So yeah, they're all on the beers now, so I'm ready for a couple.
I'm not surprised, obviously, fantastic support you have back there. Yeah. They're all cheering as well. Cheers, guys. So obviously, fantastic support, your first overall podium. Got to feel great.
Oh, fantastic, yeah. It's a shame about the safety car at the end, but other than that, it was brilliant. So yeah, real buzz, absolutely loved it. The car's finally getting there, so yeah, we're coming on.
Absolutely, well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll continue the form.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, we can try and get who's going to be next. Matt. Hello. So, talk to us about your race.
I got an amazing start. I hung around the outside the first corner, got a few starts, and I sort of settled in. To be honest, most of the race was sort of follow the leader, and I made a big mistake down the back straight, which allowed Nick to get past me. And then, we had a sort of a battle of the last couple of laps, and obviously brought out the safety car. But, awesome. I love this track. So the second race back since I had a massive crash at Castle Combe, so I'm sort of finding myself. But this track is nothing better. It's a real races track. All the fast and the tricky. Yes, it's awesome.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a shame that it was cut short slightly with the safety car, but you say it's one of your favourite tracks?
Oh, it's got to be up there, yeah. So we had Croft a few weeks ago, and Croft's probably on number one, on level with this, yeah. Love it, absolutely love it here.
And obviously gives you a bit of a confidence boost going into the next one as well.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, I think it's under review, the position now, but I think I've 3 podiums in 3 meetings. So up to that, I've done 3 seasons with nothing. So I've got a roll somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And last but not least, if we could try and get you in here. Yeah, go on then. Well, why not? A quick word with you. So, again, very busy race. Unfortunately cut short. Tell us about it.
Quite frustrating, really. I made a mess of turn 1. Chris got round the outside of me, turn 2, inside to turn 3, and then I just lost loads of places. We had a couple of laps, then obviously safety car, and I sat there, bloody hell, just thinking it wasn't going to restart again. And obviously it didn't, and then, yeah, pulled in and got told I got second because of issues. And I was like, good, all right, fine. Yeah, very surprising. I had good pace in race 1, and I thought I'd go better in that race, and yeah, it was a bit annoying how it ended, but yeah, all good.
All right, well, hopefully for the next one you can continue the form.
Yeah, that's the main thing. The car's running well. We've had so many issues with technical bits and bobs, malfunctions and whatnot, so just keeping it running, keep finishing races and keep improving. Yeah.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Nice one, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's it for the Cleos. Coming up next, we have the BMW Car Club race.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Time for the second race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Then we saw them out just after the lunch break. We had the grid walk as well, of course, at lunchtime for these cars, and shortly they'll be released out onto the circuit for their green flag lap to the grid. Just waiting for the circuit to be clear. There they go, off out onto the track. Entry list for this on page 29 of the programmes. One additional entrant in the Cup class, number 17, Andrew Pywell in the BMW 325i. Andrew Pywell, number 17, in the BMW 325i. And I'll hopefully see him out, because he was involved in a bit of contact in the race early on this afternoon that brought his race to a slightly premature end, and he was not classified as having finished the race because he came into the pit lane rather than past the checkered flag. The win earlier on today went the way of Paul Cock in the E46 M3 that belonged to Mike Eustace, and he was a couple of seconds or so clear of number 135 Charlie Dark in second. Stephen Schweikart completed the podium. In class M2 for the slightly less powerful cars, Catherine Granger took 8th place overall and took the class win. In number 37 from number 69 Aidan Vilku in his E30. And then it was within that class Max Bunting third. Class 6 was won by Chris Blakey, Andrew Phillips and Clive Watson. That result set the grid for race number 2 then, so it's Paul Cook 26 on pole position, 135 Charlie Dark besides him. Second row is 43 Stephen Schweikart and 25 Ben Pearson. Remember those two were separated by 68 thousandths at the end of race 1. Row 3, John Brown in number 7 and Stuart Pywell is in 76. On the 4th row of the grid, it's number 9 Jason Rees and 37 Kevin Granger. On row 5, it's 69 Aidan Vilku and 27 Chris Blakey. Row 6 is treble 8 Andy Phillips and 177 Max Bunting. On to the 7th row, that's where we've got David Aspton in number 20 and Clive Watson number 10. The 8th row is 44 Ben Haynes and 30 Matthew Smith. Row 9 is 75 Craig Emerson and 68 Gareth Thomas. On the 10th row, it's 61 Ernie Graham and 4 William Lake. The 11th row is 17 Andrew Pywell and 31 Paul Laramie, and row 12, 71 Sean Foley and 55 Raheem Baloo. 24 cars we should have then on the grid for this second race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've reached round 6 of the season for these cars, and the points after the race early on today are as follows. Again, thanks to Josh Barrett for these. 56 points to Catherine Granger, 55 to Stephen Schweikart, 53 for Paul Cook and 53 as well for Aidan Vilko. So 3 points separating the first 4 drivers, and that's because points are scored within each individual class rather than based on overall finishing position. William Lake 49, Ben Pearson 44 are 5th and 6th in the points as well. So that's the way the championship standings look as we come into round 6 here at Oulton Park, ready to beat Brands Hatch and Silverstone. Donington Park is where they head next in June, Thruxton in July, so a couple of dates away from the 750 Motor Club. Snetterton in August and Croft in September will round out the season for the BMW Car Club. And we had an entertaining first race, didn't we, for these cars, Johnny Palmer?
What I really like is a good mixture of different types of BMWs through the years as well, but there's so much torque and power towards the sharp end, but it's about laying that down in the right context, I suppose, around Oulton Park, because it's very, very easy to get the bit between your teeth for the red mist to descend, and it doesn't take a lot to make the odd error, which can result in a big, big mistake. It's clearly quite warm, though, as well. I mean, we're in a nice air-conditioned commentary box. I'm very reticent to add, I suppose. But clearly, as the drivers get down onto the grid and the airflow is not necessarily there, they're having to fan themselves with the driver's door just to cool that cockpit temperature. And over a 20-minute race, you might not think that's a long time, but the engine's, of course, sitting just in front of them, so all the heat potentially is heading into the cockpit. And it's also important when you're with traffic, the airflow's not necessarily getting to that very recognisable grille on the BMW. So engine temperature will be a concern. We might even see cars just dropping back for a few laps to then push again to potentially force an overtake.
Yeah. Earlier race we had 9 laps from the 20-minute race. Again, we did have a bit of a delay with the safety car, but now we're ready to go once again. The red lights have gone out. The race is underway for 20 minutes. Even start from the top of the front, but actually it's Charlie Dark that steals the march, and Ben Pearson. And Ben Pearson now trying to get up the inside of Charlie Dark as well as they head into Old Hall Corner for the first time in this race. That was a bit of a brush there for the number 27 car of Chris Blakey, our class winner from earlier on. He got a bit of a swipe with somebody there, but I think has managed to keep going. And you've got Sean Foley there at the back in the number 71 car, the E46 M3 GTR. But a great start by the two M235i cars. They're very effective away from the line, and Paul Cook had a bit of work to do, and I think he will have a bit of work to do during the course of this race now as a result of that. Off they go down Shallows Corner, and it is Pearson leading, and it is Paul Cook already back to second place. He's taken P2 away from Charlie Dark at Shallows Corner, but Pearson, well, who knows, he might be a bit more of a difficult nut to try and crack.
There was a pincer movement on Andrew Phillips' car, I noticed. The 888 that started in 11th was in a real sandwich and just had to either get on the brakes or certainly off the power to avoid a 3-car collision into Old Hall. So Charlie Dark has slipped back to 3rd position. It's Ben Pearson that leads now, ahead of Paul Cook. So the white car with the black sides heading up Clay Hill for the first time. Paul Cook did seem to have just enough of momentum in the opening race to fend off the rest of the runners, but this has thrown down the gauntlet now, and Paul Cook has to provide an answer, I suppose. Stephen Schweikart, who did not have the ideal race, having started on the front row earlier in the day, fell back to something like 6th and 7th and eventually worked his way back up to 3rd. It was 68 thousandths of a second, I think, across the line with Ben Pearson, and Schweikart looking for a way by Charlie Dark as they come through Dearly for the first time.
Yeah, over the line goes Ben Pearson. He leads by 0.4 of a second from Paul Cook. Charlie Dark is 3rd, Stephen Schweikart 4th, John Brown 5th, and Jason Rees is in 6th position. Cavan Granger and Aidan Vilkua are nose to tail in the M2 class. 8th and 9th positions there overall as the rest of the field comes through. That's the 44 car you can see on the screen. That's Ben Haynes. He's, I think, just in behind Clive Watson as well. So good scraps going all the way down the order. And William Lake is trying to recover some ground. He had to start at the back of the grid for this race. There are the 2 leaders. Ben Pearson still ahead, but Paul Cook right behind him now, and Stephen Schweikart in 4th place has caught Charlie Dark. We've got 3 cars battling over 5th position as well. Here's the fight for 3rd place into Britain's this time.
Yeah, nothing between Schweikart and Dark, the car that he is chasing in 135, and also the fight is on first to second, so they have cleared off from those 2 white cars in behind. It's almost like an American police car livery for Ben Pearson, but it's the cops that's being chased, weirdly, maybe by the robber. No, that's being unkind to Paul Cook. He's a chef. No, right, anyway. Which rabbit hole am I disappearing into here? Absolutely nothing between 3rd and 4th positions. Just maybe a squirm from the rear tyres of Charlie Dark in that Crown Paints car. Just can't hang on to those 2 in front, though. And again, a big wag of the tail from Charlie Dark, which he needed to arrest. And here comes Schweikart with the giant rear wing on the back of number 43. That will help him into the slower speed, medium speed corners. And it looks actually the quicker car of these 2, but he can't find a way by 135 on this second lap.
That's right. So these 2 now about 3 or so seconds behind the leaders. And they're about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the next group of cars. John Brown, Jason Rees and Stuart Pywell, they're right together as well for 5th, 6th and 7th positions. And just watching from our commentary box window, but let's talk about that in a minute, because the side-by-side for 3rd, and Stephen Schweikart has gone through. He's muscled his way ahead of Charlie Dark there. So Schweikart, winner at Silverstone, has gone through into 3rd position there down at Cascades. What I was about to say was we've got a good fight going on for the Class M2 lead as well, which will try and pick up, but it's side by side for the lead as well. And it's Paul Cook with his nose in front, but is he going to be on the right line for the Britain chicane? Yes, he is. He's gone through. Every time I try and talk about the AM2 class lead, there's some side-by-side action going on. But it is a great fight between Vilku and with Cavan Granger as well. Granger was ahead by about 4/10 as they came across the line that time. But the leader of the race now is Paul Cook.
Do you want me to talk about M2s? Cavan Granger leading the M2 category in 8th place overall, and that is from the Vilku car, Aidan Vilku, number 69. And the gap between them is absolutely nothing at all. It was less than half a second as they crossed the line at the beginning of lap 3. We've already had 5 minutes of this race. The Class 6 is led by Andrew Phillips in his 888 car. That was the one that was getting the pincer movement at the start of the race from both left and right, and he actually dealt with the whole situation very well, because that could have been a nasty incident. So Andrew Phillips in his 330 CI, but it is at the moment leading the way, the new race leader Paul Cook, of course, because that was all done heading through Shell Oil's hairpin and into Britain. So it's the E46 M3 of Paul Cook now who heads Ben Pearson's number 25 car.
And here is that Class M2 lead that we've been desperately trying to talk about for the latter lap or so. It is the 37 car of Cavan Granger. What we've been waiting to see them, they've actually got themselves a bit further apart, with Aidan Vilku in his E36 M3 having dropped back a little bit now, the electrical engineer from Willenhall in the West Midlands. He's dropped back a little bit there in the number 69 car, 25-year-old, and only his second season of racing. There's Schweikart 3rd, Charlie Dark 4th, get back to 5th, but we'll stay with the leaders because Paul Cook hasn't shaken off Ben Pearson as yet. Paul Cook, who started out his racing with the 750 Most Club in MR2s originally. He raced in the M3 Cup, which ran the best part of 10 years ago now. Ben Pearson started out racing in Ginetta Juniors, and he's been racing this M235i for a couple of years now. And yeah, the Cop car's now doing the chasing, isn't it? Because he's right behind Paul Cook, less than a car length between them. He's not given up the fight.
So it is a high-speed chase, as we've had for much of the day, actually, in so many of the different categories racing here at BMW Live at Oulton Park. Charlie Dark has made a break on his own in 3rd position in an effort actually to reel in these two, and perhaps now in clear air where he doesn't have the distraction of, Schweikart rather, clearing Charlie Dark. And now that Schweikart is into some clearer air, the pace from earlier on showed that he could be quicker than certainly the Ben Pearson car, but Paul Cook and Schweikart in the original qualifying session were separated by 2.3 seconds. So now that Paul Cook has wriggled free of Ben Pearson, that's the worst possible news for Stephen Schweikart, but at least he starts with from a better foundation. slipping down all those places that he did in the first race, but beginning this one in third, and is now trying to track Ben Pearson, who has the fastest lap to his name, but not last time around. He was a couple of seconds away from that.
You can see at the back of the shot, that group that's just gone through shot there, heading down towards Cascades. John Brown in 7th place, car number 7. He's seen the black and white driving standards flag shown to him, I presume for exceeding track limits. But he was in 5th place in the earlier part of that race. Now here is a challenge on, and this is for the M2 2nd position, because number 20, David Aspden, has reeled in Aidan Vilku. Now David Aspden, who's there in his Z3, good to see that out on the grid, providing some welcome variety to this grid. He's 56-year-old from near Bradford, vehicle telematics engineer, done racing in the 750 Motor Club kit cars in the past, and his car's got a 2.8 litre straight 6 engine in that BMW Z3. That's challenging for 2nd position. As we're watching the leaders now, is Schweikart catching Ben Pearson here? He was 1.9 seconds behind at the start of the lap. He may have come down by a 10th or so.
Well, certainly he was quicker at the end of lap 4. A 150.6 played a 151.3 of Ben Pearson. And Ben capable in the early stages of a much quicker time than that, but that was probably when he was leading. Now Pearson is in the, well, I was going to say wheel tracks of Paul Cook, but he's more and more distant than that and has struggled ever since Paul was able to overtake in his mighty E46 M3.
The Z3, which we were just talking about, seems to have broken, I'm afraid. That's a great shame. David Aspden has got his indicator on saying, I'm going to keep out of the way, everybody. But a few other cars have just gone past him now. So it looks like he's going to be retiring from the race. So a short-lived challenge to Aidan Vilku there. And a shame that the Z3, it's the only Z3 on the grid, I think.
It is, yeah.
Is retiring.
Yeah, a proper BMW sports car, little sports car, compared to these more touring car-derived saloon machines. But we love all of the M3, certainly at the sharp end, and there's lots of fighting further down the order as well. Maybe a little bit less BHP, but nevertheless, side-by-side, door-handle to door-handle action. The 31 car that was in strife earlier on in the day, Paul Larami, you might remember, brought out a safety car after he went a bit too deep into Lodge Corner. His E46 Compact has been repaired. It fell off the road right about here, in fact, at Lodge, but is tussling nicely with a driver fairly early on in their career, with the novice cross still on the back of it. That is the number 44 car. 44 being Ben Haynes in his E46 330i, and there's no way through for Paul at Old Hall Corner, but they were overlapping for a fair few feet there. And Laramie looking quicker, just trying to find a suitable place to pass.
David Aspden, meanwhile, has come into the pit lane, as we feared that he might do. There's a black and orange mechanical warning flag as well, and that is to the treble 8 car. Now, that is Andy Phillips. Now, he's no longer leading in Class 6 because Chris Blakey has got back to the front of that class, but Andy Phillips, the local driver from Nantwich, looks like he's going to have to come into the pit lane because he's got a loose bonnet, potentially. The Marshall's trackside have reported that and say the officials said you need to come to the pit lane to get that checked out. Leaders have gone through to complete lap 6. There's 8.5 minutes or so left to go. Cook now leading by 1.9 seconds from Pearson. Pearson to Schweikart went out by a couple of tenths that lap to 1.5. And then Charlie Dark 3.4 seconds behind them. And the next group of cars just coming past our window is headed by Jason Rees, as we are watching there that Laramie car as it makes its way down to the Knickerbrook chicane, and he is running, I think, in something like 15th or 16th position at the moment. There's the treble 8 car. It looks like there's some frontal damage on that car that has possibly caused the bonnet to become dislodged. We'll try and get another look at that if we can, but that might be why it needs to head to pit lane.
So maybe one of the clips has broken rather than failing. So, yeah, grab a glimpse of that in just a tick. There is Ben Haynes, who was battling with Paul Laramie, but the car we're talking about that is being instructed to head to pit lane with the black and orange flag has done exactly that. Andrew Phillips in the treble 8. Of course, it's parked as far away from our commentary position as it possibly can do, but maybe the team or one of the officials is going to just check something out there and either take something off or strap it down. The official wouldn't do that, but maybe a team member for Andrew Phillips would do. And the 330i, fingers crossed, can rejoin. It's a reasonably long lap round here, 2.69 miles. So the hope is that the car will stay on the lead lap. But if it takes any more than, well, a minute and 50 seconds, then unfortunately that car will go a lap down.
Yeah, that's right. As Paul Cook, he comes through to complete another lap. Actually, as we're watching John Brown, still there in 7th place in his M3 Cup specification car. So possibly not as highly developed as some of the others down there, because the M3 Cup was for BMW M3s, as the name suggests, but with a particular kit of parts that they had to run. And John built his car up for that. As we're watching dispute for the Class M2 lead again, because Aidan Vilcourt got back on terms with Cavan Granger, and then he's managed to drive off the road and seems to have slowed up quite a bit as a result of that. So all of a sudden he got close for the lead in the M2 class, and then it's really dissipated again, that battle. I did notice a message on our screen, I think, that we may have seen that the 37 car gained a bit of time, possibly at the chicane a lap or two ago. So that'll be something that the officials will be checking out. But certainly now he's pulled away again from Aidan Vilcourt in the battle for M2 class honours.
They're now turning right at the end of the lap at Lodge Corner, as Charlie Dark is having to deal with some slower traffic, including Craig Emerson's 330Ci. He is able to clear that all-white Class 6 BMW of Emerson fairly comfortably on the run up over Hilltop, and then straight on the brakes again for the delicate run through Hislops, with the tyre stacks poised to punish any mistakes. Out of Knickerbrook will go Dark. He's still sitting in 4th position then. Schweikart almost running the risk, for Dark's point of view, of just disappearing from his view entirely when these two were nose to tail a handful of laps ago. So Schweikart's 3.5 seconds to the good, maybe slightly more than that, but Paul Cook's also in traffic. So is this a chance for Ben Pearson to gather some of that ground back again? Actually, Cook is, well, he's so clinical through the traffic. He's, if anything, he's built the gap back to Ben Pearson's car.
Looks like it, doesn't it? As Pearson goes past number 17, Andrew Pywell. We'll get a view there of number 30 as well, which is Matthew Smith in his 330i coupe for the drive from Ruskington. He's running in 17th place, but now a lap down on the rest of the field. There is Ben Pearson. He too is picking his way through the traffic then in the M235i. Car number 25. He is now 2.6 seconds behind the race leader, Paul Cook, with 4.5 minutes of the race left to go. By the way, Andy Phillips has retired from the race now, and there's certainly some frontal damage to that car, which had dislodged the bumper as much as anything, really. I think, I don't know if it was something that possibly happened on the first lap of the race. Johnny described the sort of squeezing that was going on the first lap, so possibly some contact there did a bit more damage than we first realised.
Yeah, it was tough to tell from our angle whether there'd been contact or not, but it could easily have pushed the front bumper or maybe even the wing towards the tyre, compromised the wheel arch, and I thought he'd actually done enough to limit the damage, but maybe not. And sometimes, of course, you can get away with it, or you think you can get away with it, and then a few laps into the race it's got worse. So he won't be alone in suffering those difficulties. Amongst those that have had trying days, Jason Rees had a spin earlier on in one of the other races, or maybe it was this race actually, but just the different version of it. It's been a long day in, but Rees is still there with what look like flickering headlights, but that's because they are LEDs, and actually the frame rate of our cameras is far quicker than the human eye, so they look steady to the human eye, but it looks like he's frantically flashing at everybody in the race so far. You can do that, of course, to pose a distraction, but I don't think Jason is, in fairness. Headlights fully ablaze for John Brown's bright yellow number 7. 2 cars to clear at once, and he really had to tighten his line out of Druids on the Paul Warwick Bridge. He's got by 1. And is the next one for position?
That is for position.
Beg your pardon, right.
It's Stuart Pywell, isn't it, that he's trying to get alongside for 6th place here. And he's overlapping as they head up Dearly, but just tucks back in behind as they go into the pedestrian bridge there, the footbridge that goes across the circuit at Dearleap. So it's still Stuart Pywell in 6th and John Brown in 7th in that number 7 car for the 42-year-old from Glasgow. Started racing 10 years ago. It's a 2002 car, this one. as he built himself, as I say, for the M3 Cup all those years ago. Still looks remarkably fresh, doesn't it, that E46 shape of BMW M3, even though it's now well over 20 years old.
Yeah, in my opinion, you can't beat an E30, although there are several other BMW owners here who would, I'm sure, strongly disagree. But a real impressive sight to see the fans pouring in this morning at the unearthly hour of 9 o'clock. I mean, there's normally only one of those in my day. But no, I'm mightily impressed, having never been to BMW Live before, quite how well subscribed it is. And it's not only the racing action we've got on offer. Obviously, that is our live stream entertainment, but Ian's been reeling off all the various other attractions around the racetrack as Paul Rees now moves right and left into his slops and is still fending off the advances of Stuart Pywell and John Brown.
M2 class still being led by Cavan Granger, about 1.7 seconds back to Aidan Vilcou. Class 6 is being led by Chris Blakey by 14 seconds now from Clive Watson, who's in second place within that class. And Gareth Thomas looking like he's set for another win in Class 6. And of course, these class wins, if they keep mounting up, those can be useful points for the championship. As we've said, it's Cavan Granger leading the championship by a point from Stephen Schweikart. It looks like he's going to extend that here with another class victory. Schweikart back in third position within his class. There's a minute to go on the clock. So, yeah, the last lap board is already out. So this is going to be the 11th and final lap of the race. And we're watching Jason Rees in 5th position put a lap on number 17, Andrew Pywell, who's, I think, having his last race weekend in this country, is he not? Because I think he's heading off to live in Australia after this weekend. I think we're going to see him out with his dad in the race a bit later on. He's just been lapped by his dad as well in the Ultimate BMW race later on.
Yeah, so his windscreen visor is on the wrong way up, isn't it? To say that he's heading down under. Is that right? I haven't caught a full glimpse of that yet, but it's a nice little touch.
That's what we're told, certainly. Just to prepare himself for life in Australia, because that's how it works down there, I'm told. Never been.
Yeah, and the water goes around the other way in the plug hole as well. So it's just out of shot, isn't it? Just out of frame. But these three cars are still absolutely together. Rees, Pywell, Brown. Could change at any moment, but if it's going to happen, it'll either have to be here at the chicane or maybe at Lodge, the final corner. Here's Paul Cook, though, heading for exactly that part of the racetrack, Ian.
Yeah, out of Lodge he comes down to the bottom of the compression, climbs up through Deer Leap and receives the checkered flag once again. So that is, I think, 5 wins so far this season now for Paul Cook in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, beaten just once, that was at Silverstone, by Stephen Schweikart, who takes third place here behind Ben Pearson. So 26th winner Paul Cook, 25 Ben Pearson second, 43 Stephen Schweikart third. Charlie Dark, who made the best start to the race, takes 4th place in car 135. And then we wait for 5th place, which looks like it's going to be Jason Rees and Stuart Pywell and then John Brown, but they're very close together through the final few corners.
Nothing between them. Well, I'll say that. There's a little bit of a gap that has opened up between the flickering headlights of Paul Rees and then Pywell, but Pywell to Brown, tight indeed. It's 3.5 tenths as they cross the line for 6th and 7th. They are all the M1s. We're waiting, though, for the M2 battle.
We are. That's Cavan Granger with 2.7 seconds to the good at the start of the lap, so he should have brought it home ahead of Aidan Vilcou. There's Craig Emerson through. He's a lap down. And another of the back markers. There's Cavan Granger now. We're just seeing him at Druids. And yeah, the Bisley Removal Services entered car has got quite a healthy advantage here over Vilcou in his E36, I should say. But Cavan Granger in those sort of familiar colours that he races in, the sort of white and sort of crimson, burgundy, I guess you'd call it. He takes the Class M2 victory then. And Vilcou is second, and then the next car through is Chris Blakey. He takes the checkered flag and is the Class 6 winner, with just waiting for Clive Watson to come through, who I think will be the last car on the lead lap and be second place within the Class 6. He's just coming through now. So that brings to an end the BMW Car Club racing action for today, but not the BMW action, because there's the ultimate BMW race to come at the end of the day. with a couple of cars that we've not seen as yet today taking part in that one as well, as well as some cars that we have, so we look forward to that. But there's 2 more races to come before that. In fact, there's the Armed Forces Race Challenge and the historic 750 Formula Series still to come. 5-second penalty has been issued. To Cavan Granger. It's not yet appeared on our screens, I don't think, but it's about to, for exceeding track limits, and that would drop him behind Aidan Vilcou, so it would make Aidan Vilcou the M2 class winner. That's not been processed on the timing screens yet, but I think word coming through from race control that is a penalty that is going to be applied. It's, as I say, not yet appeared on the timing screen, so it might be that we actually hear from Cavan Granger in pit lane, in which case we might find out where he was going off the circuit and gaining an advantage if he has a chat with Kieran Mogg. Winner then was number 26, Paul Cook. Second place went to number 25, Ben Pearson. The gap between them at the end of the race was 4.888 seconds. Third place was number 43, Stephen Schweikart. Fourth was 135, Charlie Dark. Fifth, number 9, Jason Rees. Sixth, 76, Stuart Pywell. Seventh, number 7, John Brown. Eighth was number 37, Cavan Granger, as things stand, and therefore winning the M2 class. But it might be that swaps around number 69, Aidan Vilcou, who was 9th on the road, that gets the verdict. Running out the top 10 was the Class 6 winner, number 27, Chris Blakey, ahead of 177, Max Bunting, 10, Clive Watson, 4, William Lake. And then it was Paul Laramie in 14th, Ben Haynes. Gareth Thomas winning the Cup Class in 16th overall, ahead of the other 2 in that class, Andrew Pyrwell and Ernie Graham. But Paul Cook it was that took another clear win in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and the next rounds for those, say, at Donington Park next month. So we look forward to that. We look forward next to the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The cars are already assembled behind us, I can tell you. And we're just getting drivers in position for a conversation with Kieran Mogg. Just getting the drivers in order, making sure he's aware of the possible penalty for Cavan Granger, number 37, as well. And I think very shortly we'll be able to head down to Kieran in Parc Fermé to have a word with our top 3 drivers.
Thank you very much, and yes, once again we're joined down here with the class winners. First and foremost, Paul Cook. Didn't have that all your own way.
No, that was a dreadful start, and I was first corner, I was third. Managed to get past them, but they just didn't let go. They was just hanging on, so there was no time for rest in that race.
What did you struggle with in this race compared to the other one?
Fitness. A lot of fitness, or lack of a lot of fitness. But it's very hot in those cars, but made a couple of adjustments before this race, and they didn't work at all, so I should be putting it back. And it is for sale. Speak to Mike Eustace, and he'll do you a very good deal.
Well, congratulations, 2 for 2. Cheers, thank you very much. Right, if we move on to Cavan Granger. Cavan, if you want to just jump in a second. 2 for 2.
So yeah, not bad. Yeah, good race again. Aidan was on me all the time. You know, you make a mistake, you get sideways or lose a bit of time, he'll be past. So yeah, just concentrate for the full 20 minutes. I ain't got a good concentration span. I ain't. So yeah, no, it's good.
Can ask for a better weekend, yeah.
No, not really. Just got a game yet. As long as the van don't break down the way, we'll be fine. It'll be a good weekend.
God, don't jinx it. I'm going to stop you talking right there. Right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, if we move on to Chris Blakey. Chris, you want to jump in? Again, 2 for 2.
Yeah, it was a slightly scrappy start to that one. A little bit of contact, but kind of got through. Good bit of racing. Good bit of racing with Max in the M2, and then got past Andy, and unfortunately I had to retire due to a meatball with bumper, but could have been better. So unfortunately Paul didn't get getting back up to race with us at the front, so cracking day. You've got to say that, otherwise you won't lend you the car. But it was a really good day. Really good day again. Nice and warm. Good event again. Always good to see everybody come out to BMW Live. Lots of interest in the cars and that, so might get a few new races next year, you never know, we'll see. So
Absolutely. Well, congratulations anyway. 2 for 2. Couldn't have gone much better.
Yeah, perfect day. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, move on to Gareth Thomas now. Gareth, you just wanted to jump in here a second.
Yeah.
Again, 2 for 2. 2 for 2 for all of you.
I know. I know it's getting regular. You know, may as well just have the same photos after every race. You know, all good. But yeah, 2 out of 2. I'll take that. Going into it, I didn't realise Andy had the fastest lap in our class in the first race, so I was a bit worried. I thought if he doesn't have an incident, it's going to be a problem for me. I had a good start. I got some cars between us, and I think he just got held up a couple of times. So yeah, easy going, to be fair. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, congratulations, and hopefully continue the form on the next one.
Yes, yeah, hope so too. Yeah, all right.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, we'll head back up to Ian and Johnny, because coming up next is the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
So second race of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Early on today it was a win for Mark White from Jonathan Candler and Christopher Pawley, with the results declared from a combination of the two parts of the race, both before and after the red flag that we had in the early race. The grid for this race lines up as follows. On the front row it's 65 Mark White and 47 John Cobley. Second row, number 13 Adam Dewis. He is there by the looks of it, although he's got his hazard warning lights on, which is never a particularly good sign. And number 1 Jonathan Candler. Third row of the grid is going to be 78 Paul Chapman and 888 Christopher Pawley. On the fourth row, 67 Tom Sykes and 51 Ian Cooper. Row 5 is 935 James Flint and 230 Paul Waterhouse. On the sixth row, it's 22 Luke Arpino and 26 Gareth Moss. The seventh row, 96 Ben McLaughlin and 55 Josh McClelland. Then on row 8, it's 35 Richard Brown and 64 Harry Townsend. The 9th row, 72 Andy Holmes and 34 Sean Graham. The 10th row, 88 Simon Skirton and 14 Peter McNichol. Row 11, 92 Lee Keneally and 113 Alexander Martin. And the 12th row, 305 Ben Seaton and 15 George Harvey. So that's how the grid lines up. It is almost in position, I can see. If I look to my left, Mark White has his door open just to let a bit of air into the car. So too does John Cobley. But is that car of Adam Dewis in good health? I thought I saw a marshal go down to the car there. You can see several of the drivers do have their doors open. We have had the green flags at the back. And yeah, there is a marshal. You can see his hat, the marshal's hat. Well, it's not his hat talking to Adam Dewis, it's the marshal wearing the hat. Or isn't it indeed possibly a scrutineer? Yeah, it was a scrutineer, I think. That's popped out to have a word with him. Hazard lights are still on. That's an unsettling sight. If you're on the road behind, isn't it? If the guy in front of you's got his hazards on. Anyway, green flag is waved at the back. 20-minute race ahead of us for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Red lights are on. And they go out. Away we go. Lots of power to be put down by John Cobley in that Seat. And also for Mark White in the Honda. And Adam Dewis has made a decent start, actually, in the BMW 125. And he's got there through in third place. The Mazda MX-5 of Gareth Moss kicks up a bit of dust on the exit of Old Hall Corner as well. But it is Mark White that has got the lead as they head down to Cascades in the number 65 Honda from number 47 John Cobley. And Adam Dewis still there in third place, still with his hazards going as they make their way out of Cascades, down the Lakeside Straight, then on towards the island sweeper, the left-hand sweeper, for the first time. And there's the little 35 Richard Brown Toyota MR2 as well. But it's unsurprisingly Johnny Mark White that leads this race.
Yeah, I did try and chase down John Cobley during the lunch break to find out precisely what the various issues he's been suffering from with the Seat Ibiza Cupra have been, but he was nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. So clearly, whatever the latest issue was, there's a spin there at the Britain chicane for the 67 BMW, and it's going to hit the tyre barrier reasonably firmly. In fact, that's more than just tyre barrier. Armco behind it as well for the 67 car, and it will be able to rejoin by the looks of things. So that is a brave attempt to head back into the race for Tom Sykes. Yeah, just to finish the point about Cobley's Seat, it came to a halt. It was in the restarted version of the race after earlier on there was a stoppage, and the blue with the black bonnet number 47 got as far as, well, Cascades pretty much, but then had to turn right and into retirement. But it's looking a lot more, well, I don't want to put any sort of kibosh on it. It is running for the time being here.
It is. It's in better health than the barrier is. Let's say that much.
True.
Right, we'll see how this goes as Gareth Moss there in the 26 Mazda MX-5 makes his way through. There's Adam Dewis. I think he's in third, but he's so far behind the first two. Then it's in fourth position Jonathan Candler, number 1. So he's the next car through in fourth place. Fifth is 888 Chris Pauly. 78 is Paul Chapman in sixth. And then a move being made here is by James Flint on the inside of Ian Cooper in the Daewoo Nexia. Yes, it is. And so James Flint goes through into 7th position at the start of lap 2.
So a nice little place change there at Denton's, the right-hand kink, as the road drops away from these runners and then delivers you into the apex at Cascades. But it's very easy to get the exit of that corner slightly wrongly if you pop up onto the crown of the road, because it is almost giving you a choice to head onto the grass there. But nicely avoided by the blue Cleo, heading the Josh McClelland Honda Civic, the bright yellow car, which will pop into sight now at Shell Oils. And in fact, the Civic almost being overtaken at that corner. 888 is Chris Pauly's Cleo, and he has a newer shaped Cleo right on his boot lid then. They are absolutely neck and neck, heading over Hilltop. But Mark White, Chalky White, leading the way by 1.4 seconds at the end of the previous lap. And again, Cleo's getting almost level on the brakes there into the second chicane on the lap, into Hislops, and now out of Knickerbrook to head back towards the final few corners. Oh, that's sideways for McClellan though, and he's going to spin, thankfully, to safety, and just some plastic boxes there. Reverse lights come on, that's neat. And now he'll be able to do maybe a 3-point turn to rejoin the race, but so easy on these coldish tyres, and not exactly road-going tyres, but they do have tread, so therefore without being a slick tyre there's a little bit of grip being at a premium, and so proved there by the older shaped Civic.
Indeed so. There is the 888 car of Chris Pauly in his Cleo 182, 30-year-old RAF pilot from Cardiff, been racing since 2016. With some low-cost racing and, of course, the armed forces. It's a 2-litre car, this one, but built by himself. He's owned it for the past couple of years, and he's just ahead there of number 78, Paul Chapman, who lists Oulton Park as his favourite circuit, the 46-year-old Army officer from Bestford. So it's an inter-services battle, RAF versus Army, the battle between Chris Pauly versus Paul Chapman. You can see Paul Chapman's got the sort of camo Army livery on the side of his car as well, looking very smart indeed. And he's in 6th position at the moment. They're both in the same class. They're disputing 2nd and 3rd within their class, Class C, behind the car of Jonathan Candler, who's really the man to beat in that particular class. The class is, as we said earlier on, based on power to weight ratios rather than anything else. And the particular class that they are in, watching John Cobley once again, is for cars of up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D is for 135, and classes A and B for 300 and 240 respectively. But Class C, I think, probably the most popular of the classes out there this weekend.
So Paul Chapman still can't find a way by Chris Pauly's 888 car. They, in the first qualifying session, or I beg your pardon, in the race earlier on, they were separated by a reasonably distant margin, but this is an awful lot closer. Pauly finished 3rd in race 1, Paul Chapman down in 7th. I think that was reasonably incident-packed the 20 minutes earlier for the black Cleo with the camouflage doors, as you mentioned. So heading through Druids, they're just getting slightly further apart now, but I'm impressed with the fairly consistent running for both of these Cleos of different vintage. And then further down the road, that's not a Cleo, that's a Ford Fiesta of James Flint, the ST150 car number 935, who actually finished between those two Cleos in the earlier result.
There we go, and there is Sykes on his drive back through the field then. He was off at Britain's on the opening lap of the race. He's trying to regain some of the ground that he lost. Meanwhile, still this battle going on amongst the Cleos. James Flint now on his own really, in 7th place in the number 935 Fiesta ST. These two Cleos doing battle for 5th position. Yeah, James Flint behind them in his ST150 with a 2-litre Duratec engine aboard. These two for 5th and 6th make their way through. How far behind Candler are they? Quite a long way, 9 seconds or so adrift of their Class C leader. A reminder though that it's not about ultimate pace that counts in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. You need to be consistent to pick up maximum points, because it's the performance index on which points are awarded and championships are decided in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and that basically means your total race time divided by your fastest lap time to just measure how consistent you are during the course of the race.
And that can be very difficult if you've got a quick car but you're bottled up behind, well, a number of other runners. It might be said that Paul Chapman in clear air could be a little quicker than Chris Pawley in this race. I don't think that was necessarily true earlier on, but if and when Chapman can wriggle free of the dark blue Cleo, I suppose he needs to be careful then not to suddenly decrease the lap time significantly, because that will affect his consistency.
Yeah, certainly will. Turning their way through. Druids now up at the top of the circuit. You can see how it undulates, Oulton Park. They dip down, climb up, dip down, climb up, dip down again. It's certainly not flat here, anything like it at Oulton Park. So it's why one of the reasons why drivers enjoy coming up here, because the gradient change, it just makes the racing much more interesting. I don't know if you have the same phenomenon here as you do get it at Cadwell Park with some drivers, where the undulations actually make the drivers feel a bit seasick at times, or motion sick, I guess, with the constant sort of direction and gradient changes.
The bit towards Lodge is like a rucked carpet, isn't it? It's almost as if it used to be dead flat, like a billiard table, but then slowly, you know, just the weathering of the land around has, I'm sure it has been up and down and undulating for many, many a year. It's built in parkland after all.
Yeah.
Although discussions here in the commentary box during the lunch break were, was there ever actually an airstrip here? Apparently there was, although it's never been an airfield. I do know before it became a racetrack, which was in the 50s, it was a US base ahead of, well, during the Second World War. So it has certainly a military background, Oulton Park, prior to becoming a race venue.
Military very well represented in this case, and the veterans as well. Coming into this weekend, it was the veterans actually that were topping the little championship that they contest between them. They were head of the RAF, the Navy and the Marines, and the Army were bringing up the rear, I'm afraid, in 4th place. Now, number 67 is into the pit lane, I can see. That's Thomas Sykes. He was the driver that was off into the barriers at Britain's on the opening lap of the race, and I can tell you from looking at his car from the control box window, you can tell he's been off and hit something, because there is damage to the front of his car. The right headlamp covers are missing. There you can just see him turning into the paddock, so he's out of the race now.
Plenty of curve taken by the MR2 Roadster of Richard Brown, which took a bit of a hop and a skip into the Britain chicane. Earlier on, the two Roadsters were not very far away from one another. And speaking of the devil, there is the little MGB, which is maybe 10 or so car lengths further up the road. A bit too deep into the second of the chicanes there for the Peugeot 306. And that is not the number 1 car, but the other Peugeot that is in this race. That will be the 230, heading up and over the crest then, and on towards, oh, is it 64? No, it's Harry Townsend, isn't it? Yeah, so 64 Harry Townsend in the Class C division. Cleos are side by side coming out of Old Hall Corner and towards Denton's. So Chapman on the inside for Denton's, what will become the outside at Cascades. And it'll be tough, I was about to say, tough to go around the outside, but he's managed it on Chris Pawley. So the black car now ahead of the dark blue, and this battle far from over. Thankfully, we've still got just under 9 minutes to enjoy of this.
Absolutely right. It's the battle of the race, without a doubt, because out front, Mark White is leading by 4.9 seconds. John Copley is about half a minute then ahead of Adam Dewis. I don't know if Adam Dewis has still got his hazards on or not. He's in third place, and Jonathan Candler's 3 seconds behind him or so. The top two are the only drivers under a minute, and they're well under a minute as well. 1:55s they are both doing. Everyone else is 2 minute 2 plus at this stage of the race.
Triple Eight right over the grass there through the third bit of the Britain chicane. So Chris Pawley pushed it a bit too hard, and I think he understeered off through the right-hander and didn't quite make it back to the track by the time he needed to be turning left. So jumped over a big divot, and let's hope that the suspension hasn't been damaged or compromised as a result of that. But the Cleo 182 almost over Beecher's Brook, but does rejoin and has lost time as a result.
I think we've lost the number 47 car possibly as well, which is John Copley. So that's the car from second position that's out of the race now. Yeah, Adam Dewis is the car that's come through next, but John Copley has stopped at Cascade. So that's 2 retirements for him today, unfortunately. That's a great shame that he's not been able to bring the car home, which means it's Adam Dewis up to second, and now an even bigger lead for this man, Mark White, in his Honda Civic Type R, which sort of has one eye, doesn't it? It's got one headlamp which is uncovered and one that is. That gives it a slightly odd appearance. He's just coming up there to lap the Citroen Saxo, which is Lee Keneally in the number 92 car, the 38-year-old transport engineer from Swindon, and that was a bit hairy, wasn't it?
Yeah, just going around the outside of the Saxo, and White nearly, well, he sort of did run out of road, straddling the white line, which I know, as far as Motorsport UK rules are concerned, does mean that you're compromising the track limits. You need to keep all 4 tyres the legal side of the white line where possible. Yeah, I peered into those 3 little holes on the front left where the headlight should be, and it's just wiring in behind there. So I think maybe he's trying to source a spare Honda Civic headlight for the left-hand side of the car. And it's got kind of eye patch over it. Whilst, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but it might be that, you know, spare parts are tough to find on a Civic of that age.
Maybe. So White it is that continues to lead then, but by a long way. He's going to bring this car. I'm sure he would much prefer to have a closer race than this. I think that's often the case when you have drivers who do manage to sort of dominate and pull out a big win like this. They do say, well, I actually would have much preferred to have had a bit more of a race than I've had here. But nevertheless, there's great satisfaction to be gained by driving around this Oulton Park circuit. He's a great driver's favourite after all. So White well on his way around the next lap. Only now is Adam Dewis coming across the line in seconds. He does still have his hazards on. I don't know if he knows that, if he just can't find the button to turn them off again, maybe. But anyway, still circulating with those on. 43.5 seconds drift. There's the 15 car. That's George Harvey, the Hereford driver, in his Mini Cooper S. You can see he has the Novice Cross on the back of his car, and he is in 16th position at the moment, just behind Richard Brown in the Toyota MR2. Possible position change about to happen down towards Cascades maybe, because Gareth Moss is getting quite close to the back of James Flint. There we go, we can see those two on screen now. The white MX-5 with the green roll cage and James Flint in the blue ST150. They are 2 or 3 car lengths apart, Johnny, as they head through Cascades.
Yeah, a lick of flame from the exhaust of the Mazda on the gear change, as maybe just trying to work out, Gareth Moss trying to work out where his car is quicker and slower than the Ford Fiesta up ahead. Oh, and Moss has gone off though. He tried to steer left through Island Bend, and I wonder whether he might be going a bit too deep. Now, where is he going to end up, I wonder? Can he slow the car sufficiently? He's clearly lost ground. Yeah, he's back on the track, thank goodness, because the last time we saw a car heading in that direction, the next time it would reappear would be in the gravel trap in the all BMW race earlier in the day. But disaster avoided there, but a lot of time lost for Gareth Moss's all-white Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, that's for 4th and 5th position within Class C, 6th and 7th places overall as well. We've got we've got one Class A car left in the race. That's Andy Holmes in the MGB. He's in 13th position overall. Mark White is that leads Class B from Adam Dewis. Class C is being led by Jonathan Candler. Class D is being led by Luke Arpino. We've not seen all that much of during the course of the day. The 29-year-old RAF fabricator from London, workshop fabricator. Been racing for 3 or 4 seasons now. Based up at RAF Lossiemouth. He is in another MX-5. We'll perhaps see that at some point before the end of the race. We'll pick that one out if we can. But he's leading in Class D in 11th place overall, and well clear of any rivals within his class. Gareth Moss, meanwhile, continuing to try to recover after that off to Ireland half a lap ago.
Yeah, so heading up and back over the grid hatchings across the control line, and Mark White is almost 50 seconds clear now of Adam Dewis, but despite Dewis having those hazard lights on, the lap times are about right for what we saw in the qualification earlier in the day. He qualified in 3rd for the first race with a 2:01.4, and his best a 2:01.6. He's doing 2:02s at the moment, so there's clearly nothing wrong with that BMW 125i. The problem is he's about 6 seconds, sorry, way more than that, but 6 seconds clear of the Candler car, Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot, but trails, as we say, the race leader by the best part of 50 seconds. Busy down at Hislops, a couple of BMW 116s, and one catches the curve quite violently there. That's the 305 of Ben Seaton in his 116i. That suddenly jumped the car from one side of the road to the other. Is that the other Master MX-5 you were talking about?
Not that one, no, there's a few. But that one's Peter McNichol, the 68-year-old RF veteran from Lincolnshire. Been racing for about 10 seasons. He's out there in his Mark 1 MX-5. He's got that sort of impromptu roof over the top of him, and more or less just about keeps the rain out, I think, on the right kind of day. He's done some Super 1 karting in the past as well, and he's built this particular car over the period of about 10 years. So that's Peter McNichol in the number 14, the red Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. I think there'll be one more lap at the end of this one for Mark White, who is just turning his way now through Knickerbrook, climbing up Clay Hill. So he'll get the time to get to the line and then start his 11th and final lap of the race. And this time it looks like, touch wood, it's going to be an uninterrupted race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. I think probably the first one of those that they've had this season. James Flint has slowed in the 935 car, and that has allowed Gareth Moss through. It was a long lap for him that time, a 2:11, and as he goes past our commentary box, he's looking not quite in full fitness. That's the MX-5 I was talking about. That's Luke Arpino. He's just lapped by Mark White, who's got on to his final lap of the race. But yes, Luke Arpino in that number 22 MX-5 is leading Class D. He's handmade the roof of this car. It's a mixture of fiberglass and aluminium. So he's done this development work on the car himself. He had this car as a road car, but he's developed it for racing. He's also used it for auto tests up in Scotland as well, when he's been based up at Lossiemouth. So yeah, it's a car that's put a lot of love and effort into over the years, and yeah, his own sort of hard top design for it there.
Like a coach built Mazda MX-5, worthy of a Zagato type bodywork redress, perhaps. A Mazda MX-5 Zagato, no. We need to put the Arpino signature on it instead. Perhaps you could just add that as the suffix to the car type. Almost going to the route of 750 Formula, being able to build your own car or a revision of a road-going counterpart. It's over a minute now, the advantage for Chalky White over everybody else, and principally Adam Dewis, who runs in second place. So to say that they're in the same class is a bit of a stretch at this point. 10 laps done and 61 seconds up the road. This bright yellow Honda Civic, one-eyed it may be, but it's finding its way around Oulton Park very nicely indeed.
Okay, so we've got just a couple of corners to go now for Mark White. He's turning his way through. He's going to not quite lap, I don't think, James Flint by the end of this race. So he'll have lapped everyone up to and including 8th position, I think, in this race. So he's gone a long way up the order. So number 65, Mark Chalky White, man from Wantage, does lap James Flint, in fact, so he's not going to have to do one more lap, which is probably just well because his car's broken. He takes the checkered flag, does Mark White, once again to win another Armed Forces Race Challenge race. Not really, unfortunately, had too much in the way of competition. Luca Arpino, he comes across the line flashing his lights to celebrate his Class M2, not Class M2, Class D victory. Wrong championship, Ian. And then also across the line has come Ben McLaughlin in the number 96 car, the 33-year-old from Runcorn, not too far away. Royal Marines Commando for the past 12 years. He's come across the line, as to as Joshua McClelland after his spin in that Honda Civic in the early part of the race. Andy Holmes comes through to win Class A in his MGB, and there is our second place man. And I've never seen someone drive the whole of a race with their hazard warning lights on before. It might be the best ever result by someone driving with their hazard warning lights on, Johnny.
I think it is, because normally they've been put on deliberately, whereas that was entirely accidental, unless he needed them at first because he was drawing the attention of a marshal on the grid, and then just entirely forgot that they were still flashing away. I'm guessing there's no repeater on the dash to tell him that the lights are still on, or he just didn't want to get distracted anymore, as now one of the Peugeot 306s gets very close to the pit wall as it streams across the line. But Jonathan Candler knew precisely what he was doing, 5.2 seconds behind Dewis, but will finish on the overall podium.
Yeah, and a Class C victory for him as well, so a familiar victory for Jonathan Candler. I think it's going to be Paul Chapman, should be the next car that's going to appear, only just because right at the end Chris Pauly managed to narrow the gap to him again, and 0.056 seconds between them, so 56 thousandths of a second between them as they came across the line in the end for 4th and 5th positions, and the podium places in Class C. And it's going to be Simon Skirton and Ian Cooper in the Daewoo to round out the finishers in the Armed Forces Race Challenge competition. Well, that's been excellent. Really enjoyed that, and the Armed Forces Race Challenge will continue with its next event being at Anglesey, so another northwest of the country circuit in July, when the 750 Motor Club head to Anglesey for a 2-day race meeting. So not too far along from Oulton Park. Just hop along the A55 if you want to go and watch some more 750 Motor Club racing that weekend at Anglesey. So it was a win then for number 65 Mark White in the Armed Forces Race Challenge contest. He completed 11 laps in the 20 minutes available to him, and he won the race by a minute, 8.463 seconds, one of the biggest victory margins I can remember in recent 750 Motor Club race meetings, certainly in a sprint race. Second went the way of number 13 Adam Dewis in the BMW. Good to see a BMW come home on the podium on this BMW Live Day. Third place went the way of number 1, Jonathan Candle, who won Class C. Fourth place, number 78, Paul Chapman in the Cleo. Fifth to number 888, Chris Pauly in another Cleo. Sixth was 26, Gareth Moss in the MX-5. Seventh was number 88, the Simon Skirton car, the Renault Cleo 182, as confirmation of that is now on your screen. Eighth place to number 51, Ian Cooper in the Daewoo. Those with all the cars on the lead lap. Ninth, the lap down was number 935, James Flint. Rounding out the top 10 and winning Class D was number 22, Luke Arpino. And a bit further back in 13th place was number 72, Andy Holmes in the MGB Roadster. So that is the result of the Armed Forces Race Challenge contest. Just 2 more events to go here this afternoon. One is for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and then we're going to complete our proceedings for the day with the Ultimate BMW race. Now, I know that there was a bit of barrier damage during the course of that race, so I'm sure the circuit staff and the officials will have a look at that just in between this race and the next one, just to make sure that everything is in apple pie order, ready for the next race, to make sure all is safe and secure. Reminder as well, more events to come here at Oulton Park. Full details on the Oulton Park website, but the next major event here at Oulton Park is the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and that is here on the 21st and 22nd of June. The race is not on the full international circuit we're racing today, but the island circuit, which the British Touring Car Championship has used for the past several seasons now, and you can watch out for the BTCC, which is intriguingly poised as it reaches its, I think that's its halfway mark, is it not, at the next event at Oulton Park on the 21st and 22nd of June. So an important stage of the season before the summer break, I think, in the BTCC. Yeah, Johnny knows more about that than I do.
I won't be back here at Oulton Park for that meeting, but although I'd love to be, don't get me wrong. But yes, next is Thruxton.
Yes.
Then it's Oulton Park on the dates you've said. Then they take pretty much the whole of July off.
Yes.
Before the first weekend of August, which kickstarts the back five, if you like, in golf parlance, starting at Croft.
Okay.
And MSV circuit still to visit. Well, they're going to go back to Donington on the Grand Prix circuit, back to Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, and that's it.
That's it, I think. Yeah, absolutely right. They've already been to Snetterton. They were there last weekend, weren't they? They were for the previous round, which was also at an MSV track. Just looking to see, I can see Kieran Mogg. He's now ready to speak to our winner from the Armed Forces Race Challenge race, and that was Mark White. Let's head down to him now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with the overall winner, Mark White, Class B winner as well. It's a relatively sort of easy race for you.
Yeah, though I didn't make it into turn one in first position, but by turn two it was a bit scruffy, but managed to get it back. But fair play to John, he was pretty close. I think he then made a mistake, maybe going into the second chicane, but then he was catching me up again, and then he disappeared. So I'm not sure what happened to him. So I hope he's okay. But yeah, car was faultless. Just another really good day.
Obviously, you've always kind of done well. You've always gone towards the top. Obviously, how does this track compare to some of the others? Is this one of your favourite tracks? Is it maybe not?
Do you know what? Last year I had a really good race here. We were bumper to bumper with 2-3 other cars, and it was really good. I like the undulation. I like the fact that there's a bit of an infield, a bit of an outfield, and the car does really well here. It's a great circuit for sure.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. It's a nice way to end the weekend for you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, if we can get Jonathan Candler now. Jonathan, could I just grab you over here for me? Perfect. So, P3 overall, P1 in class. Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, just come away with 2 wins in class, absolutely chuffed. The car's been perfect, so it's been a pretty busy week trying to get it ready. So I just want to thank everyone and all my sponsors for getting me out, because without their help this week I would have managed to get it out. So yeah, really grateful for everyone behind me, and I'm glad I've done the bit on track to kind of give it back to them. So yeah, proper chuffed.
You look like quite comfortable with the car track combination if you got 2 wins from today.
Yeah, just everything felt easy. To be honest, it felt easy. I was just in the groove and it felt great. So hopefully that will just carry on for the rest of the season, because I really felt in the groove today, and the results have showed that. So really happy.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on 2 wins.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciated.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, Luke, could we just grab you if you just come on over? So, P10 overall, P1 in class. Nice little race for you.
Yeah, didn't go too badly. Sorry, I'm knackered. Yeah, didn't go too badly. Qualified on pole helped, and then just sort of pulled away. I was chasing the Cleos over battling. I don't know if that was on the feed or not, but I thought just stay behind them. I've got plenty of lead, so just try and be consistent was the goal. But yeah. Happy with that.
No, congratulations. And Ian was mentioning on commentary during that race that you built this roof yourself. So talk to us about the process that you've had of developing the car.
Yeah, so I've owned the car for 12 years now. It was a road car for 10 of those years. So I raced it last year now, FRC, and it didn't have a roof, and its main issue and limiting factor was the speed and straight line. Everything would go past, and then in the corners I'd make up the ground. So the idea, because I'm not allowed to take any weight away or add any power, the idea was to reduce the drag. So doing some research on good old YouTube, apparently having a convertible creates about 80% more drag than a hardtop. So yeah, I've seen these are really popular in the States, so basically got the inspiration from them, and then yeah, just made it completely by hand. It's all fiberglass and aluminium, and hours of fillering and sanding. But yeah, no, it's done me proud, and I did no testing before the races, so I was half surprised it didn't just come flying off. But no, I'm really happy with how it's going, and it's definitely better in a straight line. I can keep up the Class C cars now once I'm in their draft. So yeah, really happy with the results.
Do you have anything that you'd change if you did it again?
I'd probably make a mould. So rather than making a mould, I've done them as sort of raw fiberglass and then filler on top and then sand that down. It would have saved so much time and just made my life a lot easier if I made a mould, and then I could sell them. Because I've had a load of people asking, can I make one? No, it took 4 months, so no, never again. Yeah.
No, I don't blame. Well, congratulations anyway. It's obviously worked, so you're very handy at fiberglass, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Move on to Andrew Holmes. Andrew, obviously right in the middle of the pack, as you always seem to be, but come away with a class win.
Well, there's not that many of us in the A-class, so obviously John didn't finish because I know he was way off in front of me, but you've got to be in it to win it, I suppose they say. So, yeah, I'm still there at the end. Not like part 2 of first race this morning, but we're getting there. So.
100%. And so let's talk about BMW Live and obviously Oulton Park. So firstly, talk to us about your experience of the event and how you found the track. Is it one of your favourite tracks?
Well, this is the first track I ever actually drove on a track experience day. Yeah, I don't care to remember how many years ago. The old Formula First and an XR3, I think it was. So yeah, I like these types of here, Cadwell. Yeah, I enjoy them. I think they're all right. Some of the more modern circuits can be a bit they're wide and open, yeah, which admittedly suits my car, but excuse me. But no, I enjoy it. Today wise, to be honest, I haven't had much time to go over and see the BMs, but there's been plenty of those come across and engage with us. A lot of them, all age groups. There's a couple of youngsters let them sit in the car and, oh, Daddy, I'm a racing driver, and things like that. And some of the older guys, I used to have one of these and I've got one still and things like that. So, yeah, it's been enjoyable in that respect. Yeah.
So a good day all in then?
Generally, yes. Yeah. Just see what the drive home's like later. Hopefully not too bad.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Congratulations on the win.
Yep, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's it for the Armed Forces Challenge for today. Coming up next is the second and final race of the Race Parts Historic 750 Challenge.
So next up, it's going to be the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. As you can see, the circuit crew are on the scene there on the exit of Britain's. Now that is where that Tom Sykes BMW sort of attacked the barriers rather viciously in the previous race, and the barrier came off second best, but it looks like they've got that sorted to their satisfaction already, and the circuit staff, the JCB, driving off, so that's good news that the day is not going to be hopefully too much longer before the cars are released out onto the circuit for the penultimate race of the day. We've got the historic 750 Formula Series cars there coming out next, and then we've got the ultimate BMW race to conclude the day here at Oulton Park at BMW Live. I think probably most of the attractions are beginning to wind down. As I won't give you a full list of all the things that you can do, because I think most of them have now, if they've not already come to an end, we'll be doing very shortly as this BMW Car Club organised BMW Live event comes to its conclusion, with 750 Motorsport providing the on-track content. Earlier on, of course, I'm queuing him up now. Earlier on, of course, we had the Lancaster bomber come over, did we not, Johnny Palmer?
We did.
And you were doing some research on this, and you found an interesting connection. Okay, to motorsports.
Yes, there is a racing connection with with the founder member of Avro, who were responsible for putting those Lancaster bombers together. It's known as an Avro Lancaster B1.
Yeah.
So I thought, Avro, that's a funny name. I wonder where that comes from. And it is what's known as an initialism of the founder's name.
Mm-hmm.
And the founder's name is a certain A.V. Rowe, full name Sir Edwin Elliot Verdenroe.
Yeah.
And followers of things like the British GT Championship 20-odd years ago, and certainly TVR Tuscans years before that, will surely recognise Bobby Verdenroe.
Absolutely.
Who turns out to be the grandson of Mr. Avro.
Yeah.
So there's a direct generational link there between the founder of the company that makes those Lancaster bombers, over 7,000 of them, and a certain Bobby Verdon-Roe.
Absolutely.
Who we reckon has driven a variety of machinery, including around here at Oulton Park.
Yes.
Because I thought, well, yeah, I wonder whether he's, there are maybe some pictures or some evidence of him doing well in races here at Oulton Park. And lo and behold, I stumbled across a photograph taken here in 1993 of Bobby Verdon-Roe driving a Toyota Carina E.
Yes.
In round 5 of the British Touring Car Championship, which happened to be, of all things, the 31st of May, 1993. So there's another anniversary for you. I could not believe the connections involved with that.
No, because of course it was the 80th anniversary of the completion of that Lancaster that flew over here as well. So said the sort of build plate on the plane. It was a remarkable series of coincidences there. I don't think the script writers would believe that for 1 minute, would they? What we've uncovered here today.
I always fancied myself as a bit of a detective.
Yes.
And, to find the various connecting lines. There's a competition, isn't there? Is it degrees of separation?
Yes.
And normally the number 7 is important within that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, maybe there could be, there's space, I reckon, for a TV drama serial based on a motorsport commentator who in his spare time solves mysteries. I think that would go down very well.
Who would play me? Bobby Verdon-Roe. He might take some convincing.
Yeah. Okay. We have cars back out on circuit now, so let's talk about those instead. And it is the final race of the day, as far as the historic 750 Formula Series is concerned. Pole position has gone the way of number 16, Sam Wright, and he's looking for his second win in racing, having had his first one earlier on. Next to him is number 31, Greg Catton. Row 2 has on the inside number 6, Richard Verheyden, and 74 is next to him, that's Gary Brandon. Row 3 is number 13, Ben Bolt, and 7 is Graham Wilson. On the 4th row of the grid, it will be 37, John Donnelly, and 67, Paul Mason. Row 5 has number 3, Paul Rose, and 11, which is going to be James Miles. The 6th row of the grid will be 8, Peter Marsh, and 22, Charlie Plain Jones. On the 7th row, 25, Timothy Bradley, and 12, Roderick Renfrew. And on the 8th and final row of the grid, it's going to be 14, Ben Mile, and 72, which is Treffer Slatter. So that's the way the grid lines up. The result of the earlier race, well, that was a win for Sam Wright. A very dramatic race it was too, with a good battle between himself in the ex-John Village V2 and Greg Catton in the Dyson Type 64. Richard Verheyden it was that took a slightly distant third place, and an even more distant fourth was Graham Wilson, but he had a good scrap with Ben Bolt during the course of the opening race. Gary Brandon spun to the back of the grid on the first corner after a little bit of contact, but came back to finish in 6th position. And the class winners, as far as the Austin 7s were concerned, were James Miles in the supercharged class, and the normally aspirated class went the way of Charlie Plain Jones. So that was how things ended up in race 1. This is going to be the 4th race of the season for the championship, or the series I should say. All of these races so far this season have been won by the Village V2. John Village winning in the car at Donington Park on both occasions on Easter Monday, and its new driver Sam Wright, the 25-year-old I want to say he is, from Southport, an engineer by occupation. He took the win earlier on today, preparing the car himself with some support from John, as I understand. This Coventry Climax Engine Village V2, which is a recreation of the 750 Formula car that John raced in the championship 50 years ago. The second place finishes so far this season, those have been split between Greg Catton and Tim Sage, who's not racing here today, but Catton was second at Donington in the second race there, and also in the first race here, so looking to see if he can go one better. And also on the podium this season we've had Richard Carter and earlier today Richard Verheyden. I don't think Richard Carter is here today, but Richard Verheyden looking for another podium in that race Kits Merlin after the result he had in the earlier race.
Just hearing from Kieran Mogg that Greg Catton had said that during race 1 he was having gearbox problems.
Okay.
It was popping out of gear from gear 1 and 2. They don't seem overly concerned, Greg namely, that this is still an ongoing issue. So hopefully that has been solved. But we were noting at the time, weren't we, that the fight between he and Sam Wright was a little bit yin and yang. It seemed very close at times, and then all of a sudden Sam Wright was able to draw away. So with a better gearbox, a more behaving gearbox, this could be an even better race for Greg Catton.
Red lights are on, and oh, that looks a bit keen from Sam Wright to me. I can't think he's going to get away with that now, Sam. What you need to do is keep your foot to the floor and build up a 10-second lead, because I reckon you might get a penalty as a result of that one. It's Ben Bolt, I think, that's moved up into second place possibly as they make their way down towards Cascades. Greg Catton didn't get particularly away well in the Dyson, but he might have got back to P2 now, as they drop down through Denton's and then to the left-hander at Cascades that takes them off on to Lakeside. Yes, it is. So it's Sam Wright leading, Greg Catton second, Ben Bolt third, Richard Verheyden fourth, and side by side for fifth, I think that's James Miles and Graham Wilson possibly. A good start by James Miles in that supercharged Austin 7 to get him up the order. And further back, you've got David Rose in the recreation of the Lotus 11. Or is that an original? Quite maybe an original, actually. Maybe doing it to disservice, but anyway, it's a great field that we have for this historic 750 Formula Series. A good start having been made by Sam Wright. A little bit too good. We'll see if there's any kind of penalty for that as this race goes on.
Well, the original Lotus 11s suggest, in my research indicates that they were built in the mid-50s, 1956 from memory, so be interesting to find out whether that is an original. Looking glorious this weekend. Oh, off the road is Sam Wright though, and that's at Hislops, and he ran a bit too deep, and here comes Greg Catton arriving back on the scene. Is the gearbox still playing up is the big question. Fourth position for the number 13 car of Ben Bolt. His Centaur Mark 16 is loitering around the top four positions, but at times that car looked very, very strong on the straights in the earlier race, particularly Lakeside. As then on towards Druids, the top three go absolutely together. Ben Bolt would like to be involved with that, but he's some work to do. And then it's Graham Wilson in the time 3B, car number 7.
Looking at that, there's a 14 car coming through fairly strong as well. That's Ben Mile, who was right at the back of the grid as well. So we'll see what he can do from there. And he's heading off up towards Lodge Corner now. Leaders have already crossed the line at the end of lap 1, and they were side by side over the line. And it was just Greg Catton that's ahead. He's got the inside line for Oulton Corner as well. And Sam Wright trying to just drive around the outside of him, and he manages to do it. He manages to keep ahead with a bit of judicious use of the curb there. So Sam Wright holds on. Greg Catton second, Richard Verheyden in third. The top three covered by less than 1 second as they head through Cascades for the second time. Ben Bolt, number 13, is fourth. In fifth place is number 7, Graham Wilson. Sixth is 11, Richard Miles. And seventh, up 8 places on the opening lap has gone Ben Mile in the number 14 car, the Gerald Mark 1. As off into the pit lane, I'm afraid, once again, goes Trevor Slatter in the Isaacs, the sort of papaya-coloured McLaren-esque historic 750 Formula car.
You were spot on in your reading of the start of the race, though. It is going to be a 10-second penalty to Sam Wright for being too eager as the lights went out. He was already moving, and 46 thousandths of a second behind Catton will become 10 seconds, and that 46 thousandths effectively, that will be added, well, maybe at the end of the race rather than in the race, but we'll always have to remember that, of course. Wright was second. He's back to the race lead now, and it's a question of how far up the road can he get. Could still win the race, but has to be absolutely dominant now in the next 11 minutes to try and eke out effectively a second every minute that remains. And he wasn't showing that sort of pace earlier on in the day. Both Sam and Greg were separated in qualifying by a second. So it needs to be, well, that was per lap, I suppose. But we're not going to get a further 10 laps in this race. Can he stretch his legs anymore as he becomes more used to this car that is now in his hands, the Village V2?
Well, that's looking like a decent lead as he heads into Lodge for the second. I don't know if he's aware of the penalty as yet. He'll no doubt get a board as he crosses the line this time, same 10-second penalty. Car number 16. And I'm sure it's just his inexperience at getting the car off the line. He was just a bit too eager, wasn't he? He's crossed the line again to complete 2 laps, and the gap is 4.2. He's done a 2:13.094, which is about a second faster than he went in the earlier race. So he's found a lot of time, but they have now added that penalty onto the timing screen, so he has dropped down the order temporarily. Greg Catton leading then on corrected times from Richard Verheyden.
Well, no, because Verheyden's got past him, I think.
Okay.
And that happened, yes, that happened, I think, because maybe these gearbox problems are creeping in again for Greg Catton. So it's a question of, well, who wants to win this race at this stage, because the car on the road isn't leading. The green closed-wheel car coming back into its own now, but the all-blue with the long nose Verheyden car currently leads the race then, although not on the road. The race kit's Merlin, known as Miss Moneypenny for Richard Verheyden, is still ahead of Greg Catton's car.
Yeah, absolutely right. So good battle here. Richard Verheyden's not won a race overall, I don't think. Certainly not a scratch race. We sometimes have handicap races as well for the historic 750 Formula. But 2 scratch races here today at Oulton Park. And it's Verheyden leading from Catton in second place in this car that's owned by Greg. He bought it off eBay in 2022, completely rebuilt it, procured an engine to support the VW Type 3 gearbox, which I think is the one that's now not playing ball completely, and had his first outing in 2023. A few issues he's had. He's tried to iron out over the past couple of seasons. But yeah, he's just in there behind Verheyden in that number 6 car, the lead of the race effectively, with that 10-second penalty being applied to Sam Wright. But we need to keep an eye on the gap that Sam Wright can build up here. Verheyden in the lead. He is 48 years of age, from the Alsace region of France, a manager in an aircraft maintenance company. Started racing in 2017, had some wins in the Austin class. He's done some sprint races in single-seaters in France as well. And yeah, he's in this 850cc engine, Reliant 850, which is new to him this season. Now, the gap on the road between Wright and Verheyden has come down on that lap, because it was a long lap for Wright, a 2:18.97. That's the last thing he needed, was to go all of a sudden nearly 6 seconds slower on that lap than he had the lap before. If he'd done the same lap time, he'd have been very nearly 10 seconds ahead, which is exactly what he does need. Watching the number 12 car going through there, that is Roderick Renfrew, who's second in Class A, behind Charlie Plain Jones, Class A being for the normally aspirated Austin 7s, and Renfrew there in that number 12 car, and 71-year-old retired electrician from Lincolnshire in his first season of racing, and some hill climbs, some motorcycle trials as well, and his car, 1933 Austin 7 Monoposto, which he admits has an unknown history. And as Johnny was saying, he almost sort of sits on top of the car, quite a high driving position. He's about to be lapped here by Sam Wright, who already, with under 7 minutes of the race to go, is going to get in amongst the traffic on lap 4 of the race.
One of the reasons why I think the Wright car was a tad slower on the previous lap, 2:18 plays its best to 2:13, was that there was a big lock-up for Sam Wright into Hislop's chicane. So he's overdriving, and I can understand, you know, that the result is that he's making 1 or 2 errors in an effort to build this 10-second gap. So shown as the race leader at this stage, but that doesn't include the penalty, does it? Well, no, actually, 1.8 seconds.
No, I don't think it does, because they're actually quite close on circuit.
Yeah, okay.
Although they were. So no, I think that's the penalty's now not been sort of added as yet. We've had the indication that he's getting it, but it's not been applied.
Yeah, and yet on the previous lap he was being shown in third, so that's why I'm getting slightly confused.
And I think the reason they've changed that is because it confuses the officials when they're trying to get the safety car out, if they need to get that, when the car that's actually leading is not shown as leading on the timer screen. So that's why that will have been sort of sorted out. He comes across the line, and the gap between them visually is about 5 seconds, something like that, first second. So he's pulled out a gap again. He's done another lap in the 2:13s that time, so back up speed. Meanwhile, Catton's back ahead of Verheyden for what may well become the victory in this race. Verheyden trying to fight back, though. Catton dealing with those gearbox issues that we've been hearing about. So they're across the line in second and third, and it's going to be Ben Bolt fourth and Graham Wilson fifth over the line. But this still going on, the battle for the lead of the race. Just to say, one other piece of information that I've had, thanks again to Josh Brown for this, the Lotus 11 we're talking about is a recreation, the car that's on the grid. It was built in New Zealand, actually, in 1980, and then it's been raced in South Africa, and it has a Coventry Climax engine, a standard Coventry Climax engine in it. That car, so that's the car of David Rose, which is running in 9th position. Meanwhile, the battle for what could become the lead rages on.
Yeah, I'm now remembering an incident from a good few years ago now. It actually happened at Rockingham Motor Speedway, to tell you how long ago it was. But when Matt Griffin was leading a British GT race, he was given an in-race penalty, dropping him back by 10 seconds. There was a safety car driver given the instruction to pick up the race leader, which of course Matt Griffin was not. So he got waved by and into a huge lead. And then I think around about that sort of time they said we need to address this. The officials said actually putting a penalty within the race on the timing screen is no good if there's then a mid-race caution. So that makes sense. That can then be all shaken out when the cars cross the line to see the checkered flag. We're obviously focusing on second and third on the road because these cars will be leading. Sam Wright, though, with a slightly better advantage by our eyes at Druids, but the Catton car turning right now at the double right-hander, the Dyson Type 64, still under quite a bit of pressure from the Verheyden-driven Race Kits Merlin, the Miss Moneypenny, as he has a long look up the inside. There is a gap there. Ooh, it was tight, wasn't it? And thankfully contact was avoided. I think in fairness, Catton saw him coming in the very, very small rear view mirror, and they will continue on in the same order.
Well, there we go. Here comes Catton then, still ahead of Hayden. Wright's lead now is 5.7 seconds. He's probably got 2 laps to go to pull out another 4.3 seconds if he's going to go through. The Dyson, actually, interestingly, John Bishop raced one of the cars, maybe not this car, but one like it, during 1967, when it held the Oulton Formula 1200 lap record. And he went on to win the club championship in 1968. So it's a lap record holding sort of type of car around here, the Dyson. And it's certainly pretty quick in Greg Catton's hands as well. Watching cars head down to Cascades a little bit further back down the order. This is Ben Bolt in number 13 in 4th place, and Graham Wilson number 7 in 5th place. And there's not been a lot to separate them all through the race. They were just about 0.2 of a second apart as they crossed the line that time, but that appears to have gone out again a little bit as they work their way around lap number 6 of the race, with one more to go at the end of this one.
Yep, so the minutes ticking by, any opportunity or a few opportunities to overtake maybe slipping away as well from the second place car of Richard Verheyden, although he's had some stabs at it already, and at times his little Race Kits Merlin looks slightly more manoeuvrable than the bigger footprint from the Dyson. By no means are either of these cars particularly large, but it's tricky to keep such a narrow wheelbase of the Race Kits Merlin behind, or at least fend off any sort of advances from Verheyden. They swing right through Druids, and even more of a speck on the horizon now is Sam Wright, waiting for him to appear at a dear leap. Again, a look up the inside into Lodge Corner from Verheyden, but he's a bit too far back. Now, I wonder what sort of distance, time-wise, we've got between the Wright car and Catton and Verheyden, who are absolutely together.
I'm not sure Wright has come through.
I was going to say, where has he gone?
The last lap board has gone out, and up the inside goes Richard Verheyden into Oulton Corner to try and get away past Greg Catton. Yeah, he's into the pit lane now, is Sam Wright. So he's out of the race, it would seem to me. And it's Greg Catton and Richard Verheyden onto their last lap, and this is just a straight battle for the win now. No need to worry about 10-second penalties or anything like that. It's a straight fight for the victory, and it's Catton leading, Johnny, as they head down to Ireland for the final time.
So I wonder what Sam Wright's problem has been. There have been a couple of lockups, as he had in the earlier race. Now Verheyden to the inside of Ireland, but that is cut off by Greg Catton. So nothing between them again, heading for Shell Oils for this final time. And who will get the better of the exits out of that tight right-hand hairpin? Little puff of smoke again from Catton's car, but we've had that for much of the day, so I'm not majorly concerned by that. Focused entirely on the turning point. The two apices at Britain's, and now forward momentum heading up the hill over Hilltop. Still good speed being offered by the Type 64 Dyson then of Greg Catton. They've obviously had the confusion of Sam Wright, although would anyone really have been communicating that to them necessarily? There wasn't a great deal they could have done about Sam Wright's pace, and it was more of a distraction maybe to know that information. Out of Knickerbrook for Hayden, not as close as he has been in previous laps, so making a break for it now. Greg Catton in the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Wright's car still in the pit lane. Driver's still in the car as well. There you can see it. So disappointment for Sam, a win in his first race and a non-finish in race 2. Is Richard Verheyden going to be able to mount a late attack? They've got a back marker ahead of them. That's Charlie Plain Jones, so please go through on my right, gentlemen. And here comes Verheyden up the inside of Catton into the final corner, but just from too far back, I think, to make that work. They could try and get alongside on the run up to the line, and we know that the gearbox and Catton's car is a bit dubious. They are side by side as they come over the line. They take the checkered flag, and in the end, the gap between them is just over a tenth of a second. Catton, number 31, gets the victory from number 6, Richard Verheyden, in second place. And what a finish to the race that was. On the last lap, Verheyden did his best lap of the race, a 2-minute 14.655, so he was really pushing very hard there. Ben Bolt it was that took third position. In fourth place it I think will be Graham Wilson, although he seems to have dropped Graham Wilson in the last couple of laps. He was 6/10 behind at the start of the lap. Oh no, that was a back mark coming through, beg your pardon. Here's Ben Bolt, Graham Wilson it is that comes through about 6/10 of a second behind him, so a bit less than that in actual fact. So Bolt third, Wilson fourth. Then I think it's going to be Ben Mile in fifth I should say, and Peter Marsh in 6th to win in Class B. Mile has gone across the line now, and then in 6th place it will be Peter Marsh. They win in Class B. Charlie Plain Jones a lap down. He's already sealed the Class A win. Sam Wright, I can tell you, is out of his car already. Just having a look to see how soon we're able to go down to Kieran, because I know he's going to be in the assembly area ahead of the ultimate BMW race next. We're not going to hear from our top drivers in the historic 750 Formula Series, unfortunately. We're going to head to the assembly area instead. We'll get there just as soon as we can with the race now finished. I think all of the cars now, all very nearly, have crossed the line, so it was a win. I can tell you for Greg Catton in number 31, 7 laps completed for him, and he won by 0.121 seconds. Second place going the way of number 6, that was Richard Verheyden. Third place to number 13, Ben Bolt. Fourth place was number 7, Graham Wilson. In 5th place it was number 14, Ben Mile. 6th, number 8, Peter Marsh, winning his class. 7th was number 37. Oh, Kieran's back here, so we're not going to be hearing from him too soon. 7th was number 37, John Donnelly. There, as you can see on screen now. 8th was number 16. Well, shown at the moment Sam Wright, but it will be dropped out of that because he didn't make it to the checkered flag. So 8th will be number 3, David Rose. 9th will be number 11, which was James Miles, and running out the top 10 will be Charlie Plain Jones. But that's been quite enjoyable watching these historic 750 Formula races today, Johnny.
Excellent racing, some of the best, I would say, although, of course, the BMWs at BMW Live have been a real highlight as well. But no, I've really enjoyed those races of variety, but even though it's so varied, clearly there are 1 or 2 cars that are near identical lap times, and it's just a shame that Sam Wright, with his relatively recent addition or purchase of the Village V2, still needs some work in terms of reliability. So car number 16 will come back fighting for sure. I'm sure Sam's got plenty of family and friends here in support, because he's from Southport, or Ormskirk as the programme suggests. And he'll be heading. Where do they head to next after Oulton, did you say? Sorry, you put that bit of paper away now.
I have. Yes, I have.
Not his local track is the bottom line.
Yeah, evidently.
This is the only visit, as we were talking about earlier on in the day.
Oulton Park.
Okay.
Is where they go.
So that is a bit of a trek for anyone that wants to follow Sam Wright's exploits, but he will be working hard on the spanners, as I'm sure will various colleagues, to make sure that that village can push on, and maybe just 1 or 2 practices on the starts as well. As you say, early on in his career, he's 25, I think you said, so still learning, and is clearly very fast. I mean, it's difficult if you've not got the raw pace to try and find that. If you've got the speed and then you just need to tidy things up here and there, then there's definitely a lot of hope for the future for Sam Wright, and he could be a multiple winner in years to come in the race parts historic 750 formula.
Right, I can see Kieran now has made it down to the assembly area, so we'll probably try and get to him just as soon as we can, because it'd be good if we can have a chat with 1 or 2 drivers before the cars go out for the Ultimate BMW race, which is coming up next. Just waiting to see if we can have a quick word with him. So, yeah, very shortly I think we are going to hopefully head down to Kieran Mogg. Yep, he's ready to go, so we'll head down to Kieran now, who's in the assembly area ahead of the Ultimate BMW race.
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, we're down here in the assembly area for the final race of the day. This is the BMW Challenge. So what I'm going to do is going to quickly just jump in before you can see if the cars are already started up. We won't have too much longer, but I'm going to quickly jump in. And one person I do want to talk to is Matthew Highcock. Hello, just jump in a second. I know you're probably bored of me already today, but obviously different category. We talked about the differences between the two that you were racing earlier. Yeah. What's your mentality going into this one?
I'm going to have some fun. It's going to be interesting with all these fast cars, but yeah, do the best I can, I suppose. I don't know what to expect, but it's going to be fun. Yeah.
Obviously, it's a 40-minute race. It's going to be hot and sweaty. You've already done a fair bit of racing today.
Yeah. No, well, I think it's cooled down a little bit, and I'll probably have my window open at some point. So yeah, I'll be all right. I'm quite excited for this one. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck then.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, let's move on. So I've got turning here. Can I just jump in here a second? Sorry to disturb you in your race prep. Right. So, how are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, good. Looking forward to it. Well, it's an endurance race in a way, so just good fun. Just keep it clean. Yeah. Keep out of the way some of the bigger engine cars, and just enjoy it.
Yeah. All right. Well, the whistle's just blown, so I better let you go. But good luck.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, let's close the door. And John, if you just want to come out of the way, let these cars get out of assembly. So, it's a 40-minute race. It's an endurance race. Anything could happen. It's the last race of the day. So, Ian, Johnny, one more time. Let's go for it.
So the cars on the green flag lap ahead of this Ultimate BMW race. It's going to be over 40 minutes. The entry list for this is on page 33 of the programme. And there are a few changes to make. You can delete number 10, Clive Watson. He's not going to be taking part in this race, so delete number 10, Clive Watson. Luke Fox becomes number 121 rather than 212. And you need to add in number 228, which is James Waring. James Waring. Wareing, BMW 116i. The grid lines up as follows, and I'll try and tell you about the start drivers as we go through them as well. So on pole position, it's the number 47 car of Wayne Lewis, although that's now showing as Lewis and Cook. So whether Paul Cook is sharing the drive, yes he is, and he's starting the car as well. So Paul Cook starting number 47. Next to him on the grid is the number 144 car of Michael Cutt. The second row of the grid is number 9, Jason Rees, and number 76, that is the car which is going to be started by Andrew Pywell. Andrew Pywell taking the start of this race, handing over to his dad for the second part. Row 3 on the inside is number 7, that's John Brown. Beside him is number 555, Matthew Hycock. On the fourth row it's 88, which is the car being started by John Turner, and he'll hand over to Ray Grimes. And alongside him is the 55 car of Lewis Charlton. On the fifth row it's 25 and 121. 25 is Ethan Hall and 121 is AJ Duffel. No, it's not. 121 is Luke Fox. Correction, 121 is Luke Fox. Row 6 is 228 James Waring on the inside and 34 Toby O'Reilly on the outside. Row 7 is 212, which is AJ Duffel. So 212 AJ Duffel and 234 Lee Pearce. And on the back of the grid, it's the car shared between the Smiths, and it is going to be Neil Smith, number 744, that starts that one. So that's the way the grid lines up. 15 cars that we should have for this ultimate BMW race. The format is that it's a 40-minute race. It's a standing start. There's a pit window for a mandatory pit stop, which has to be for 60 seconds, and it has to be made between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. 60 seconds stationary. 30 mile an hour or 31 mile an hour speed limit in the pit lane. All the cars have to park at a 45-degree angle. Be pushed back out when they're ready to go back out into the race for safety reasons, because it's quite a tight pit lane here at Oulton Park as well. So the cars coming around onto the grid now for this, the final race of the day at Oulton Park, the ultimate BMW race. It's an annual contest run at these events, and it's great to have representatives from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, from the 116 Trophy, 120 Coupe Cup, and some guests as well on the grid for this race. And of course it was a dramatic qualifying session where the pole position was taken only at the very last minute by Wayne Lewis, but it's Paul Cook, it seems, starting this car now, and it's going to be an intriguing fight, I think, between these two, Johnny, very briefly.
I'm not sure whether Paul Cook actually had any input in that qualifying session. It's difficult to say when the cars are qualifying, but I think that was a Wayne Lewis time, and as you say, couldn't have left it much later.
No, he couldn't. Right, we've got last couple of cars into position then. We'll shortly get a green flag at the back. It is a standing start, although it's an endurance race, 40-minute race in the evening. Sunshine now. We've got a bit of sunshine now here at Oulton Park, which is great to see. A good way to end BMW Live. Again, touching wood here. Hopefully there'll be time for the BMW Car Club parade laps as well. They're scheduled to run after the ultimate BMW race, and we're actually starting this almost bang on time at 5:10, which is great to see. Many thanks to everyone that's put so much hard work to make sure that happens. Red lights on, red lights go out now for 40 minutes, and Paul Cook does not get away from the front row of the grid at all. So that's a disaster for Paul Cook. He's still there stationary on the grid. The rescue unit has gone past him, and now finally the car fires into life, and he'll go past the rescue unit. That is not the start that Paul Cook wanted. It's not the start we wanted either, because we wanted to see a great fight between those two cars. What it will have now is Paul Cook and later Wayne Lewis trying to battle their way through the field. But it's Mike Cutt then that leads the way. It's Jason Rees in second place in the E92. And in third place, just check on that, yeah, it's the Andrew Pywell starting the M3 that Stewart had driven in the earlier races. But it's Mike Cutt out there in front at the moment, leading in the 144 car.
Paul Cook, as we know, an incredibly quick driver, but that is one negative, I suppose, when he's not driving his car. It's Wayne Lewis's normal mount, and if there's something quite special or idiosyncratic about that car, about getting it off the line, and Paul didn't quite do that. Clearly it's stalling on him, and everybody behind did such a good job. Is there some damage on the 144, or does it sometimes look a little bit skew-whiff like that?
I did one of the same thing myself as it went through Shallow Corner. If there is something that's not quite
It's almost as if the front bumper has started to work its way loose, but it's not flapping, so maybe it's been like that for much of the day. And sometimes these sports cars do look a little dishevelled. They often put through their paces a lot of times through the course of the year. I'm just hoping that for Mike Cutt, that splitter, the front bumper, doesn't start to drag in any way. I suppose it could be addressed during the pit stop, with these cars needing to be stationary for 1 minute, somewhere between the 15-minute marker and the 30-minute marker into the race. We've already had 2 minutes of this one.
Yeah, that's not right, is it? That is not mounted correctly. Now, I don't think there could have been any contact there, because there's not been anything for him to hit, I don't think. So I imagine there must just be something that's not quite mounted correctly on the bumper on that car, and it has become dislodged. I wonder if the officials will spot that and say, actually, my friend, you're going to need to come into the pit lane to try and get that sorted out. So often that is the kind of thing that would result in a black and orange mechanical, or in this case, bodywork warning flag.
The question is, was it running like that earlier in the day when Mike Cutt was so dominant in, well, almost dominant in the qualifying session? He was pipped to the post, of course.
I didn't notice anything at the time, so maybe it's just something that sort of worked a bit looser as maybe he's hit a curb hard or something, and that's sort of dislodged it, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe on the opening lap, we were obviously paying far more attention to the other side of the grid when Paul Cook couldn't get away. Skipping over the curb there is the Pywell number 76. So there, E46 M3, started by Andrew Pywell. It will be handed over to Stewart, who's generally been the quicker of the two today.
It's worth saying Paul Cook got back to 6th at the end of the first lap. Here he is now, in fact, in that number 47 car, down towards the Hislop's chicane he comes, then on to Knickerbrook. So from flat last behind the rescue vehicle, Paul Cook in Wayne Lewis's number 47. BMW E46 M3 3.2 litre car is up into the top 6 and beyond now already. So we've got the leader just at Lodge Corner, I think, already. Yep, and about to come through Deer Leap. Over the line comes Mike Cutt, so he completes a lap. Jason Rees is second. Third place is Andrew Pywell. Fourth is John Brown, and then fifth it will be Paul Cook. And we'll need to keep an eye on his lap times as well. It's his first flying lap. Over the line he goes now, and he has done, that's on 151.2, which is about 9/10 slower than the leader, Mike Cutt, but faster than everybody else apart from Jason Rees.
The pole position time was a 1:48.5, but we're still fairly early on in this race. That's the first flying lap done, so it might be that still tyre temperature is getting up to not the maximum, but the ideal. And the 47 car then down in 5th place after that stall on the grid when everybody else behind did such a good job. I mean, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars that could have potentially made contact with the blue number 47, which has had to have race numbers refitted on one side after one was stripped during that qualifying session. Again, the somewhat dog-eared number 144 Mike Cutt arrives into Hislop's. It's made a right mess of the kidney grille, which is recognisable, instantly recognisable on the front of most BMWs. It might actually be that central piece that is most out of shape.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine he went to the assembly area like that, so maybe it was a wallop of a curb somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely bizarre. And he's not getting away. He's not as lapping as fast as he did in qualifying when he did a 1:48.5 or 1:48.6 it was for Mike Cutt. He's done a 1:50.3 on the first flying lap, and he's not getting really away from Jason Rees either as he comes through to complete lap number 2 of the race. That is a 1:49.8, so back below the 150s. Rees did a 1:50.004 that time. They're 2 seconds apart, and then it's Pywell going through in 3rd, Brown 4th, and Paul Cook. Let me have a look at his lap time very quickly. Well, here's a replay. So there was some contact at the start of the race. We missed that because we were so busy looking at what was going on with Paul Cook out of our commentary box window. We didn't see what you'd probably seen on the live stream, which was Mike Cutt just making contact with the back of, I think it was Jason Rees' car there.
It was, yeah, the number 9. So Yeah, it had crossed my mind that maybe as the carnage kicked off and everyone was trying to avoid the stalled Paul Cook car, that maybe they got out of order and perhaps actually Mike Cutt had to just get off the throttle because of cars effectively rejoining, because they'd had to take to the grass or whatnot down towards the first corner. But yeah, Cutt somehow ended up behind Paul Rees, who'd started over his right shoulder and then didn't quite brake in time for Jason Rees everyone was on cold tyres. And that little nerf into the rear of the number 9 has rather dishevelled the front of that car. It all still looks relatively solid. I know before the mechanical warning flag is shown to anybody, maybe the clerk of the course will just give it a few laps to see whether any of that bodywork's going to work its way loose. As I say, solid for the time being, so no indication that the race leader needs to come into the pits to sort that out. They've all got to stop anyway, so that's the chance maybe to tape something up.
Yeah, and they've got a happy 60-second stationary now. Mike Cutt doesn't have to have a driver change, but if the team are on hand with a large roll of gaffer tape, then maybe they might be able to just effect a temporary repair, but it might be just solid enough to continue as is. There's Andrew Pywell. He's got the sun visor strip on the right way up, you can see, in this race, although this is going to be his last race before he moves to Australia. He's sharing that car with his dad Stuart. He'll be out in the second part of the race. John Brown it is in 4th and Paul Cook in 5th. Is Paul Cook closing on them? Well, he did a 1:49.721 that time, so the answer is yes. He was 3.5 seconds faster than John Brown on the last lap. He's now 1.6 seconds behind him, so by my maths, Johnny, that means he should go through next time around. Problems there for the number 71 car of Sean Foley in the GTR. That was the car that wasn't actually out in qualifying, actually, so a bit of a surprise to see it on the grid for this race, although it was on the entry list, but it hadn't appeared in qualifying. But now it appears to be in some strife, and it's been overtaken by the phalanx of 116s that we have taking part in this race as well. Looks like it's going to come to a stop.
Lots of extra aerodynamic pieces on there, dive planes on the front and the rear. Now the 47 car has got ahead of the yellow BMW driven by John Brown. So Brown with no answer to the speed of Paul Cook. Paul, remember, sharing with Wayne Lewis. We think it was the Wayne Lewis time earlier on, which was the 1:48.5. Although he might have enlisted Paul to do some qualifying as well, left it incredibly late. And Paul Cook working hard at the wheel. I noticed that the 47 car is a left-hand drive car and the John Brown is a right-hand drive. It's the stricken GTR at the top of the hill. That's a difficult place to encounter a very slow-moving M3 GTR.
It had become stationary temporarily, hadn't it? But seems to have managed to get some oomph again to get up the hill. I was worried it was going to be completely stranded there, but we do now have a safety car being called. Yellow flags and a safety car now. Whether that's a reaction to the Foley car that was stationary and has now not got going again, it may be, in which case it might be quite a short-lived safety car period. How far away are we from the pit lane window opening? About 5 minutes and change away, because it opens 15 minutes into the race. We've had just under 10 so far. But we're all going to queue up. So this helps Paul Cook, doesn't it? Because he was, as they crossed the timeline, 17.5 seconds behind the race leader Mike Cutt. That gap will be very much compressed by this safety car, because they've not really got into too much traffic yet. So it should just be the Rees and Pywell cars between them, as the Sean Foley machine, I can see from our commentary box window, now does make it to pit lane and out of harm's way.
Yeah, so very grateful indeed. I'm sure Paul Cook and indeed Wayne Lewis will be to see this quelling of the race pace, neutralisation, if you like, to close the gaps. And a safety car is always a good thing, unless you're leading a race, generally. And also any other bigger gaps, which, well, the biggest is actually Pywell to Rees. So the Pywell number 76 is going to gain big time now as well. As they headed across the line, admittedly speeds were starting to ebb away because the safety car boards were out, but it was just over a second gap between Mike Cutt and Paul Rees and the number 9 car. There they are, in fact, coming out of Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill, but they're about to be joined by the Andrew Pywell driven number 76. That is the E46 M3, and everybody else about to descend on that sea.
That's right. So rest of the field sort of coming through now. We've got the sort of 116 subclass coming through. That's being headed by Ethan Hall. But there's the race leader already into Lodge Corner once again. So the safety car, although it's going to be out there, it's quite a disjointed field. So there has the safety car, just makes it out after the last of the 116s, just in time to pick up the race leaders, which are heading through Oulton Corner now. Cut and Rees, because even on that lap behind the safety car, they were lapping in the sort of 2:15s, which is still a respectable lap time for some categories around here at Oulton Park. But they've now been greeted finally by the VW Golf, by the 750 Motor Club safety car, a new safety car that we have. Made its first appearance a few weeks ago. And it's picked up Mike Cutt and Jason Rees now. And what should happen is that the whole of the field should form up behind it before we were able to go racing once again. But that's going to take a while, because there's some rather slower cars at the back of the field that need to make some smartish progress. I think the safety car will be doing quite a slow lap here, Johnny.
Yeah, it crossed my mind that there may be some sort of other issue out on the track, but I think you've called it spot on, as in Sean Foley's big M3 GTR had stopped on the run up Clay Hill, and that is a very fast part of the circuit. Even if it hadn't stopped, if it was doing walking pace, you've then got a blind crest with a car virtually stopped, and everybody else, certainly the front runners within the top class, they're not in classes as such in this annual race, but the cars that took pole position and those that occupy the front two rows, let's say, the last thing they want to be encountering, particularly if they're nose to tail and therefore the second car is unsighted, is a stopped car, even if it is off the racing line. So Clark, of the course, had little choice but to go with the safety car, the lights of which are now out. So it does look like it's going to be coming in at the end of this lap. Would you agree, Ian?
I think so. And as you say, nothing else out there. There's no reports been called in by the marshals of any other issues out there. So I think we are going to go racing once again. And I reckon the safety car is going to arrive at the pit lane about the time the pit lane window opens. And I'm just checking the regulations here. And there is nothing to say that you can't make a pit stop behind the safety car, as there is in some classes these days. So that's just a point of note as well. And so we could have potentially drivers diving even straight into the pit lane behind the safety car here. We can see the green flag being prepared on the start line to get the race back underway. But let's see how many of the cars stay out on track and how many decide to make their mandatory 60-second stop.
I'm not sure the leaders will actually be able to get in legally, but maybe
you're right, actually.
Maybe if you're fourth or fifth, you might be able to.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
absolutely.
But the safety car is going to come into pit lane, as we expected, and none of the first 7 or 8 are going to take that invitation. It's actually 3 abreast, well, it appears to be 3 abreast, 2 abreast, let's say, as now the making quick progress is the Cook and Lewis car, still driven by Paul Cook. We're yet to see, of course, any driver changes, but pursued all the way now by the Pywells, who Cook has just overtaken.
Yeah, up to third, and that wasn't a particularly smart start by the Pywells, was it? Because they lost quite a lot of ground to Cut and Rees, who were well back into the race. They were sort of 3.5 seconds ahead as they crossed the timing line, so they were caught napping a little bit, and that'll be to the frustration of Paul Cook, because that's cost him time directly there. So it's Cut leading, number 144. Jason Rees is second, number 9. Paul Cook, number 47, is in third place, trying to put daylight between himself and Pywell now. It's John Brown in 5th, and 6th place is the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock in the 120 coupe. We've got our first pit visitor. I think that's the number 88 car that is into the pit lane. That's John Turner, who's going to hand over to Ray Grimes, a local favourite, the second part of this race.
Paul Rees putting massive pressure on Mike Cutt's car, which may not be behaving particularly well with the airflow across the front of that car at all sorts of different angles. The problem is, as soon as those little cracks appear, the air's just going to force the front bumper further down onto the road surface. Got the headlight clusters that are at different angles as well as that kidney grille. but it's all hanging on pretty well so far. Only two working headlights, but one slightly brighter than the other. And is this the point then that we see Mike Cutt peeling off, or is he happy to stay out? Because remember, you've got 15 minutes in order to make your pit stop, and the top two do indeed go around for another lap.
Certainly do then, so that's 8 laps now in the book. And let's have a look at the gap between Rees and Cook. That came down by a few tenths, so 3.9 seconds from Cutt to Cook in third, and just about 3 seconds exactly between Jason Rees in second place and Paul Cook in third place. And still some of the stragglers at the back of the field are still on their sort of first lap out of the after the restart. You can see the marshals waving their green flags there, including the 121 car of Luke Fox. Change of number from the programme when he was in there as 212. And he's doing battle with James Waring, isn't he? Number 228. A bit further up the road ahead of both of them is Ethan Hall, who I think is the best of the unofficial 116 class that we have in this race.
Yeah, but nothing at all between 121 Luke Fox and the Waring car. In fact, today one disappears behind the other, the silhouette entirely eclipsed of the 228. Who's going to get the better of the exit then out of Druids? Waring maybe marginally, but he couldn't really put the car anywhere to benefit him. Headlights are on to try and distract Fox as much as possible.
Ethan Hall into the pits from the sort of 116 subclass lead, I can see. So he's gone a lap earlier than some of the rest of them, but it looks like that's Waring, isn't it, that's dived into the pit lane as well.
Yes, it was very last minute that, so obviously a decision that I think he was making, unless he'd got the reminder over the start-finish line by a pit wall, and then he sort of temporarily forgotten and thought, oh blimey, got to be into pit road on this occasion. So he dives in 228. But all of the quick runners, the top 7, still happy to stay out. Or having said that,
no, Mike Cutt's just appeared in pit lane now from the lead of the race, so he hands the lead over to Jason Rees. There is Mike Cutt. Now let's see if they do anything about the damage on the front of that car. It's just hiding behind James Waring's 116. We'll see if we can spot out of the commentary box window what's going on with that. There's certainly some interest being taken in it by team members, and it looks like there probably is a big roll of gaffer tape there, as I exclusively predicted. Who could possibly have foreseen that might be a solution here? So just to make sure that does stay in place all the way to the end of the race. Matthew Highcock, the Manchester driver, is into the pit lane as well. Stockport, in fact, that he is from, but now running his own race team, MHR. So quite a few cars getting on for half of the field in the pit lane at the moment, and that means it's now these two that are contesting the lead. There's Paul Cook in second place, number 47. He's now only just about a second or so behind Jason Rees, Johnny, as they head down to the chicane.
And James Waring is back into the race already, so the 60 seconds have elapsed for his 228 numbered car, the 116i. But yes, very close now, as it has been for, well, not all of the race, because remember when Paul Cook dropped to the rear of the field, but he's worked his way up to what is actually now second position, but not quite that place in the net places. Meanwhile, drama.
Yeah, Ethan Hall, he's gone off and pulled off onto the Foster's circuit there and into retirement, onto the rally stage, I think. So looks like Ethan Hall, who was our quickest driver in the 116s, something must have happened in that pit stop. That's gone a little bit awry, and he's out of the race, it would seem to me. Jason Rees is into the pit, so Paul Cook on the road takes the lead of the race. Now, he's not had to do it by overtaking anybody, because Rees has come into the pit lane. But Paul Cook staying out there for at least one more lap. We're into the second half of the race now. Less than 20 minutes to go. The question will be, where does he come out, or where does everyone else come out relative to him when Paul Cook eventually hands over to Wayne Lewis? There's the 714 car, so that's David Smith now that's gone out in that one, the 45-year-old driving coach from Norwich in his second season, sharing the car with his brother. Lewis Tyndall has driven that car previously as well, and I think Ethan Hall as well.
So you've got to be stationary for a minute, but the transition time from pit in to pit out might be about 50 odd seconds, so there's a strong chance of the front runners falling a full lap behind this 47 car until Paul Cook pits and hands over to his teammate Wayne Lewis. There was a puff of smoke there, probably tyre smoke, as the car walloped the curbing at Hislops. Here is the 144, having done a pit stop. Mike Cutt is back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, and I can just see Wayne Lewis. He's heading down into the pit lane as well, so he's going to be getting ready to get in the car shortly. He's not put his helmet on yet, though, as the number 9 car of Jason Rees is going to get back out into the race. It's going to be touch and go whether that arrives in front or behind Mike Cutt. I think it's going to be behind by the looks of it. Those two exiting the pit lane now and coming through Oulton Corner. I think it has probably been the fact that the Mike Cook car is ahead of Jason Rees. Paul Cook has stayed out there for one more lap, though.
And he's going to have, well, one more, and that's about it. It's a limit, is it not? Trying to work out now how much time left, because it was 15 to 30. That should remain 10 minutes left. No, so he's still got a bit of time to play with.
Yeah.
Yep.
And into the pits now comes Andrew Pywell. Stuart Pywell has been waiting patiently for his turn. The car's now parked in beneath our commentary box at a 45-degree angle. Now there is a very interesting situation, because look, Jason Rees ahead of Mike Cutt on the road, and now they're in traffic as well. So somehow Jason Rees did manage to make it out in front of Mike Cutt, which was the opposite of what I thought probably was going to happen there.
Yeah, Jason Rees with that leapfrog effect in car number 9, with Mike Cutt then having now a real challenge on his hands, because not only is he going to catch the Rees car, which is just a bit further up the road, but also try and fashion an opportunity to get by. This is the best place to do it, I suppose, with some traffic in and around that aren't on the same lap, although actually in this scenario it might be that...
One there was contact there. Jason Rees and the back marking car, one of the... Which one was it, Fox or Duffel? Can't quite work out which one it was.
Well, they've both tried to be in that car today, of course.
Yeah, and that car's gone off in the gravel, and I don't think it's come out on the other side.
But the lead has changed in the process.
It has. Well, unsurprisingly, with the Rees getting into the side of that 116, so Cutt has come back out in front of those two. The car is still in the gravel. It must be the 121, because there's the 212 car, so that means it's Fox, Luke Fox it is, that's into the gravel trap. As into the pit lane now comes a rather smoky Paul Cook.
Yeah, that was the smoke I was seeing when it was heading down through the gears and turning right and left at Hislops, and maybe that's just as it slows down. The smoke has disappeared now at pit lane speeds, 31 miles per hour. So now the driver change can take place. Meanwhile, it is nose to tail between the Pywell car and John Brown.
And we're getting a safety car. A safety car, and that will be because of the Luke Fox car that is out there. So this could play into the hands possibly of Paul Cook then, and Wayne Lewis. You'd have thought so. The cars, they should be seeing the yellow flags. They should be backing off, of course, all the way around the lap. Although they won't have actually seen the safety car yet. They certainly can't overtake with the yellow flags going out. So this should play into the hands of Paul Cook, who should be able to get back out onto the track. Also Wayne Lewis, who should be able to get back out onto the track in front of Mike Cutt. Cutt's not completely slowed to walking pace exactly there, has he? I mean, he has slowed, I think, compared to his usual lap times, but he's pretty cognizant of what might be happening here as well.
Wants to lose as little time as possible, but of course he's heading towards the incident scene now, so there needs to be some evidence of him easing off, or at least not doing the best lap of his race so far. Marshals won't fully attend Luke Fox's stranded car until the safety car is properly out on the circuit. So the cars we're interested in, Mike Cutt and the Rees car, right in behind, but already gone is now the driver change. Wayne Lewis, the 47 car, is away out of the first corner and should be ahead.
Yeah, now, where's the actual safety car in all of this? Who has that picked up, if anybody, as yet? Because this is always confusing as well. We've talked about sort of difficult and confusing situations. It has picked up the Smith car, and yeah, Wayne Lewis is behind it. So good work by the 750 Motor Club safety car crew. They've basically picked up the lead. It's 2 back markers ahead that they will wave through. There are 14 minutes to go in this race. Hopefully that car of Luke Fox can be recovered from Druids before those 14 minutes have elapsed, and we can get some more racing before the end of this ultimate BMW race. But it's been quite fascinating. The one thing I did wonder there was whether there'd be a red light at the end of the pit lane or something, which might then have stymied Wayne Lewis's attempts to get back out in front of Paul Cook. It didn't. But what's interesting now is that there's only one backmarking car between them. So if we do get some more racing, I think it's going to be a grandstand finish.
If there is a red light, then Wayne Lewis didn't stop for it.
No.
But I don't think there was.
No, there wasn't. I did check. It was
Fine.
green. Yep.
And you reckon that the two cars immediately behind the safety car will be waved by
Should be.
because they otherwise are going to be massively compromised by where the safety car has appeared on the racetrack. But we're not expecting the John Thomas car to be... not John Thomas.
Who's John Thomas?
I don't know. I've just made that name up. Who's driving 88? John Turner.
Ray Grimes now, I think.
Ray Grimes has moved into it, yes,
Yeah.
because that's being shared.
Yeah.
So not expecting the sky blue and black car to be waved by and effectively being given a lap back again, because that's not how this works, is it?
No, it isn't.
So yes, the cushion of John Thomas, or otherwise known as Ray Grimes, is there. And that will maybe benefit what we think will be the race leader, Wayne Lewis, once this situation has been untangled somewhat.
Absolutely. Right. So just a question then of how quickly this incident up at Druids can be dealt with. The Luke Fox car, and it was sort of a side-to-side contact with Jason Rees, as Jason Rees, the faster car, was coming through to lap the little 116. Sadly that ended with Luke in the gravel trap. Joining into retirement, Ethan Hall and Sean Foley. The best of the 116s now is James Waring, I think, in the number 228 car. 9th position overall, but he looks to be the best of the 116s. The best of the 120s, not that there's an official class for them, is Matthew Highcock in 6th place overall. But it's the sort of M3s of Wayne Lewis, Mike Cutt, Jason Rees and Stuart Pywell and John Brown that fill the first 5 positions. Safety car lights are still on, are they?
Not sure.
Not sure about that. But there's a queue of cars right behind it, and there's no sign of anyone holding a green flag on the start line. So I think we're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car. While we wait for Luke Fox's car to be recovered, we're down to 11 minutes of this race remaining. Safety car lap is, well, that one was, yeah, it's about 3 minutes, isn't it? 3 minutes 20, so can do a bit quicker than that, but we're going to probably have at most about 8 minutes of racing to go. The recovery truck has arrived on the scene, but it's parked some distance away from the car that it needs to recover, so it's going to be a bit longer. Might be a couple more laps behind the safety car, I fear, Johnny, before this race gets back underway.
Yeah, the difficulty with having an HGV or two on the scene is that everyone's going to be a little bit apprehensive about driving those into the gravel trap, because I have seen flatbeds get stuck in gravel traps as well.
Yeah.
They weigh a bit. It's a concern for the car right at the back of the pack there that was signalling to one of the marshals with the window down. It's still circulating at this stage. But what it needs really is a snatch vehicle of some description, maybe one of those JCBs, to go into the gravel trap with its much larger wheels and tyres to retrieve Luke Fox's car. Well, this is all playing very nicely at this stage into the hands of Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook. They will be hoping this safety car stays out for another 10 minutes to confirm the win, although I think they're racers at heart, so they would like to do some hard work to try and fend off the chasing Mike Cutt.
Wayne Lewis in that case wouldn't have done a single racing lap, would he? He would have driven the whole thing behind the safety car.
Easiest stint ever in his career.
Absolutely. The pit window is closed, which is somewhat academic because everyone has now made their pit stops anyway. But the pit window is closed for the record. That closed about half a minute ago. So it's number 47, Wayne Lewis, that leads. Number 144, Mike Cutt, is second. Number 9, Jason Rees, is third. Number 76, Stuart Pywell, is fourth. In fifth place is number 7, John Brown. Sixth is treble 5, Matthew Highcock. Seventh is the 55 car of Lewis Charlton. There's a very long tow rope being attached to Luke Fox's car. 8th is number 88, Ray Grimes. 9th is number 228, James Waring. And 10th is the number 234 car, which is that of Lee Pearce, the driver from Bromley in his 116. So it's going to be at least another lap behind the safety car as well, because they're just going to arrive any moment now at the scene at Druids where the car is being recovered. And we just keep our fingers firmly crossed that we do get some more racing before the end of the 40 minutes that we have allowed for this Ultimate BMW race. Because if we do, we could be in for quite a finish, I reckon. No efforts have been made yet to wave those slower cars past, which I thought there might have been by now.
Yeah, I think that the clerk of the course is apprehensive about doing that, because you're then going to have David Smith, Neil Smith and another car, which I haven't yet to identify, pounding round to try and catch up the safety car train with vehicles on the circuit at Druids. So
well, the good news is that they've got the BMW now out of the gravel trap, and so that makes it easier to just tow that car away now. So
I think once they disappear, once they disappear from Druids, the wave by will happen. Well, unfortunately, there won't be quite enough time then for those cars to, well, get anywhere close to catching their fellow runners in these classes that we're sort of hanging on this race, even though they don't actually exist.
Yeah. So we've got 7 minutes and 40 seconds now remaining in the race. So we can afford 2 more safety car laps, which would then give us, at the current pace, which would then give us 1 more racing lap. So we can afford 2 more safety car laps. We'd hope only to have 1, though, I guess, which might give us time for maybe 2 or 3 more laps of racing. We need something about 4 minutes, I reckon, in order to get 3 laps in. Right, that is a good sign. That is a very good sign, because we can see now the car being towed away, so that should be in pit lane very much longer.
Wave by has happened.
It has. So, as you say, I don't think we're going to see those 2 back markers catch the back of the safety car train, but I think we are going to be good to go racing this time. And the problem is the safety car can't accelerate too much, because it got to stay behind the car because it's just waved through. Oh, now that is interesting.
So Ray Grimes is allowed to at least get to the front.
Well, I don't know if he's allowed to. He has done.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now the more difficult obstacle is the safety car.
Yeah.
And there's no indication yet that he's going to be allowed to get past that.
Safety car's probably thinking, what are you doing there?
I mean, it does sort of simplify the restart if you've not got any lapped cars trapped between the first and the second place car.
It's like Abu Dhabi 2021, this, isn't it?
It's turning into that, yes. 1 or 2 maybe thinking they've had instruction, hearing voices in their head, maybe. And Ray Grimes and John Turner's car is now effectively the race leader. Well, it's not, but it's trying to get its lap back again on the Wayne Lewis car. Well, now Mike Cutt does have clear line of sight to the 47, which, whether that was a legal manoeuvre or not for Ray Grimes, is the end result.
Yeah.
And Jason Rees actively involved as well. We know Rees has had pace all day. Ray Grimes almost holding his hands up saying, what am I supposed to be doing now? Well, probably not be there.
Yes, precisely. Yeah, it should just be the cars that are between the safety car and the race leader normally that are waved through. But that's not what has happened. Well, it is what's happened here, because Ray Grimes hasn't been waved through. The cars that have been waved through are now just passing our commentary box. There's the leading cars, and
he's given the place back.
He's given, how willingly or not, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, we're going to have time for 3 more laps, I think, by the time they come across the line this time. So that is enough for a race, isn't it, around Oulton Park? We've got Wayne Lewis, we've got Mike Cutt, we've got Jason Rees, we've got Stuart Pywell, all in contention, all pretty close together. Safety car has headed into the pit lane. So we're now under the control of Paul Cook, who comes up and over the line. Mike Cutt reluctant, I think, to pass the Ray Grimes car, and he now might be passed by Jason Rees on the inside line into Oulton corner. Rees goes through and gets ahead of Mike Cutt. I think Cutt was probably doing the right thing there, not wanting to pass the Ray Grimes car, which has now been passed by several cars, of course. But it's cost him a bit of ground to Wayne Lewis. He's managed to get himself back ahead of Jason Rees, but in fact, he's not as far behind Wayne Lewis as I thought he might be after all of that.
True. I do agree with you, though, that Mike Cutt, I don't think he could overtake Ray Grimes until they got to the control line. Otherwise, that was judged to be overtaking under the safety car. Yes, you're seeing the green flags fly from the starting gantry. But not allowed to overtake, and now there's contact at Shell Oil's hairpin between Rees and Cut, and he's into the wall. He's into the tyre barrier on the exit of Shell Oil's hairpin, and that was a bit of miscommunication perhaps, or maybe Jason Rees thought there was an open door there, which Mike Cut swiftly closed, but it was just a bit too late. And now Rees's run over hill top is very good in comparison to Wayne Lewis.
Side by side for the lead of the race, then down towards Hislops for the 16th time in this race, and Rees has gone through, but you have to say that's 2 instances he's now been involved with where drivers have ended up going off the circuit. He's in the lead of the race. It's Wayne Lewis second, John Brown is third, and Stuart Pywell is in fourth. These are a long way clear of the rest now as they climb up Clay Hill towards Druids. We've got that Mike Cut car off. I don't know if it's managed to get going again. Yes, it has. It's limping to a position of safety, so I think the race will continue. I was worried that it might not. We've got 2 minutes and 58 seconds to go, so time for 2 more laps. Johnny, can Wayne Lewis fight back here?
Well, Wayne Lewis has got his hands full with the John Brown car right on his boot lid. And I'm afraid what was a fairly mangled front end on Mike Cut's car has become even worse now. And probably the 2 bits of contact through the course of this race now prevent him from continuing. But at least he's driven the car to a safe location, and it means that it can stay green down at the bottom of the hill as John Brown runs a little bit wide coming out of Old Hall Corner. On towards Denton's they go, and Brown still with company with Stuart Pywell right behind him as well. These 4 cars, minus Mike Cut actually, have been the stars of the show to this point. No surprise to see these M3s then dictating the pace, but it could be any one of these 4 finishing on a podium.
It could be, really. It's anyone's race, this. Rees has been ahead for the best part of a lap now, but he's not made much of a break, has he? There'll be time for 1 more lap to go at the end of this one. It's Wayne Lewis in second, who's still, of course, getting up to speed in this car. Paul Cook had it for the first part of the race. He's in it for the second part. Didn't have a particularly comfortable ride there through Britain's that time, I didn't think, and Rees might have gained a bit more advantage as a result of that. Of course, they had to have the yellow flags there as well with Mike Cut's car off, so that's something to bear in mind. So it's still Rees leading, Lewis second, Brown third, Pywell fourth, as they're about to head through the chicane or out of the chicane, I should say, for the penultimate time.
Up the hill they go, a back marker to deal with next up, but to be honest, Jason Rees has made a jump for the race lead. He led by 0.9 of a second at the start of this lap, and now up the inside tries to go Wayne Lewis, but that's going to compromise his exit speed out of Druids, and here comes John Brown now all over the back of the blue 47. There's no space there though either, because they're having to dive by the Smith 116i, so that on the run from the Paul Warwick Bridge in towards Lodge. They've stayed in the same order, but massively compromised in comparison to Jason Rees, who leads now by almost 5 seconds.
And now we've got Pywell having a look up the inside of John Brown as they go on to the final lap of the race. This for the final position on the podium. It's looking like Jason Rees with that 4.5 second advantage is looking good for the on-the-road win here. I'm sure there'll be some words after the race with a couple of incidents involving him, but then he's got this big gap back to Wayne Lewis in second, John Brown third, and Stuart Pywell in fourth, desperately seeking a podium to round out the day here at Oulton Park at BMW Live, one of the back marking 120 coupes that it's best to get out of the way. But there goes Jason Rees. You can see the advantage he has over these 3 cars, and you can still throw a blanket over them.
Certainly so. They all got through actually past the all-white 120, and now squeezing through into second place will go John Brown in the yellow number 7. He did that just before the turn in at Britain's, so a change for second place as car 7, the Glaswegian in his 46 M3, up into second. Surely way too much to do to catch Jason Rees, who is already at Hislops. But what can the Lewis/Cook combination, driven by Wayne Lewis at the moment, do about John Brown making a break? Doesn't look like a great deal as the flame spits from the exhaust of number 47. So maybe Stuart Pywell will have a shout at getting third position, although the speed actually up the Clay Hill is very good from the 47 BMW. So maybe not entirely out of second place with a few more corners to go here.
Meanwhile, it's Jason Rees, the driver from Pontypool in the E92 M3 that heads into Lodge Corner for the final time in the parklimited.com entered car. That's the garage business that Jason runs. He's up to the line now. And he takes the checkered flag to win the ultimate BMW race here at BMW Live at Oulton Park. Second place goes to John Brown in number 7. Third place goes to number 47, Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook. Fourth place to number 76, Stuart and Andrew Pywell. And then we've got to wait for the 5th place car to come through because there's quite a gap back to, I think, what should be Matthew Highcock coming through next. The 6th place car has just crossed the line, in actual fact. That is the Lewis Charlton number 55 car for the driver from Whitchurch, another local driver. And more cars a lap down coming through, including the 714 car, which is the Smith brothers. David Smith at the wheel of that at the moment. Then Ray Grimes, the ARDS instructor. He comes through next on the road. But it's Matthew Highcock now that does cross the line to take 5th place in the treble 5 car. And we'll look to see who's going to be the best of the 116s. It should be James Waring. He was 2.3 seconds to the good as they came through last time. There's the car that was in 2nd place. Yeah, that's the 234 car of Lee Pearce, but the car just going over the line now, there it is James Waring, another Matthew Highcock Racing car. So he takes the unofficial 116 honours in this ultimate BMW race. But a win for Jason Rees, and not without its moments though, Johnny.
No, cracking race and full of incident and intrigue. I'm not sure necessarily Mike Cutt will agree with my assessment because he could easily have won that race. The safety car came out. That massively benefited Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis, who had begun their pit stop just before the caution. And, of course, if you're pit stopping and everyone else is told to decrease their speed and have to pursue the safety car instead, that's a huge advantage for pit stopping cars, because their opponents will have all pitted when their cars were at full speed around the racetrack. So we thought that was going to be an advantage to the 47. Didn't quite count on, though, a restarting Jason Rees, who was driving a bit like a man possessed, to be honest. But he did make some contact with certainly one car. And if we remember back to the start of the race, there was contact at the very start as well.
Yes.
So maybe this is very, very much a provisional result. We have to call it as we see it, though.
Yeah.
And aside from those moments, Jason Rees has driven expertly well all day.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Jason Rees is the winner by 6.9 seconds. So car number 9, Jason Rees, winning by 6.9 seconds. Second place goes the way of number 7, John Brown. Third place, number 47, Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook. Wayne Lewis bringing the car home. Fourth, number 76, Stuart Pywell, who brought the car home, Andrew Pywell having started. 5th place, the treble 5, Matthew Highcock. 6th to 55, Lewis Charlton. 7th to John Turner and Ray Grimes and John Thomas as well in that car, I think he was at one point. 8th place, number 228, James Waring. 9th to 234, Lee Pearce. And rounding out the top 10 was number 34, Toby O'Reilly. Johnny, it's been good to have you back in the 750 Motor Club commentary box. Enjoyed your day?
Thoroughly, yeah. I mean, it's been relentless racing, and that's the beauty, I suppose, of being part of just one element of BMW Live. But lots of BMW action, but also some variety elsewhere. And I mean, some of the stand-up stuff for me has actually come from the historic 750 Formula Series, which says a lot for just about the oldest club championship in the world, still providing side-by-side. Very difficult to predict race action.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm not sure how many of the categories are to be repeated in the later visit of the 750 Motor Club here to Oulton Park. Possibly very few. But
none of them, I think.
None of them.
So you're going to have a completely different set of races next time you're here.
Bring it on.
Absolutely.
That's what I say. But thank you very much for the invitation. I have enjoyed it to no end.
And you'll be back here with the Alpha Live stream crew in September, and a mystery yet to be named commentator. Well, I found him.
Not even you know.
No, that's exciting, isn't it?
It is.
Thanks, Johnny. It's been great to have you with us today. A quick thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work here at Oulton Park today. They've had quite a bit to do. They've been kept relatively busy. So many, many thanks to all of you for your efforts here this weekend. It's very much appreciated. And thanks, of course, also to all of the officials of the 750 Motor Club scrutineers, timekeepers, race admin, clerk of the course, and many more that I've forgotten to mention as well. So many, many thanks to everyone at the 750 Motor Club and at the BMW Car Club as well for putting on BMW Live. It's been a great event, a good day. I say almost perfectly dry during the course of the day. And BMW Live, organised by the BMW Car Club, has been a great success. success. So many thanks for you for that. But we can now head down for the final time today to Kieran Mogg. So from Johnny and myself, it's a very good evening.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with the race winner, Jacob Rees. That's Jason Rees, sorry, not Jacob. I don't know where I got Jacob from. Yeah, almost. Very interesting race.
It was an interesting race, yeah. We had a couple of come-ins together. One straight off the start, really, to be honest. Somebody, a little tap in the rear end, so that put me off a little bit, to be honest, and then they come past then. But we got settled into the race. It was pretty good. There was a couple of little taps here and there, but it was good. And then safety car came out, so we'll bunched up again and away to go again, really, to be honest. And then just a blast to the finish, and literally a blast.
It looked like it was proper good fun, though. So all of you were just properly tussling the entire way around the lap. It looked amazing.
Yeah, it was very close racing, in all fairness. That car there is very suited to the slicks. On the treaded tyres, not so good, but it comes into itself, really, on the slicks. So it's more enjoyable to drive on them tyres.
So you definitely look comfortable out there. Is this a track that you like?
It's a track I like now. Not so good last year when we came here for the ultimate race. We had a little bit of bad luck on that, but I've enjoyed today, to be honest. We haven't had a very good start to the year, so it was nice to get some nice finishes in, and just have the car reliable.
100%, and a fantastic way to end the day.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. We'll move on to our second place, John Brown. John, can I just grab you over here? Is that all right? Cheers, thank you very much. So let's bring you to the front. So we're just talking to Jason about that last couple of laps. It was a proper blast.
That was unbelievable. That was so much fun, honestly. That's exactly what we signed up for. Yeah. And good, clean fun. That was the main thing. But yeah, it was great, honestly. I'm getting big smiles.
So you're not too upset about coming P2, even though, very close?
No. Jason was on slicks, obviously, and he's quick, so no, P2's more than enough, more than I could have expected, so that was great. I was actually hoping for first on treaded tyres, so this is a bonus. So yeah, that was great.
A nice way to end the day for you then.
Definitely. Thanks a lot to 750 and BMW Car Club. Brilliant, loved it.
Awesome, well congratulations.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. If we can get the Lewis and Cook guys to come over here for us a second. Can I, both of you? Can I just grab you over? I'll just grab you over here just a second. All right, so you finished the race. Yep. Talk to us about that last couple of laps. Sorry.
Well, it was. I think I had where Brown was, and. There's some contact between Jason and Cutsy, span in front of me, and then he zipped past, and I couldn't get back in touch with him. I think Andrew, who did the first stint, did most of the hard work, and I just took what was supposed to be the easy part and cocked it all up. So
No, it's obviously it was a very interesting last couple of laps. Looked very tough though.
Yeah, very broken up with safety cars and hard to get into the rhythm really. But yeah, good fun all in all.
Awesome, congratulations anyway. Well, I think that just about sorts it out for BMW Live here at Oulton Park. So just before we go, there's a couple of quick thank yous that we need to make. Firstly, to the marshals. Obviously, we can't go racing without the marshals. They have been fantastic all day long. Make sure, obviously, to clean up some of the incidents, make sure to look after the drivers, make sure that we run safely, and really can't thank them enough, as always. Secondly, obviously, we couldn't say thank you to the 750 guys, obviously, behind the scenes working. None of this would happen without them, so big thank you to them as well. Thirdly, to the Alpha Live guys as well. So we've got Dean, Dan, Luke, Emma, Aaron, Andy, second Luke, and Johnny, all behind the cameras and on production. I've also got obviously Ian and Johnny up in commentary. And lastly, to the BMW Live guys, obviously they put on this fantastic event, and it has been absolutely amazing to be here and bring you the coverage from Oulton Park. So without further ado, it's time for me to say thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.